The Discord is literally called Male VTuber Gym. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Run, run, up and away we go. Oh. Oh my god. Brother. I did it. I love the jumping animation because it's like you're reaching. Oh, the game might be a little too loud. Okay, hold on. Hold chat. There you go. Especially when I'm playing my guitar. Which one is it? I think it's this one. I'm out there shredding monsters and shredding freaking riffs. What are you doing? I'm doing the story. Hi, Celtic. Hi. You got your own milk. Thank you for reading the milk. How are you today on Friday? Just checking in. Oh, thank you for checking in. Today we're doing sleep stream, so I'll be up for a while until I'm ready to go to bed. Oh my god. It's an Iron Fang's tusk. I never thought I'd see an Iron Fang be taken down. One of the other streamers I'm watching is doing a giveaway. Oh, good luck. I hope you win. If not, still enjoy the stream and the fun vibes. And I'll see you later. See how I randomly became like 6 foot? Rawr. Rawr.
戦士たちよ、今日は金宮の祖先に己が胆力と豪勇を示すがよい。これより勇士ナダニの試練を開始する。
Oh my god, do I have to like fight the top like? Oh my god. What the hell? How do I get this class? I don't have this class. I don't have this class for us. That was your top warrior? Wait, can I get a what's up? What's up? Okay, like, where are these classes in the game? Because I need that axe. Where... I want to be this guy. Oh my god, look at this. Bruh. This is so good. Thank you for redeeming your Oni Milk, Mara. His eyes studying me carefully. What is this, like a dark romance now? What is happening? Perhaps I should call you Adventurer from Astraleeds. Oh my god, he knew. Who, me? No, that adventurer was like 6 foot. I'm like 4 or 11 or something. Are you mistaken, sir? I'm merely a common man. Still trying to fool me. Outsiders who forge identities. Wait, that was your dad? I'm hydrating with a rock star right now. Hydrating, sorry. So you met Alvera and Tina? So why did we spy on them if we're allies? That's kind of weird. That's a little bit sus. Rotaroni. Isn't that a pasta? No, that's rigatoni. Sorry. Sorry, Rota. Sorry, Rota. Oh, that's why your name is Rorola. Oh, named after your dad. I didn't get to keep the outfit, guys. This is crazy. Back there. You looked all serious for such a long time. Exactly. Normally, I look like a goofy degen. This is what I look like normally. How come you got to keep the outfit and I don't get to keep the outfit? Sure. I don't know where we're going, but you know what? Let's change our fit real quick. You know what? Can we wish anything? Nope. I just want to check, you know? I think it's a new week in the store, so we can just look around real quick. Nothing too crazy, guys. We're just gonna take a little peeky-weeky in the store. I think I could get one of these outfits now. I can get this one. Which outfit should I get? The only thing is like this clashes in the hair. This one's really cute. Oh, this is really cute together. Or should I just be bald? Who needs hair? Right? What are these? Oh, little glasses. What is this? I like backpacks and stuff. Surfboard. I already have this one. Why does it say that I can get this? Oh, that's the total, not what I have. I was like, I don't have that much money. What is it saying that for? See, the only thing is like this clashes with my hair and there's no accessories that will like make it work, you know? Oh, maybe this one? Oh shit, this looks cool actually. Wait. Oh wait, can I get this one? Oh, it doesn't match. What outfit goes with that? This one? Oh, this is kind of cute, right? Oh, this is kind of cute. Can we dye this? Wait, should I get this one? Or do I get this one? Or I kind of like this one. I wish this one had more red. I think I like this one. I think I like this one. I like this one a lot. It's cute. I'm gonna get this one. Oh, my monies! My monies! My monies. Ow, my tummies. You can dye them all now? I'm not sure. Oh my god, the binky goes so well with it. Oh my god, W choice. Let's put these on. No, we need dangling earrings. Wait. I think you can dye anything. Where is this place? It's called the Wander Site. This is where the Twilight people wander. Twilight people? They sparkle in the sun? They're vampires? Vampires? Oh my god, my jam is on. I need to dance. I can't talk to you. I need to dance. I kind of gotta go potty, guys. I think before we start the quest, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, and I'm gonna come back. Hopefully, my body doesn't disconnect from my head, if you know what I mean. in here? Bruh, I just felt something touch my leg. You're scary. It's scary. Okay. Thank you. What the heck is this flashbang, Ash? Why am I flashbanging you guys? What is happening? Why did I start flashbanging? Crazy. Sorry for your eyes. I'm not that pale. What the fuck? I'm not even pale at all. Okay, let's do this story. Is this baby no money? You look like a vampire? That's how pale you are? For real? I think my model just never shows up the right colors. In general. Or my monitor is just more warm tone. I'm not a vampire. I'm an Oni. Although a lot of people used to think I'm a vampire. They're like, are you a vampire demon? No, but you know what? I'll suck your blood, don't worry. Blame the model? Well, it's my design. There's not that many Oni VTubers, so most people assume if you have horns that you're like some type of demon. The heck are these magic sword thingies? What the hell is this? Baby, no money. What do I need to do? I got them antidepressants. I'm feeling good tonight. No! Don't leave! No! Come back! No! Don't leave!
オルベラに伝えてくれ。過去にとらわれず前へ進んでほしいとな。
No! Every time I make a friend in this game, they just turn into dust. Don't cry. No! The Minky makes it look very serious. Yes, I'll avenge you. Even if I have to bite the nib off my binky. Don't make me so angry that I have to bite down on my binky. Binkies. Binky, binky boos.
重傷を負い逃げることのできない俺たちのためオルベラ団長は最前線で戦ってくれていた。最後まで俺たちを助け出そうと。だけど このままじゃ誰一人生き延びられないって分かってた。
Oh. Leave the wanderer's side. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. Oh. I want to go to the guild store and buy the dye and see if I can dye it. Tina! Yes, I'm intact. Yes. Stop talking to me, guys. Please. Let me fight. Yes, I got the key. What the fuck is that? Tornado?
あっちにはカナミア部族が。祖先の加護、父上、皆さん、どうかご無事で。
Oh no!
私たちも行くぞ。
Where are you going? What's happening? A new anomaly has appeared. Anomaly. Oh my god. Bruh. Why did I get cursed with this voice? Anomaly. Why did I get cursed with this lisp? Bruh. Oh my god, she has to hold the barrier? As long as I'm here, the barrier will hold. Oh, we have to stop the storm. Anomaly, 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 anomaly. I know there's only one N sound, but the thing is, like, when you have like dyslexia and you like see certain fonts, it's not like N-O-N-M. I see N-O-N-N. What the hell is this? Or I'll just like literally flip everything. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh shit. Are you okay? You're free, old man. Be free. Sucks to be nerfed. Who said I was nerfed? What if that's my superpower? What if that's my superpower? Hmm? Someone get me some cipher codes right away. I'll be unlocking them. Hello? Oh, the Discord overlay. I suck at those too. Oh, I love that Iron Mouse emote. It's so cute. I love it. Being dyslexic? I mean, as long as you are aware of it, it's fine. As long as you're aware of it and have the tools and know how to deal with it, it's fine. It's when you don't have the proper tools, that's when it like makes life on hard mode. That's when life is on hard mode. Like with anything, if you don't have the proper tools to navigate through it, it makes it way harder than it needs to be. Oh, is there fall damage? Oh, no fall damage. W game. Oh, no. Oh no! what dino would you like to be emailed first? The Rheosaurus Rex, the endangered Oni dinosaur that once roamed the earth. Its average wingspan is 6'7". It has pink feathers and scales, super long toes and claws. Send me a picture of that one. It's an omnivore. Okay, let's move out. Oh, you have to do the anatomy. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at me, guys. I look so official. No Gunner clothes on. Damn. When are we gonna get this class? What class is that? Bro, there's so many classes they're gatekeeping from us. There are so many classes they're gatekeeping. We have an axe, there's a dual blade, and now there's like this freaking longsword. Nah. Thank you for being concerned, but it's our tribe's misfortune with the ancestor moon phase above. Like, they're gatekeeping us with all these classes and just teasing it to us. Like, oh, look at this cool skill that you could have, but you don't because you have to wait. You have to prove that you actually want to play this game. I gotta change my kit a little because I am playing attack by myself. So let's change my kit real quick. Edit details. Healing Melody Encore. Let's unlock this and equip it here. And okay, let's go back. Armor, okay. What's this? Let's equip it. I can't equip it. Alright. Wait, did I equip that thing? I don't think so. I don't see it. Oh, it's on number 5. Hold on. Like, how do I change my R? I can't. There's no other. Is it this one? Let's just unlock all of these and equip. Oh, they can only go on those slots. So my main major skill can only be that heal skill. Oh, that sucks for solo play. Oh, I made it. What the fuck are these level 45s? I'm crying. Damn. Hold on, let me fix something really quickly. So I'm not flash banging and changing my outfit so many times. There's so many hotkeys. There you go. I don't think there's any way to turn that off, so we just have to rock with it. Need some music? There's in-game music. I'm just rocking with the in-game because I'm so confused how to get the last 1,000 ability score. I don't know either. I think it's locked in the story. I think it just might be locked. Like we don't get it yet. Oh shit. Guys, I think there's jumping. We're screwed. Why do they always have to have these edge puzzles? Oh my god. Pink, why? No, you can get it. There are people at 11K. Oh shit. I don't know then. I'm not sure. The final boss of any game is just literally jumping. Every game! I don't have depth perception! I don't have really good depth perception. I think things are closer than they are. Objects may appear closer than they are in your rave-view mirror. Your rave-view mirror. Hi, Desert Goose. Hello, hello, hello. Hello? Where are we, bruh? Where's their boss music? Oh my god, look at all the chains. I'm a fairy. She was a fairy. Bow, 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 bow. She was a fairy. Dark Miss Legion. Oh no, I'm beating her up. Ah, how is this? You're welcome. Well, I got you there. Exactly. It was on purpose. I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. Oh no! Damn, look at those pink toenails. Oh no, my phony died. god, what is happening? He ran! I'm crying. I'm not crying because I'm scared. Lift slowly rises. The wind rises. Are you guys big Studio Ghibli fans? Or Studio Ghibli? Oh, I can't go. Father! Oh no, how are you running through this wind with no problem? I'm struggling. Oh my god. How am I supposed to get up there? Oh no, they got chained up! Is it Zaddy? Is it you, Danville? Are you here? What the fuck is that? What is this? I wanted an Ikemen, not a dragon. I wanted a handsome anime man. Oh, that's a burst skill. The fuck? Why I gotta chase him now? Oh, Mr. Monster, I'm here for you. Come, Mr. Monster. Bro, where am I going? Oh, there he is. He's sleeping. Why are you sleeping? Guys, would you marry this monster? Be honest. If you got kidnapped by this monster and it brought you back to the lair, would you marry it? Nah? What? Me too. Yeah, I would not. 100% would not. Yeah, same. Oh my god, main character moment! With my paws! With my bare paws! What's this? Yeah! Let's go. Wait, I got no rewards? I'm guessing this is a new dungeon we can do. Gold digger status. Monster digger? Monster? Yes, clap for me. Clap for me. Yes. 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 Yes, I am your fearless hero. Me. Yes. Yes, clap for me. Yes. Yes. I did a good job. I saved you all. You're welcome. Should get a music video. You know that one song that's like Alright, now back to slow walking. I wonder if they noticed I had a binky in my mouth the whole fight. That's exactly what she's thinking. I wonder if anyone saw my binky. Oh, my binky. Binky. Hi, Sassy. How are you? How are you today? Happy Friday. Alright, let's skip a little. Let's skip a little. Hold on. Let me check. Doing well. How about you? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Nice. Now we can do this dungeon.
第31代祭司ロローラがあなた方をここへ呼び下ろします。どうか我らが聖なる異物に謁見することをお許しください。その力に金宮に加護と祝福をもたらすために。
I can open the secret door. I'm the chosen one. Enter the forbidden zone. It's dripping. I should have got ice when I went to the bathroom. I need some more recognition. No. Thank you, though. $25%. You're 1/4 of the way there. But any percent is a good percent, to be honest. Oh my god. Thank you for your devotion. Carry our ancestors' blessing.
絶対に戻ってきてね。
What?
待ってるよ。
Who is that? Am I isekai'd? Did I get isekai'd? Damn, infinity power level? You're strong, surely. Hey, partner, you're right. Tell them what you saw. What if I'm evil? What if I remember everything and I'm actually evil? I hate how we have to keep talking when we could have just all done this in a cutscene. It's like a cutscene and then go back to talking, but that's okay. No need for words. I know what's in your heart. Farewell. May the moon's phases light your path. Thank you, Roro. You're so sweet. I didn't lose another friend. W. Ah, it's so bright! Why did they choose bright white out of everything? What the fuck? Where am I? Uh-oh. What happened? It's spreading? I'll take some time to completely fade. 10 volts, 10 volts. I'm so strong I can beat up Ray with my pinky. Maybe. I don't doubt that. There was a time when I was really strong. I'm not gonna lie. But now I'm weak. I could barely pick up like a 5-pound dumbbell. Like sometimes at work, I had to like lift boxes that are like up to 25 pounds and I'm like, that's how I am. And then just weak. I used to be strong. Used to be big bodied, I guess. Strong. Green-haired sis and adventurer. Are you two from the Divines? No, we're just human. Don't let the binky fool you. Oh no, it's corrupted. This one too. To the friends of Nar. No, not little bro. By the time you read this, my husband and I have already evacuated with the Astralead's Defense Corps. Please don't worry for our safety. We know all too well the planes are suffering a disaster unlike anyone has seen before. All this the doing of the Darkness Legion and their leader Denville. Please take care of yourself. Oh my god, not Grandma and Grandpa. I'll never forget them, what they did to little bro. What the heck? Oh. What am I supposed to do? What? Oh, there was a pattern I was supposed to follow. I didn't pay attention, chat. Let's just go on the typical zigzag. Like this. Oh my god, you want the instant ada. Okay. Ada. It's supposed to be off, but I'll give it to you. Those are supposed to be for ASMR only. But I give it to you, don't worry. Uh-oh. I can't reach. How do I undisconnect? Let me disconnect. I want to disconnect. There you go. I have to do this. Out of range. How am I supposed to get to it? Bruh, I didn't pay attention. Wait, maybe I go like this. I got it. I got it, guys. What am I supposed to do? Bruh, I didn't pay attention. I didn't know what was happening. Okay. It's not gonna show me the little animation again? That sucks. I don't remember. This way. This way. Okay, obviously that was the right thing to do. Oh my god. Whoa! What is that? Thank you! Thank you for the see the horses? That's so cool. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for 250 bits. I appreciate it. I didn't even know horses could run on screen. Thanks for the horses. I'm so confused. I was like, is that in game? What is happening? Bruh. God, more are coming. Stop. Stop coming. Stop. No more. No more. Okay, that's enough. Oh my God. Hi, Jared. Are you alright? Do you need someone to massage your shoulders? I got you. Damn, how tall is freaking Jared if I'm freaking tall? Be careful, my prince. You stay safe too. Friend! I've been friend zoned. Why is the whole city on fire? Why are they at war? It was so peaceful and cute here. Oh my God, no more mobs. Oh my God, not second little bro. No way. Tata. Yeah, wake up. I can't lose my other little bro. Come on. So that's why they're attacking. They're trying to sneak in, make a distraction, and put the last, like, sigil chaos bomb thing. Which way? Oh my god, Dorothy's a gunner class? When are we gonna get a gunner class? Why do you keep teasing us, game? Oh my god, there's gonna be a gunner class, guys. I feel like if this was real life and I'm attacking these enemies like this, the civilians would also get hurt. Dorothy. Oh yeah, I don't think I go there. We still need to go to the second floor. Okay. Come with me. Dude, we need the Bayonetta soundtrack playing in this game. Bayonetta your fantasy. Hold on. Wait, can I do that? Let's see. Hold on. I don't have Spotify on here. I don't have Spotify anymore, guys. I had to put that on. Where's the audio? Where's audio settings? Oh, here we go. Let's turn this off. Let's go here. Let's go here. May not tell you fantasy. Hello? What are you doing? Please stop. Hold on, I want all 3 games. Alright, actually, let's do Bayonetta 3 soundtrack. I wish I had a capture card, man. Bayonetta 3 was actually a pretty good game. Hold on. It's gonna be super loud because that's just how OBS is. Alright, let's put Bayonetta soundtrack on. Hello? Oh, I didn't choose what it is. Let's do the third song, the third playlist. The third. This is what we need to you know, fight this game. This is what should be playing. What's happening? Everyone, evacuate immediately! We gotta dance, guys. Oh my god, look, it's looking at me. No, Dorothy! Damn. She's always coming in clutch, last minute. Is that Ultimo, Ultimo, thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? How's your stream? How are you? Thank you for the follow, Taka. How are you? How are you? Did you have fun? Did you have fun? Did you get all the gold gear? Did you get a full gold stat? If you did, I'm not jealous at all. I am not jealous at all. Struggling to get to 7K. I don't even know what my power is right now. I think it's still, yeah, it's still under 5. Yeah, it's almost all legendary gear. Let's go. I have to start farming the dungeons. But we shall see how far we get today. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. If you guys aren't already following Ultimo, you should check out Ultimo. We are Ultimo stands here, so plus Ulti is super sweet, wholesome, and just has good vibes all around. Trying to get to 55 now. Damn, let's go. Let's go. I really appreciate you. No, I appreciate you. I'm just doing all the story stuff. I don't think I have to fight these guys. Do I have to fight them? Oh my god. I just realized that like there's so many hidden classes that I hope we get. Like Dorothy is a gunner, so how come we don't have a gunner class? Rolo is a sword. How come we don't have a sword class? Thank you for the hydrate, Saga. Thank you. I saw a giant axe. When will I get my axe builds? Oh, you finished the main story? Really? I don't know how much I have left. Look, I have actual clothes on today. Be proud. have an actual full outfit. Also, I checked out the guild. Good job, everyone. Good job. I'm here since I get to see what your VTuber looks like, so I can draw it in Ultimo's manga. Really? I'm gonna get a feature? Right now, I'm wearing an outfit, but normally, I would change outfit, but I don't know. You're manga? You're the MC? Me? No way! I'm a side character. I'm the hype man. What's happening? Ray. So cold, freezing. Can't see, can't hear. My body's gone numb. It's like my soul's torn apart. What's happening to me? Make sure to watch the lore video. Your lore video? Wow, what is this? What is this jazz music? Guys, this is like a canon. This is like a canon real life of for me. I'm dying and like this upbeat jazz is playing. I was planning to make it a separate universe. Ah. I do want to make a lore video, but I just haven't gotten around to it. That's the only thing on my my goals list for this year that I haven't done is make a lore video. I'm thinking that like with my next outfit, maybe I'll do like a all-in-one lore. Yeah. A lot of people come up with really good lore. One person that has super good lore is Ulti, of course. I really like the way you did your lore video. And there's another VTuber named Kapache who also did like that type of comic style lore, and I really like it. Take this, it'll protect you for me. Oh my god. Make sure to get ready to dance. She loves to dance. Yeah. How do you think I had to pay the bills? I have a really simple lore. I woke up and lost all my memories, and I became a degen. It's really simple. It's pretty simple, you know? Wait, what happened to my full playlist? YouTube, what are you doing? Where's my Bayonetta? Destiny. Break the barrier. Damn, I can shoot lasers? One sense. Alright, let's go. Also, for anyone new here, today we are doing a sleep stream. I forgot to mention that. We are doing a sleep stream. So I'll just be playing games until I get tired. Oh my god, my husband! Look at you flailing around, how pathetic. Oh yeah, and make sure to join the Discord if you would like. You're all welcome to join Club Onini. Yes, and I'll be sleeping on stream. I think most people just like, I don't know. I don't know. Yes, don't forget your Oni milks. Oh, Ulti, while you're here, let me fix yours. Days of Destiny. What's Oni milk? Well, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Just drink it and become strong and, you know? Ray, welcome back. What a touching act. I should be applauding you. You again. You're still running around. Just surrender already. Maybe this plan failed. What? Oh, you're talking too fast. Tenvo. Oh, I drink it. No. Please, I can't lose another little bro. Please. I can't. You're gonna break me. No, my little bro. Stop. No. Oh my god, I just realized that me and Denville are wearing the same outfit. Oh, yours got reset. If you want to check, do exclamation point Oni milk. So the way that it works for me to give you or fix the Oni milk reset, I have to give it to you while you're in chat. Because I added everyone's off stream and I did not add. Yes, don't push yourself. Tina. I tried to go back through the VOD and get as many people's as I could, but sadly, you can't add them offline. That's annoying. A few days later, the city of Asterleeds has been restored. Nice. Did I get this fast travel? You didn't have that many, so it's not a problem. Okay, but I want to make sure everyone gets their Oni milk. We do have a form, too. Hold on, let me get the link for the form. What the heck? What's this? Oh, it's a time challenge! No! Random time challenge! Thank you for redeeming the binky. Ah, no! Nice. I did it. Wait, what do you have? Wait, no, that's right. That's right. That's actually right. I think it's fixed now. I got confused by it for a second. I thought it was my own Oni milk. We all know I have over 1 million. I'm the storage bank for the milk. It's hilarious that I have to give it to you. I can't add it to you. But I can give myself like unlimited. It's crazy. Jared, I was not choosing Denville over you, okay? I promise. Ah, Taka, thank you for redeeming your Oni milk. Wait, why is it working now? Bruh. Bruh. Na, 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 ta, na, 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 na. Where am I supposed to go? Can I fly finally now? How do I use the float command? I don't understand. Oh shit, I'm level 50? Bum 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe I shouldn't have fallen down. Oops, I fell in the crack. No, I'm stuck. I don't think so. It's okay, we're just gonna Skyrim it. It's fine. I need stamina. It's fine. If anything, I've played a lot of Skyrim. Wait, why does it say down now? Oh, what's this? Oh! Uh. Um. That was interesting. Oh, let me. Oh, yeah, I already activated it. See, guys, you just Skyrim it. I'm lost. It says to go down. No, Piggy, you can do it. Is this an enemy? Oh no, this is a player. Oh, you could just take a random photo? Oh my god, is this a dungeon? Let's go. Come on, Piggy. Oink, oink, oink. I also wanted to see if I could die. How do we... Oh, that's what it does. Only that? Oh wait, I could change all the colors. Bruh. Bruh, I need to get the dyes. Oh my god, bruh. Bruh. I thought I just needed the potion bottles. Now I need the dye cards too. Why? Oh my yachts. Oh my yachts. Damn, you could dye everything? Whoa. Whoa, you can dye everything, guys. Everything is dyeable? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, what's this? Oh, that looks so much better. How do I get these cards? Oh. Let's get, I don't know, more of these and this one. Nice! Can I dye it? Oh, oh. I need 20. I have, oh, I need 36. Okay, what if I only do some like this? What did I even change the color on? Bruh. What did I even change the color on? I can't change anything. I can change the inner. Hmm. But then our hat won't match. Let's do it, bruh. What? Save, bruh. We did it. Oh shit, now we don't have enough for the hat. Oh my god, we're doing it, guys! We're doing the thing! We did the thing! We dyed the clothes. Whoa. That's like a whole new thing I need to farm for now. Oh, how I get these? Oh, I need to level up. Hi, y'all! How are you doing? How are you? How are you? How are you? Happy Friday. Well, now it's Saturday, so... Tata! 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 Little bro, Tata. Arrogant pest. Get them. Doing good. I'm at work. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I hope you're having a great shift. Wait, we're fighting him. Just trying to hold on to Monday as it's my Saturday. Aw, you got it. You got this. I believe in you. Don't worry. It'll be all worth it once you're like done and then you can relax. Then a new game comes out Tuesday. Oh, which game? Is this a zombie? Oh, Ninja Gaiden 4? For real? I didn't even know they were making another one. I feel like zombies, they keep coming back. Do I go up or I go down? Yo, are you actually gonna sleep on stream? I'm gonna get tired, yeah? And I'm gonna put some videos up. I'm gonna put Word with Friends up. And fishing, probably. Ah! This is the first time I've ever done one, so I don't know if there'll be scuff. What could be scuff when sleeping? My PC turns off, power goes out, internet goes out. A lot of things can happen. Yeah, whoa, yeah, whoa, yeah, go. We'll hear your loud ass snoring. Yeah, or you hear me drooling like I drool. I'm like no. That's exactly what I sound like when I'm sleeping. Like oh my god, jumping. I gotta pay attention, chat. Oh my god. What do I do? Okay. How do I get there? Oh, I did it. And then I don't know. I guess I'll end stream when I wake up. What's the value of Oni Drool? I don't know. How badly do you want it? Don't get hurt. What the fuck? Oh, I know the puzzle now. I figured it out. I figured it out, chat. Bruh! I figured it out, chat. I figured it out. Oh, look. The game gave me pity. It felt bad for me. No, look at that. The game felt bad for me. I said you failed more than once. Yeah, how the heck they get there so fast? Yeah. No, what if you sleep talk though? I don't sleep talk though. You want me to? You want me to be like, oh, yes, sir. That's That's what you want, but that's not gonna happen. Why? Jump! Who is this? Who is this? How is this? I'm dying. Who is this? What? Oh my god, my dreams came true. Finally, the Dark Terror Daddy, the Dark Terror Zaddy. How'd they know my weakness? My literal weakness. Oh, 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 oh. What is he doing? What are you doing? I think I'm supposed to go there. What do I do? What was I supposed to tap? Tap and hold what? Tap and hold what? What am I tapping and holding? What am I supposed to tap and hold? Oh my god. I don't want to fight. We don't have to fight. What am I? Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I just gotta tap. I gotta tap. What the heck is hitting me? It's random golden balls. Damn, this is a long attack. Don't fight me! This shit's cool as fuck! Who is Huruga? I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying! No, please! Oh my god, I can't use healing items! Oh my god, please! Please! Please, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Oh my god. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god, please give me help, give me help, give me help, give me help. Oh, dun, 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 dun. What is happening, please? He's got me in his grip. Oh my god. This is the best boss battle I've ever experienced in my life. No. My husband, though. No, my little bro. Oh my god, I'm gonna all might punch him with my binky and that's crazy. No! No! Don't disappear! Don't disappear! Denville! Depression. This is me! This is how I feel right now. Why? Every character that I like, they take away. Every single one. Bruh. Every single one, they take away. I don't want to beat the Zaddy. I don't want to beat the Zaddy. It's supposed... No, come back home. I'm sorry. Don't go get the milk. Don't get cigarettes. Come back. It's finally over. Ray, thank you for everything. It was an honor to fight. No need to praise me. Just send me wherever Denville is. I should have got an option to save him. He was just corrupted by Fruga. I only did what needed to be done. Hey, is main story over? Is that main story done? Fruga's horn. Oh my god! The original guy. Damn, I got them quick senses. Oh my god, they're turning into Persona! Persona! Has released the core of Stellarium. I wish this was like a cutscene and not words, but it's alright. Let's see. Oh no, Tina! You can feel it fading? Why do I have to save her? I'll sing you in style someday. Oh, dream maker, your heart breaker, wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters, a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbow sand, blinded by the band, my huckleberry friends. Alright, I think I will do this last quest and then we will try out Little Nightmares 2. How about that? How about that? I was gonna get one, but it's not on sale anymore. And it's $20. And I already have the second one, so... Sorry. And I think that the second one is a prequel to the first one. So I should be okay. I'm not gonna know any of the mechanics and stuff, but... It's off to see the world. I thought I could finish all the story. We're after the same rainbows and meeting around the band. Trial and error will work. Yeah, exactly. I hope that it's not actually scary. I don't actually know if it's scary or not. I don't know. We'll find out. River wider than a mile. Sing you in style someday. Oops, I think I went the wrong way. Yep. Yep. I always forget this game has auto run and auto fight. And then while we switch games, I'm also gonna get water. Tomorrow I have Little Nightmares and Hollow Knight because I didn't know how far we're gonna get into Little Nightmares. Because I was like, maybe we can beat the whole second game and then we can start the third game. I wanted to do a marathon of all three, but if I get all three of them, I think the newest one is $30 and that one is $15, so that's $45. And I don't know if I like it yet, so I don't know why I bought 2 only. I don't know. I'm talking to myself, guys. I'm talking out loud. I'm talking to you and talking to myself. I'm like, why did I buy 2 and not 1? What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Rainbows and probably. I think you're right. Ray, what do I do? She's nowhere to be found. Tina! Can you hear me?
Tina! Tina! Baby girl, where are you? Tina! Tina! Tina!
Tina. Also, I want to play that other game, Headliners, which is the horror game. Not a horror game, but it's like what's it called? A quarantine. Maybe I'll see if like Misa Rabbits want to play. Maybe Cider. I don't know how many people can play. Ulti? Dream? I don't know. I'll check how many people. Because Fridays, I wanted to do like Repo, Dead by Daylight, but like, it's so hard because like, there's really only 4 Fridays in the whole month of October, right? I have so little stream days. Because the month is 31 days, but I only stream 12 days out of the month. Because I only stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And like Friday and Sunday feel like half days. Bum 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 bum. Alright, let's turn in this quest. And then we're gonna switch games to Little Nightmares. Hi, Senshi-chan. Welcome. How are you? Oh my god, that emote is so cute. It's really cute. Alright. I'm also gonna quickly go take the ball, go to the potty because, and I need more water. I'm feeling slightly parched. Ah, my ears, my ears. You can turn this back up a little. Damn, I got so many achievements. Let's claim these real quick. Oh, my eyes. The flashbang. The flashbang. Why did they choose, like, the brightest white? They should have chose, like, warm colors. Let's see my new title. Memories of Love and Friendship. I need this one. Well, I guess I'm chilling and editing, having some matcha tea. I didn't sleep yet, but I'm cool with that. What about you? Well, kind of the same. I just finished my energy drink at 12:50 a.m. And we're playing games. And we're about to start Little Nightmares too. Oh, I'm so close. What are you editing? Are you making TikToks or a video? Damn, I had to do these too. Why can't I claim that? Boom, boom. Huh? Oh wait, could I only have chosen 2? Oh my god, this is why I need to read. Wait. Bruh. I didn't sleep like 15 hours or so editing an AMV to my own song. Oh, that's so cool. I feel you there. I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning. Because I had work. And then after work, we stream. After work, we stream. And today I actually have a lot of energy. I don't know why. I'm not sure. Usually around this time I get a little eepy. Oh. Could be the energy drink. Yeah, that is my second one today, so maybe. Oh yeah, I had to go pee. I almost forgot. I'll be right back, chat. I got water. Alright. I'm gonna switch games real quick. We're gonna do the rest of this. I'm gonna do the rest of this tomorrow. I don't feel like solo queuing the dungeons. I'm one of those people who, when I play a MMO, solo queue is very scary to me. Even though everyone in this game is really nice, but it's just not as fun. It's not as fun. Hopefully, I don't know if this game is scary. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you're going back to work tomorrow? And you hope you're not stuck in the studio the whole day? Wait, where do you work? That sounds cool. Why is it using my other monitor? I don't understand sometimes. I gotta wait so I can see chat. Oops, my water bottle went boop. Okay, it says I should use a controller, so let's get the controller first. Let me move this water bottle to the trash can, and let's go to display 2. Oh, it's an animator? Whoa, that's so cool. Whoa. W, that's so cool. Well, thank you for all your hard work. So it's not quite the fairy tale as it seems. I've heard a lot about like how hard it is. So I commend you and I appreciate you. Thank you for your hard work. Especially if you're doing traditional like 2D animation. That takes a lot of skill. Oh wait, was I doing? Oh, plugging in the controller. And I have to change the game. Well, I hope that you still have a great day tomorrow. Did it update? Sometimes it doesn't. .3D animation. I hope we'll never do it. I don't know. I think both are pretty good. 3D and 2D. Fun fact about me, okay. Hot take, when I was before, I never used to appreciate CGI. And I would get so frustrated when I see it. But now that I'm older and I've watched a lot of animes and stuff, I really appreciate it. Because sometimes it just gives you the effect that you need. I'm not that qualified to do 3D. Oh my god. Why is it? It's using my controller as the main sound source. Hold on. There we go. I'm like, what is happening? Okay. Settings, borderless. Confirm. Okay. There we go. Now we can capture the game. Is it capturing? There we go! It's capturing! It's working! Okay. And I think we should be okay with these settings. Oh my god, guys. I'm actually kind of scared. Should we do game lighting? I'm scared to get flashbanged. Let's do game lighting. So that we're all nice and cozy. So we're all nice and cozy. Scared of getting scared? Yes, I'm a big baby. I don't like this, guys. I thought this was a cutesy game. Hold on. I have to ruin it for a second to turn the game volume up. I don't like this. I'm scared of suspense. Oh. I'm not really scared of gore. I'm scared of nothingness. Suspense. The music. The music is scaring me, guys! Damn, I should have... should I go to sleep? If you want to. What do I do? R2? Huh? Okay, L2. Okay. Why is this game so high quality? Why is this so high quality, chat? What is that? Why is it just a sack of body parts? Can I not? Do I have to? What is this? I'm scared. Chat, hold my hand. I'm scared. What do I do? I keep going this way? No. Nice, another game, yes. We're trying out Little Nightmares too. Oh? Oh? Oh. I need to grip. know anything about this game, so no spoilers. Tips or tricks. Oh my god, I can't speak. I'm too scared. Why the fuck is there a gate? What the fuck is these booby traps? Who booby trapped this place? I'm gonna try not to scream, guys. I'm gonna hold it in. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Why is there a nose? What the fuck? Is there a rope? Bruh. Why is there... Do I jump off of that? What the fuck? If you scream a lot, I swear I'm gonna throw my headphones from the window because I have them at like volume 20. I am a screamer. I admit it. Hold on, let me turn my mic down. I am a screamer. My comm is like 10 out of 10. I am a surgeon. I am a screamer. You don't want to break your window. Okay. Okay, I'll be good. What do I do? I'm assuming this is a puzzle game. I need to get up here. Maybe through here? Oh, I'm so smart. Possibility to not kill an innocent person walking on the street with them. Wow, you're gonna really eat it. Oh, I did it. I'm also terrified of insects, so the fact that there's all these bug sounds. Oh my god. Guys, we have to jump. I think this is gonna be a new requirement. When someone tells me to try a game, they have to submit a jump level. How many? Like a 1 to 10 of jumping. Ten being it's a platformer. Is this game a platformer? Because if it is, the chances of us beating it is kind of slim. Why can't I get it like I did before? Well, that worked. Hello? Oh, I actually have to turn it. I made it. I didn't expect that to happen. I didn't expect that to happen. I thought I would be okay. I thought I would be okay. I'm gonna do like use of it. If you scream, I'll get jump scared by you instead of the actual game, even though I'm not actually looking at it. Okay. Yeah, I'm that one person when you're watching the horror movie and they scream for no reason and you get scared. Oh, there's a booby trap. Do I have to hit this booby trap? R2 to grab objects. What do I grab? Oh? Oh, Frothy Mold, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What do I grab? Do I just trip? Sensi Chen, thank you for the follow. I was not expecting that. I can't grab these shoes. Wait, what did it say? R2? Oh. Oh. I see. I have to trick the... Okay. So I need to keep holding R2? Okay. Who's trying to kidnap me? What the heck? Why are there like all these guts and bear traps? Is there anything I can pick up? Oops. Why is the sound in this game so good? Who was in charge of the sound in this game? Who? Who is the sound engineer? I need to know. Cause why is it so loud? Like, it's too good. Oh. There's one right here, chat. I don't think I can make it. Tobias? Tobias, I have a bone to pick with you. Why are you so good at your job? Yeah, damn. I don't like this game, guys. Because of the sounds. The sounds, there's cages outside. Why is the door so big? Oh my god. Guys, what is this game? I thought it was a cute game. I thought it was cute. I thought it was a cute game. It was between this or Little Misfortune. Maybe we should have started stream with this game. Maybe we should have started stream with this game. 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 It's gonna be a game that's gonna take me forever because because I get scared, so it takes me a long time to go inside. What the fuck is this? This is like a cute Resident Evil 7, guys! You scammed me! You guys scammed me! You scammed me! This looks exactly like the house in Resident Evil 7! You can't tell me that this is not the house from Resident Evil 7. You can't tell me this is not the same house. Robert Ethan. Again. Amnesia the bunker. Why did I make this game? I'm scared. Shut. I don't think I can go in there. that I have an axe scares me. Why does this little character need a freaking axe? The fact that there's knives and axes in this game scares me. I'm scared, chat. Ah! I'm coming to get you. Come out from the shadows, little one. Wait, are we helping them? Damn, they really pushed us and left us here. I'm taking this shit with me. I'm taking this with me. Fuck, I can't take it with me. I can't take it with me. I can't take it with me. Run, run, run. Go, right, go, go, go. Stop, stop, go, 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 go. Something's coming. Something's coming. Something's coming. Okay. What do I do? Bro, little bro, what do I do? I'm jumping on you, please. Oh. Little bro, where are you? Little bro, where are you? Little bro, where are you? Why are you leaving me alone? Bruh, what do we do, bruh? What do we do? Come on, bruh. Look, come on. Come on. Push, push. What the fuck is that? Oh, we need something for the key. Oh, I don't know what to do! Bruh, what do we do? What do we do? We don't have the thingy thingy. We don't have the thingy thingy. We're stuck over here. What do we do? Oh, I see. Can I do that over here? Oh. I need this. Pick it bro. Come on. Hurry. Ow. Huh? What? Oop. Oh, he did it. Should we go this way, little bro? Give me a boost. Give me a little boosty woosty. Boosty woosty. Boosty woosty? Boosty? Boosty woosty over here? Bruh? Oh, I should have looked everywhere over there then. No. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that to be back over there. So these are all dolls? You go down first. You go first. Oh my god, footsteps. Bro. Someone was in here! What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What the fuck is that? He heard us! Run! 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 Fuck! He has a shotgun! What the fuck? It's like repo! Oh my god. Oh my god. Ain't no way. Ain't no way! Ain't no way! He has a fucking shotgun! Ain't no way! What the fuck? What? I gotta follow the little bro's path. I gotta follow little bro's path. Follow little bro. Follow little bro. Run, 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 run. This way, this way. This way! How is his aim so fucking good? What about the other guy? Get that guy! Okay, get the other guy! Okay, you definitely out of rounds. You have to be out of rounds. You have to be out of rounds! How many fucking bullets you got in that gun? It's a 2-punch shotty. There's no way. your reload speed is that good. Oh my god, ain't no way. Oh my god. How's he getting me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Oh, he's gonna get me. I don't understand. How come little bro can run so fast? Move out of the way! Hold my hand, I'm scared. Hold hands with me. John, thank you for following. Ah! Ah! Run! No, how did he find us? Okay, which way do we go? This way? I don't understand. Thank you for deluxe pet. Thank you. How's he? Is it the bird? Okay. How did he see us? Alright. How? How come little bro ain't getting a bullet to the dome? What do I do here? How is it even possible? The birds are gonna go. What do I do? Fuck you, little bro. I can't save you. I'm gonna need a death count on this one. Wait, I get it. It's because I'm moving too fast, right? I got it. It's because I was standing. What do we do? What do we do? Which way is the way to go? Which way do we go? Alright, maybe we can go over here now. Hold my hands. I don't understand what we're supposed to do, chat. Hold my hands, I'm holding my hand. I don't understand what we're supposed to do. I do feel at peace because the monster is grunting, so. Does make me feel a little calmer. We just gotta get to that hole, I see. Go in the hole! Go in the hole! Go! We were in the hole! We were in the hole! We were inside! We were inside! We made it! It's not fair. We literally made it inside! Bro, we're inside the hole! We're inside! Okay. We made it, little bro. We made it. Come on, little bro. Come on! He's putting his fingers in here. He's gonna put his big fingers in here. Oh my god, I'm scared. What the fuck was that? Wait, isn't that where we just came from in the first place? Hi, hey! Okay. Yeah, so much fun. My brain is telling me to jump. Okay, so that wasn't the way. Okay. Okay, so... Alright, little bro. It's your turn to help me. Okay. You're home from work. Welcome home. I love how it didn't give me that that information until after I jumped. After I jumped, it's like whole triangle to call. Oh, I see. Alright. Okay. It's just a little jump. It's just a little jump. It's a little jump. It's a little jump. It's a little jump! It's just a little jump. Alright, go little bro. Go. Go little bro, go little bro, go. Alright. Alright. Well, to Mimi, are you okay? Good night. What the hell? How am I supposed to do it? Guys, this isn't looking good. I checked. I was like, oh, this game's only 4 hours long. It's gonna be 10 hours of trying to jump. What am I supposed to do? Oh. How about tomorrow we start an early stream? And I don't know. What am I supposed to do? What is the jump? I wait for him to stand up. Okay. Got it. First try, everyone. First try. I just want to say that. Hold my hand. Little bro, where are you going? Little bro! Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Bro, where are you going? You're such a brave motherfucker. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hold my hand. Think about the electric. Where are you going? He really, this asshole! No, stop! 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 Come over here. Alright, maybe if I just go. Okay, okay. You go, you go. How did he not activate the bird? This is fucked. This is messed up. This is fucked up. How did he not activate the bird? Oh my god, stop. Stop, little bro, please. Come over here. relax, she heard you. Oh, little sis, come on. We're here. Where you? How do you not activate the bird? Run! Why aren't you running? Okay. Where are you going? Oh my god, please. Oh my god. Oh. I can't get to the other one. Was I supposed to hold their hands before we got to this part? And now I'm soft locked in the game because my partner keeps leaving me. Okay, what if I quickly... Give me your hands, give me your hands. Oh my god, go! Go! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! Fuck! Get up! Get up! Get up! Go! Go! Why does this guy have a shotty? Oh my god, I'm scared. Jump! Scatter like roaches, scatter like roaches. Oh wait, I'm drowning myself. Is it safe? I'll check, little girl. Oh my god! This is a stealth game? Holy shit. Where's my breath meter? How do I know how long I can hold my breath for? Oh my god. Bro's just going for it. You're going for it, aren't you? You're okay! No! You're okay! You're okay! What are you doing? You're not gonna drown. You're fine. You're fine. Who needs oxygen? You're fine. You're fine. You don't need to breathe. Come on. Now's not the time for breathing. It's not the time to breathe. Hold your breath. Oh my god. I don't think pushing it right now is smart. Don't. You're fine, bro. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Bro has no aim. Bro hits 100% headshots every time. And only my head. Probably because I have this paper bag. Oh my god. These fucking birds. Give me your hands. Give me your hands. I don't trust you. I have trust issues. You keep leaving me. Oh, you don't want to hold hands now. You don't want to hold hands now, huh? Wow. You go first. You first. You first. No, you. Oh yeah, these fucking birds. Oh my god. Why does it like slow-mo stand up? Why does these slow-mo stand up? Why do these slow-mo stand up? Fuck it. We'll send it. We'll send it. Right here. Oh shit. The door. Close the door! Close the door, little bro! Lock it! Lock that shit! Pull that shit up! Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't expect that we were gonna. I should have known. I should have known as soon as I saw the axe what type of game this is gonna be. Push. Thankfully, I have infinite lives and bro only has one. What are we playing today? Right now, we're playing Little Nightmares. Oops, sorry, I can't alt tab. Bro, this was just the prologue. Oh, that's the ASMR spin wheel. Sorry guys, it's not ASMR stream, so no spin wheel. Oh, where are we? We're just like in the fog. Are we gonna get more friends? Like, are we gonna have like a whole army of little people? Like little kids or little like goblins? Why do I have a mask on my head? Why are there TVs in the water? Scared. What if a sea monster comes out of nowhere? This game is so scary because of the ambiance. Like, what is happening? What's that sound? Bro, am I going to a whole city of those shotgun having people? I'm scared. Because, like, thank you for following. I love my toys. What is that over there? Is that another friend? Friend. Hello, friend. Oh. Not friend? What the fuck is that? Bro, this game is so scary. It's like eerie. I don't know how to explain it. Why did I choose 1 o'clock in the morning to start this game? We should have played this game first. Oh. Bruh. Why is it just their clothes? I'm guessing the other one would make dolls and this one just makes clothes? How do I save? What are hats? Oh. Bruh, I think I started this game way too late. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Because now I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. So... Maybe I'll continue playing in the morning. I don't know. Maybe we'll just continue to stream in the morning. Now it's time for the sleep part. Hold on. Let me get this one up. Why did I start this late? Guys, next time, tell me to start the game first. And then Blue Protocol after. Hello, where is it? Because I ended up playing like almost 5 hours of Blue Protocol. Right? I don't remember. I honestly don't remember what we were playing before. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Hello? Hello? I think... Oh yeah! I forgot we were watching Daily Dose. I freaking... I usually don't watch it because it's like... It takes me down a rabbit hole and I keep watching them over and over again. Just like with TikTok. Where are my playlists? Where did my playlist go? Huh? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go lay down, and then if I wake up, I'll continue playing. If I keep sleeping, I keep sleeping. Just because I've been up since 5 a.m. already. Just because I've been up since 5 a.m. And I'm a little sleepy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Let me actually do that. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hold on, I'm gonna put some music on so it's not dead quiet. Yeah. I may have given some people double, but it's okay. I'm sorry, I scuffed it. I scuffed it. Yes, everyone's getting their Oni milk back. They're getting it back. Slowly but surely. It just sucks that you have to be in chat for me to give it back to you. It just sucks. Is it safe to drink 25 gallons of Oni milk at once? Listen, everything in moderation, okay? Even water you have to drink in moderation, right? So... everything in moderation. What is this?
Traffic light stayed green for 5 straight minutes.
Oh, it's like one of those things where it's like... Alright, let's watch these cringe... So I'm gonna die? No, it's like an IV. It's like an IV. Like emergency. Only once, you know? What the heck is... I'm trying to go to the sleeping category and it's like... It put me in a random one. There we go. Oh, a milk drip? Yes, exactly. A milk drip.
I live in northern Utah, on the edge of a small highway town.
Okay. Let's put these on. Hopefully, this game saves. Saying milk drip? Yeah. Milk drip sounds good. What are you talking about? Let's watch this scary story. 22 creepy animated horror stories.
There's not really anything but a few stores, truck stops, and motels right up along the main highway. The roads to the outskirts are all dirt, just leading to a few other homes and large private acres of forest and grassy fields. This was a pretty typical day for me. I worked remotely from home and finished up around 6. From there, I headed into town to grab some groceries and stock up on a few items around the house. Even though it was a highway town, the highway wasn't actually all that busy, so none of the stores were ever too crowded. I pulled in and started shopping. While I was in there, though, I happened to notice a guy looking at me. At first, I thought nothing of it. I probably just looked over at him at an awkward timing while he happened to be looking over at me. I kept going about my shopping, but a couple minutes later, and in a different aisle, I saw him again in the corner of my eye. He walked into the same empty aisle I was in and stood just 5 or 6 feet to the side of me. I kept looking forward and tried to find what I needed, but I noticed he wasn't really moving around or grabbing anything. Then headed back out to my car. I parked in the far back of the lot,
I'm
like
still
I usually
here.
did.
I'm watching the
I
video
tossed everything
with
in
you
the trunk and got
guys.
in. And when I looked up at the rest of the parking lot, there were maybe 30 or 40 other cars, but something felt off. Then I saw him again. He was standing between a couple cars, looking over in my direction. He didn't have any groceries in his hands, so I don't think he even checked out or got anything. The hell was up with this guy? Probably some creepy trucker running on 2 hours of sleep or something. I pulled out of the parking lot and started heading home. The sun was mostly down by now, so the empty dirt roads were dark and quiet. I parked out front and brought in the first couple bags of groceries. While putting that stuff away, I got a little sidetracked by a phone call from my dad, but eventually I got back to it and headed back outside to my car to grab the rest of the groceries. When I did, I saw something. I had to squint and let my eyes adjust to the dark for a moment, but far out and kind of off the side of the dirt road, there was a truck. Its lights were all off. I could only see the general shape of it, silhouetted by the night sky. I own just under 40 acres of land, so where that truck was on my property. It definitely wasn't there when I drove home, and if it was just turning around or lost, why would it be parked with no lights on? I slowly walked up to my car and got my groceries out, keeping an eye on the truck the entire time. The best possibility I could think of was that it could be just some regular driver that pulled off the highway and thought that this empty land would be a good place to sleep instead of paying for a motel. Even though it was on my property, I wasn't going to make a fuss if I didn't have to. You never know who could be in there, or what they might do. I went back inside. After tossing the groceries away, I opened up the curtains on the front of the house, just so I could keep an eye out there. Over time, say the next hour or so, I felt less and less nervous about it, and thought that it was almost surely a driver sleeping. Still strange, but harmless. I spent another hour in the living room, watching a show, and never saw the truck move. It was getting late, so I closed the curtains and went upstairs to get in bed. I think I fell asleep pretty quickly. However, in the middle of the night, I woke up having to use the restroom. I never checked the time, but I think it was probably 2 or 3 a.m. I got up, half asleep, and walked across the bedroom floor and into the hallway where the bathroom was. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a creak downstairs. I'd never heard that happen before. I listened for a second, then closed and reopened the door to see if it happened again, but it didn't. I walked to the end of the hallway and looked down the stairs. It was all dark down there, only a small amount of moonlight coming in from the kitchen windows. But there was something in that downstairs hallway. I could see a shadow moving ever so slightly on the side of the wall. I couldn't tell if it was actually in the hallway, or maybe outside the back door, and the shadow was just reflecting onto the wall, but I immediately felt my heart pumping. I quietly backed up and went back into my room, closing the door as slowly and carefully as I could, so as to not bring any attention. Then I got my phone and called the police. I kept my voice low. For the first 5 minutes I waited, I didn't hear anything. I started doubting that they were in my home, until suddenly I heard creaking again. Very slow and very subtle, walking across the floor below me. It sounded like they went into the living room. A minute later, a cop car showed up. There was a scurry of footsteps running around down there, and eventually leaving my home just as the officers ran up. Thankfully, they caught him running back up toward the truck that was parked in the field. Disturbingly, I recognized him as the creepy guy from the store earlier. I guess he really was stalking me. Even worse than him following me and breaking into my home, he was armed. The guy claimed he was just trying to rob me, but from the looks of it, it seemed way more personal than that. And I don't know how long he was inside my home for, but he never took anything. He didn't even have a backpack to take anything with. Plus, he knew I was home. He probably was watching me from somewhere outside all night. What he really would have done is better left unknown. This was during a road trip last summer. I was taking a long route home from visiting a few relatives, so I was driving about 4 hours each day to a different destination. This was after my last stop. Everything left on the last 8 hours of driving home was just empty woods, as far as I knew. There was another city I wanted to stop at, but it was just too far out of the way for me to justify stopping there. From my previous stop, I left at 6 p.m. to get to my final Airbnb that I had booked at a cabin about 2 hours away. It happened to be on the route home, so that's why I went with it. I figured it'd be better than whatever cheap and crappy motel there was along the road. Where I was, the landscape was pretty flat, but there were a decent amount of trees scattered around. When I pulled up to the cabin, it was clear they had planted a row of large pine trees perfectly in a line at the front of the cabin, with the gravel driveway going through the middle. Honestly, the outside of it, mixed with the landscape, was a little bit spooky. I parked and unlocked the padlock with the code I had emailed from the host. Despite the outside, on the inside, the cabin looked newly renovated, probably to be an Airbnb, but it was really nice. Small but cozy. I didn't unpack much since I'd only be there for the night. I sat at the table and ate a meal I'd picked up from a drive-thru. But only 10 minutes after I'd gotten settled in, there was a knock at the door. It startled me because I never heard a car pull up or anyone walking outside. I got up and answered the door. There was a man, looking about 40-ish, with a gray and black beard and shaved head. "Hi, I was just stopping by to make sure you got in and everything was good," he said with a smile. Knowing it was just the host now, I said I was good and it was all great. I then said goodnight and shut the door. I thought it was a bit strange he showed up unannounced just to ask if I was okay, but I thought he must have lived close by or maybe even on the other side of the property or something. Also, it's worth mentioning that the guy had an unusually strong
something is
odor
like
coming from
loud.
him. It smelled like maybe he'd been working
I
out in
think
the field
there
all
is
day.
good.
I just found it a bit odd as well.
Okay.
I went back to the table and
I see you
finished
guys in the
eating,
morning.
then
We
took a
continue
shower
the
to wind
game.
down for the night.
Bye.
I was only in there
Night,
for
night.
maybe 5 minutes before feeling tired enough and just wanting to lay in bed already. I dried off and hopped in bed, staying on my phone for a little bit, when there was another knock at the front door. This one scared me just as much as the first time, because again, I never heard a car pull up or anyone walking outside. It had to be the host again, but why? And so soon after he just came over. Immediately, I knew this was odd, and I felt really uncomfortable. I checked my phone, and of course, there was no text or call from him. I slowly walked into the main room, hearing him knock several more times. I wasn't sure if I wanted to answer the door or not, but I ended up just calling out from the other side and asking what he needed. He stopped knocking. "Can you open the door, please? I just wanted to ask you one more thing. I'll be quick, I promise." I didn't respond for a few seconds because I honestly didn't know what to say. In those few seconds, he must have gotten impatient because he knocked on the door again and asked if I could open it. I said it was late and I wasn't in the mood, so if there wasn't an emergency, then I'd like to be left alone. He took a long time to answer after that. The silence was really eerie. Once it reached a whole minute, it was even more so. I didn't hear him walk away, so was he just standing out there? I quietly walked up and looked through the small window on the door. He wasn't out there. I immediately thought that he must have snuck away, because surely I would have heard his footsteps on the gravel if he just walked away. But then, where was he? I didn't know what to do. I felt really uncomfortable and didn't know why he was acting so strange. I stood there by the door for a minute and listened for anything. Honestly, I was scared to move. But then, I happened to glance over at one of the windows in the living room. I saw his eyes staring into mine. I panicked and sprinted to the bedroom, where I called 911. While I waited, I heard what sounded like him trying to lift open the window, which was terrifying, but also odd considering he had to have had a key to his own house. But that's when I figured it all out. That man wasn't the host. This was confirmed when police arrived. He'd already run off. We have no idea in which direction. But we got in contact with the actual host and owner of the cabin. I don't know what that man's intentions were that night. Obviously, he was lying and clearly plotting something, but I'm just glad I didn't open the door. It was spring break. I was 18, and this year my family took a trip to a small cabin out in Minnesota. It was just me, my mom, and my younger brother, who was only 7 at the time. We were planned to stay at this cabin for the whole week, and part of the reason we were going to Minnesota was to check out some of the smaller towns and scout for a place we might want to move to in the future. Anyway, the cabin my mom booked we had never been to before, and I don't think she knew how far out it was from the closest towns. She was probably more concerned on the price. It was really far north, and about 35 minutes out from any shopping areas. I guess it was a good test at how good we'd handle the rural life, though. The drive there was a little over 10 hours. I drove the first few hours, and my mom drove the rest. We got to the cabin at sunset. It was really pretty, the orange skies setting over the dense forest and wildlife. Way different than the skyscrapers and massive office buildings we were used to. The cabin itself was noticeably old, however. Everything creaked, and it didn't look like the place was professionally built. It was fine though. I mean, it was a cabin after all. We settled in for the night, testing out the wood-burning fireplace and just resting after the long drive. I ended up napping for most of the evening. My mom went to bed around 8:30, but because I took a long nap, I stayed up a bit later. My little brother was also in his room, so it was just me hanging out in the cabin. I sat by the fireplace on my phone for a bit, then thought I'd get some fresh air and check out the back porch. It was a really small wooden deck with a sketchy-looking fire pit in the middle and a few chairs around it. I sat down and looked out into the forest. The night was really quiet. No cars or busy streets, just the occasional bird crowing in the distance and the trees rustling in the wind. I loved it. Being further up north, though, it was a bit more chilly than I expected. I spotted some logs stacked up on the side of the cabin and figured I'd give the fire pit a try. I lit it up no problem, and the fire stayed well maintained in the center, so I guess it wasn't as sketchy as I thought. Anyway, I sat by it for a while. I never get to do this sort of thing, so I just soaked it all in. After about 30 minutes of being outside, there was a very sudden and just completely out of nowhere sound from within the forest. Honestly, I had no clue what it could have been, but I did think that the way it sounded and echoed through the trees was kind of like an axe chopping into a tree or wood. It was only one sound though, and I didn't think it was really possible for anyone to be out here near us. It was pitch black out there, so I couldn't see anything, but whatever it was, it sounded pretty close. As I stayed out there for the next 5 minutes after hearing the sound, I felt my nerves building up a little bit. Just this uneasy feeling that ruined the peacefulness from before. I ended up snuffing out the fire pit and heading back into the cabin. From the sounds of it, my mom and brother were asleep already. I still wasn't all that tired though. I don't know if it was still from the long nap, or maybe the sound I heard waking me up, but I still didn't really feel like going to bed yet. I stayed up in the living room on my phone. I had some movies downloaded, so I didn't have to worry about Wi-Fi. Only 15 or so minutes in, I heard something. I paused the movie and listened. I wasn't sure if it was the cabin creaking from someone waking up or walking around in their room, or maybe just wind hitting the walls. It gave me that uneasy feeling again though. I wasn't used to being in this kind of environment, so I think that's why I got so easily unnerved. It was only a minute later that I heard it again though. This time it was from the opposite end of the cabin, not where the bedrooms were. It was from outside the wall, just next to me. The only thing there was a window. I leaned a little closer and listened. Just when I thought I might be hearing something, a loud sequence of knocks shook the front door. It vibrated across the wooden walls. I froze up for a moment, then heard my mom get out of bed and hurry into the hallway, asking what that was. I was standing up at this point, knowing something was wrong, but told her someone was at the door. I could tell she was pretty frightened too. She immediately went back to get her phone and call 911 because there was no reason for anyone to be banging on our cabin door in the middle of nowhere and in the middle of the night. As she did, I walked up to the door and looked out the peephole. It was extremely dark. There were no porch lights or anything, but I could see the basic figure of a man standing fairly close, just staring ahead at the door. And in the dark, I could see the outline of a heavy wooden axe in his hand. I felt my eyes widen and nerves spiking. Everything rushed through my mind. I tried to think of any reason this wasn't what it looked like maybe he needed help or was lost, or I don't know. Nothing seemed to explain this as being anything but bad. The man banged on the door several more times as my mom was on the phone with an operator. They never spoke though, stating any excuse for them being here. They just aggressively knocked on the door. In the heat of the moment, it was hard to tell how much time passed. It felt like forever though. But then he did what we were all terrified of. One loud crack slammed into the door, and the slightest bit of the metal axe pierced through the wood. At that point, we all ran into the farthest room and locked ourselves in. We heard more hits against the door, but only 4 or 5 before they stopped. We weren't sure if he'd busted the door down already, or if he had given up, but we just waited. It took just under 15 minutes for the first officer to arrive to the cabin, which was honestly quicker than expected, given how far out we were. The front door had several large gashes in it, but there were no signs of the man having gotten in. There were also no signs of where the man went. It's just assumed that he walked back out into the forest. The running theory is the guy was out in the forest when he saw my campfire from all the way out there, luring him to the cabin. It doesn't explain what he was doing out there at night with an axe, or why he came up to the cabin, but there's not really any way to know those things without him being caught and questioned. We obviously didn't stay there any longer. In case you were wondering, we didn't end up moving there either. This was last year in the middle of January. I live in a relatively small home in a small woodsy town. It was about 45 minutes outside of the city. I only had a half day of work, so this night I was free to chill at home. Around 7, I got an unexpected call from a friend. He said he was having car troubles and asked if I could do him a solid and give him a ride home. Maybe grab some food too. I didn't mind at all and said I'd be right over. This wasn't the first time this had happened, so we'd been through this before. I grabbed my jacket from the front closet and got my keys, then opened the front door to leave. As soon as I opened the door, my whole body jumped. There was a man standing right in front of me on the porch, like literally a foot away from the door. He had a heavy coat with a black gator neck scarf covering his lower face. The man didn't move at all though, like he wasn't equally as startled as me. For a second, I was just embarrassed for getting spooked like that, but then I immediately got curious why he was here. Before I could ask, he apologized and said he was just about to knock. I said it was alright and asked what he needed. The man took a second, then asked if I was David, or Daryl, I don't know, something like that. Whoever it was, wasn't me. I said no, and the man just said okay, and started walking off the porch. I stepped outside and shut and locked the door behind me, making sure the man walked all the way down my driveway and away from my home before I got in my car. I pretty much thought about that weird encounter the whole drive to my friend's work. My home was in a secluded neighborhood. Like, you don't get random people just going up to people's houses very often because they were so deep in the woods with long driveways. If he was just someone looking for someone else, I guess that did explain it though. I picked up my friend and we grabbed a quick meal at Culver's, then I drove him to his place and dropped him off. It was around 9 p.m. by this point. It was snowing just a little bit, but otherwise it was pretty calm outside. When I got home, I pulled into the driveway and walked up to the front door, unlocking it and getting inside. I took a moment to warm up, then hopped on the couch and turned the TV on. I didn't keep track of time after this because I didn't have to work tomorrow, so there was no need to. If I had to guess, I was probably on the couch for 2 hours before I got tired. I got up and stretched, turning the TV off and starting to walk over to the stairs. But when I passed by the front door, I suddenly remembered that guy that was outside earlier. I'd pretty much forgotten about it up until now. Now that I was thinking about it though, I walked up to the door and looked out the peephole just to ease my mind. Nobody was on the porch, and the night still looked calm, still snowing and not very windy. However, after a second, I noticed something going across the driveway. It wasn't clear, so I had to open the door to get a better look. There were shoe prints in the thin layer of snow. They seemed to come all the way up the driveway from the road and near my car. Then they walked off into the yard where the trees blocked my view. Immediately, I felt very unnerved. I shut and locked the door. If this was the same guy as last time, coming back again, then something was seriously wrong. I kept looking back out the windows as I tried to think of what to do next. Thinking back on how strange my interaction with the guy was earlier only made it worse. In the moment, I was concerned enough to call the police. I dialed 911 and stayed by the window as I explained my situation. As I was talking though, I kept hearing something subtle. Every time I'd pause and listen, I wouldn't hear it anymore. The operator probably thought I was crazy. But about a minute into the call, there was a violent thud against the back of the house. I almost dropped my phone from how much it made me jump. I hurried over to the hallway, hearing another loud thud as I looked down. There was someone outside the back door. With the reflections of light from inside the house contrasted with the dark outside, I couldn't see anything but slight movement behind the door. Another thud crashed into it. It was heavy. They definitely had some kind of weapon or something to break the door down with. The operator told me to either find somewhere to hide and lock myself away, or find an escape. I decided to grab my keys and sprint to my car. Even though I knew the man was behind my house, it was still terrifying running out into the open. There could have been more than one person, or even someone waiting by my car. Thankfully, there wasn't, and I was able to get away. It was a good thing I left, because when the cops got there, the back door had been beaten open and watery shoe prints filled the house. But nobody was inside. All I could really give the officers was a description of the man who was at my doorstep, which there was no actual evidence of it being the same person. So if they did find him, it wouldn't do much anyways. But they never did. Whether or not it was him though, I think I got lucky that I ran into him on my way out of the house. Had I not, I wouldn't have checked out the door before going to bed. If I was asleep already, maybe they would have been more subtle with breaking in. I don't know, but what's so unnerving is that this all happened on just an ordinary day. There was no way to know. It could be any day that something like this happens. With him still out there, sometimes I feel like I'm just waiting for it to happen again. It was 2019. I was a sophomore in college and did babysitting 3 to 4 nights a week as a means for paying off my car. For about a month, I had this 3-year-old boy that I'd watch once a week. The parents were soft-spoken, but friendly. They'd always leave around bedtime, so all I'd have to do is make sure the kid stayed asleep and was okay while they were gone for usually 4 to 5 hours. This night, I pulled in at 8 p.m. I said hi to the parents, who mentioned the kid was already in their room asleep. Then they thanked me and left. I never asked what they did, going out this late every week. I think they mentioned one time that they went to the city. Maybe it was like a date night or something. Anyway, I put my bag down and did a walkthrough of the house like I usually did, then sat on a chair in the living room. They'd always say feel free to watch TV or cook dinner or whatever, but usually I just sit on my phone to pass the time, occasionally walking by the kids' room to make sure they were okay. Not even an hour in though, I got a call from the mother. I obviously answered, but I was confused when she asked if I called her just now. I said no, I was still at the house and hadn't called for anything. I guess she had gotten a call from an unsaved number, but nobody said anything when she answered. She thought maybe I'd gotten a new phone, or was using a different one or something, and the call just didn't come through correctly. I assured her we were all good here, and she said okay, and hung up. I thought nothing of it. She was probably just a concerned parent wanting to make sure everything was good. I did another check on the kid, then sat down again. About 20 minutes passed. I was still on my phone watching a video when I saw headlights shine into the front windows. The light came in through the cracks between the blinds. I thought it was just a neighbor pulling into their house, but after a couple minutes of the light not shutting off, I got up and peeked out the window. There was a dark gray sedan parked right out front of the house by the curb. It was old and rusty, and the windows were blacked out. I was so focused on the car for a minute, I almost didn't even notice the guys standing a few feet from it. They were closer to the end of the driveway, standing near the sidewalk and looking up at the house I was in. I was a little concerned, but I didn't want to confront them since it wasn't even my house, so I just watched from the window. After a minute, he walked back to his car and got in. Oddly, they pulled away very slowly, like they were still focused on looking at the house. I watched as their headlights went down the road, cutting in and out of the trees, but then they stopped again. I could see the light between the trees staying still, far down the road. Then it shut off, like they had parked and got out. Maybe it was someone visiting a neighbor and they were trying to find the address numbers and got mixed up somehow. Feeling like it was a little strange, I stayed by the window for a good 5 minutes, but I never saw the man come back down to the house, so I figured it was probably just a weird coincidence. I went back to the chair in the living room. I did think about texting the parents, but didn't want to worry them about something that was likely nothing. Plus, it probably wouldn't have made a difference to anything anyways. I decided to turn the TV on, keeping it on low volume so I didn't wake up the kid. A few minutes in, I went to open the blinds as well because I found myself still thinking about it. A whole hour and a half passed, or maybe even 2 hours. Nothing really happened during that time. I just waited in the living room with the TV on and tried my best to stay awake. My eyes were getting heavy, and I could tell I was half asleep. Like I was still awake, but just fully spaced out, and my eyes partially open. But through my less than aware state I was in, I randomly heard a light thump. It didn't fully wake me until I heard it again. My eyes opened wider, and I got up. I wasn't sure what it was, but I wanted to check on the kid first, so I started walking to the stairs. But when I passed through the hallway, I heard it again and saw something in the corner of my eye. I turned my head. There was someone outside the back door, pulling on the handle and looking right at me. Once he saw me looking at him, he started pulling on the handle even harder, trying to brute force it open. My adrenaline kicked in, and I sprinted up the stairs. I went in the room and got the kid, trying to keep them calm. As I was up there, the thumps got louder, like now he was using something to rip open the door. With the kid in my arms, I hurried down the stairs. When I got to the bottom, there was one more sound. It sounded like cracking plastic and metal. I went back into the hallway toward the front door, but I saw the back door was open and the man was rushing inside. He had regular casual clothes on and dark hair. That was all I saw before I noticed a knife in his hand. He didn't hesitate to start running at me. I rushed out the front door, getting into my car and backing out just as he got up to my window. I drove to a safe place and called 911 and the parents. Of course, he was gone before anyone got there. The way I see it, I think the man was going to threaten me with the knife or even harm me so he could kidnap the kid. That's what it felt like was going to happen. But how'd he know the parents would be away? And why kidnap this kid specifically? What's weird is after all of it, the parents stopped talking to me and never hired me again. They thanked me on the night of the incident, but then went radio silent. It was like they didn't want me to find anything out about what happened. I did my own research, but didn't find much. Only thing I found out was that the mother had been married before to a man that looked somewhat similar to the guy I saw. No way to know for sure though. I'm just speculating. It's been years now, so I don't think we'll be getting any answers. This was last year during a solo road trip I was taking from Wisconsin to Montana. Most of the roads there are basically barren, aside from the first hour and the last hour. Everything else is forest or open fields, maybe some small mountains too, once I got further west. Anyway, because of how I had everything scheduled, I was going to be driving through the night and most of the day, rather than taking up 2 full days of driving and having to spend on an extra hotel in between. I knew it would still be tough, but I thought it was worth it. I started the drive at 7 p.m. I double-checked I had everything packed into my car and had my snacks and stuff in the front seat with me. Then I headed onto the road. First hour was through the city and small towns, but then it was open road from there. barely any cars, and not many places to stop, aside from a gas station every 15-ish miles. By hour 2, I'd only used up a third of my gas tank, but with the gas stations seeming to get further and fewer between, I figured I'd top off before entering the really rural section of the drive. It took 20 minutes before I finally found a station to stop at. Nobody else was there. It was just some really small place with 4 gas pumps. The convenience store wasn't even open. I pulled in and parked next to a pump, getting out and starting to pump the gas. I don't know if it was because the place was older, or maybe hadn't been filled up in a while, but the gas was coming out really slow, like almost a whole minute just for 1 gallon to come out. I leaned up against my car and just waited. That's about when another car came down the road. The speed limit was 55, but it looked like they were only going 20 or 30, initially passing the gas station, but then slowing down and backing up. That was strange, and honestly a bit dangerous on a single road like that in the middle of the night. But they backed up to the entrance and pulled into the station, parking at the pump right behind me. I figured they just missed the entrance and really needed gas. I stayed looking forward at my pump as I heard someone get out and walk to the side of their car. But after a minute of not hearing them starting to pump the gas, or even move at all, I glanced over to see what they were doing. The man was wearing a gray flannel and black jeans and was relatively tall, and he was staring at me. Like when I looked over, he was already looking at me. I awkwardly smiled and nodded, then looked away again. I couldn't help but feel like he was still looking at me though. After a good 10 seconds, I finally heard him grab the pump and put it in his car. I felt relief, like maybe he was just getting gas, and I was overthinking it. I was out there for another minute before deciding I'd waited enough and just took the pump out and locked up my gas cap. When I did, I saw the man looking at me again. His eyes were so dull and heavy, like he was tired, but chugged caffeine or something. I got in and pulled back onto the road. Weird guy, I thought, but I didn't put too much weight on it. At some point during the next 3 hours of the drive, it started raining. I'd now been driving for 5 hours total, and it was just past midnight. The rain made me feel like I had to pay more attention to the road, which in turn made the drive more exhausting and tiring. I tried opening an energy drink and snacking, but it really didn't help all that much. By 1 a.m., I just needed a break. My gas was starting to run low too. I drove down the long barren road until finally there was a gas station to pull off at. It looked pretty run down and was just as empty as the last one, but still had lights on and everything. I pulled in and filled up my tank, then pulled into the side of the small building and parked in one of the spaces. I looked up the weather to see how long the rain would last, and I looked up any nearby towns, but there were none. It looked like I was basically right in the middle of nothing. I ended up deciding I was good to take a 30-minute nap just to refresh myself, and hopefully the rain would slow down too. I leaned back and fell asleep. When I woke up, rain was still slapping against the roof, and my alarm hadn't gone off yet. It had only been about 25 minutes. I sat up and looked out the windshield. The whole place was quiet, but there was a car at one of the pumps. I leaned forward and looked closer. It was the same one from the other stop. I was almost sure of it. Either this was a really big coincidence, or something was wrong. Even more odd, the guy wasn't anywhere I could see, not in his car or outside. I felt my face start to go pale. Where the hell was this guy? There was nowhere else at this empty gas station that man could possibly be at. Whatever this was, I didn't want to stay to find out. I turned on the car and put it in reverse, but when I looked in my mirror as I backed out, I saw him, not behind my car. He was in my back seat, eyes piercing through the dark at me. I jolted forward and kicked my door open, jumping onto the pavement. The car was still in reverse, so it was slowly backing up. I started running, but I never heard the man get out of the car. I ran into the woods, then watched as my car continued to roll back for a while, then suddenly stopped. A second later, he drove away, leaving me stranded at some unknown gas station in the middle of nowhere. It was then I realized my phone was still on the dashboard. I stood there in shock for a minute, standing in the rain and taking in the reality of the situation. Then I looked over at the car. He just left his own car. I walked over and found the door to be unlocked, keys in the ignition, and random groceries in the back seat. And by some odd chance, I found the phone laying on the floor by the passenger seat. It was locked, but I was still able to call 911 on the lock screen. I didn't realize it at the time. I guess I thought whoever stole my vehicle was just stupid and left everything behind. But this car wasn't theirs. It was also stolen. Everything in it was from someone else that the man had done the same thing to as he did to me. Though from what I heard, they weren't as lucky to get out completely unharmed. When talking with investigators, they seemed to think the man didn't sneak into my back seat and let me start leaving for no reason. Likely, he was going to wait until we were on the road to reveal himself, and who knows why he would want me hostage, or what he planned to do. He was never found, and neither was my car. This was in 2015. I had taken a road trip to a forest a few hours from me. There was a hike up to an abandoned fire lookout that I was really excited to explore. I should mention it was technically illegal to go inside it or camp in it, as it wasn't kept up with and could be structurally unstable. I'd done some research online though, and most people said that it seemed okay, but the last post I could find about it was 3 years ago, so I really didn't know what I'd find when I got up there. Anyway, I found a small ditch on the side of the road that I could park in. Then I got out my backpack with 2 days worth of gear and started the hike. With trips like this, there aren't usually defined paths to get there, so I used a handheld satellite GPS that allowed me to make sure I was going the right way. But really, the whole time I was just cutting through unknown terrain in the woods. The hike from the road was about 4 to 5 hours. The further in I got, the more dense and rough the terrain got. I was really banking on the fire lookout to still be intact and good enough for me to camp out in, but I guess if not, then I was just gonna have to find somewhere else nearby to set up my tent and sleep at. After the pretty tiring several hours of hiking through the woods, I finally got there. I could see the building peeking out above the trees, and when I got closer, it actually looked decently in shape. The paint was worn off, of course, but it seemed to be holding up well. I gave the support beams a few pushes, and they were really solid, so I tried my luck climbing up the ladder. It was metal and felt sturdy, but still creaked with every step up. When I got to the top, I was in awe for a moment at the views. I could see basically the entire forest. There were no buildings or roads or houses for miles in all directions. It was just the woods. After taking in the view, I went around the ledge and inside the lookout. It was really small, not like one of those big ones that you see get turned into Airbnbs or whatever. This was just one room, maybe 150 square feet. It had a decaying bed in the corner and an old wooden desk in the other corner, with rotting windows spanning the entire wall. There wasn't too much else to look at in there, so I put my bag down and rolled out my mattress and sleeping bag, then heated up a meal on my mini camping stove. Once the sun was setting, I walked out to the ledge and watched it. It was by far one of the best views I'd ever seen. I felt like it went by quick though, and then it was just darkness. It was cloudy out, too, so no moonlight or stars were lighting up the sky. With nothing else to do, though, I stayed sitting out on the ledge for a while. It was probably an hour into the night when I saw something below me. There was a light moving around in the trees. What was strange about it, though, was it wasn't like an artificial light. It had this orangish hue and was kind of flickering, kind of like a campfire would, which led me to believe it was a torch. It was moving between the trees in the forest, not too far from where I was. The chances of someone else being out here at the same time as me in such a remote part of the woods were really slim, given there wasn't even a trail to get here. Also, traveling around at night without a normal flashlight and using a torch was pretty odd. I watched as the light moved under the trees for a while. Then it went behind something where I could no longer see it. For the next 30 minutes, I never saw it appear again. I still stayed out on the ledge though, taking in the calmness and quietness of the night. Eventually, the wind started to make it a bit cold, so I stood up to take in one last view before heading inside. When I looked below the ledge though, someone was there. They were standing at the bottom in the grassy area between the fire lookout and the woods. It looked like they were looking directly up at me. Maybe it was the person with the light I saw earlier. "Hello?" I called out. I didn't know what else to say. They didn't move or say anything back to me. It was just this strange 10 or 15 seconds of looking at each other before they lifted up their hand, like in an acknowledging way or apologizing. Then they turned around and walked into the woods, still with no light on. Obviously, that was incredibly creepy and eerie, but for some reason in the moment, I felt so sure that it was just another hiker wanting to stay on the lookout. It was probably just looking up, trying to see if anyone was inside already. Why he hesitated to respond and only lifted his hand up, I don't know. I stayed outside for a little longer, but not seeing anything else, I went inside and got my sleeping bag to warm up. It was a little bit hard to fall asleep because of the wind hitting the windows and the wooden beams creaking under me, but eventually I did manage to pass out. It's hard to really know how much time passed, but when I woke up, the wind had settled down and it was still very dark outside. I opened my eyes, wondering why I was suddenly awake, but then I heard a familiar sound. The soft metal creak of the ladder outside. I sat up, thinking I must be mistaken, but then I heard it again and again. Someone was climbing up the ladder. I couldn't tell how far up or down they were. I could just hear the hinges at the top of the ladder creak with every step up they took. Outside the windows, though, it was completely dark. I unzipped my sleeping bag and got up, heart racing as I grabbed my backpack and walked onto the ledge. During the 20 or so seconds that it took to get up, the creaking got louder and faster, like they were hurrying, before it suddenly stopped just as I made it out to the ledge. I stood in place for a moment, waiting for another sound. Then I slowly walked around the walkway and peered around the corner at the opening to the ladder. No one was there. I carefully walked closer and felt my heart rate increasing as I leaned over and looked down. Nobody was on the ladder. I was just in shock for a second, confused and scared and unsure what the hell was going on. Then, a sudden sequence of footsteps came rushing around the wooden walkway behind me. I only caught a glimpse of their dark figure running between the windows on the other side. I didn't hesitate to lower myself onto the ladder and hurry down. It was terrifying, trying to climb down the slippery metal ladder as my whole body was shaking from the adrenaline rush, with someone chasing right above me. I got halfway down before I saw their head peer out from above. I didn't stop until I got to the bottom and into the woods. Honestly, I don't know why I even grabbed my backpack when I got up to see what was going on, but it was the best decision I ever made. maybe even saved my life. With my flashlight and GPS on me, I was able to hike my way out of there and back to my car. As far as I know, I wasn't followed. I drove away and never looked back. I was camping at a small lake for the weekend. Really, this wasn't supposed to be anything special, just a few days in the woods by the water to relax and nothing more. The first day was exactly that. I got there, set up camp, and chilled for the whole day and night. This was kind of out in the middle of nowhere. It had a thin footpath leading to it, but it wasn't marked on any maps online or anything, so only locals would probably know about it. My dad used to take me here when I was a kid. In all my years going out to that spot, both as a kid with my dad and as an adult by myself, never once was anyone else here. Honestly, there was never even any signs of anyone else ever having been there. Anyway, on my second day, I spent my time walking around the water and I guess just thinking to myself, I must have circled the lake 3 or 4 times. During those hours of walking, everything was quiet and nice. But then, on one of my laps around the lake, I happened to spot some footprints in the dirt, just on the edge of the tree line. I had been walking the same circle over and over, and never saw them before. Where they were, it was so clear and obvious, I don't think I would have missed them. They also looked pretty new, and what was really strange was not only that the footprints meant somebody else was out here, but that they were literal footprints. Like barefoot, not shoe prints. The part of the lake I was at didn't even have any easy access to the water, so it's not like they took their boots off before going for a swim, not to mention I would have seen them in the lake. Seeing this really creeped me out for some reason. Why didn't I see them nearby while I was walking around? Were they watching me and didn't want me to see them? It was hard not to get paranoid about it. From what I was able to see, it looked like the footprints went up to the tree line looking out at the lake, then right back into the woods, where it seemed to go straight back for a while. I didn't want to follow them into that unknown territory of the forest, so I just walked back to my campsite. I kept looking out to the lake, or I guess the tree line around the lake, seeing if anyone was out there. I never saw anyone. As the sun started to come down, the paranoia started to build up again. Something about the footprints just felt off, and knowing that they were likely still nearby, it wasn't a comforting feeling. When it got darker, I fueled up my campfire with a good supply of wood and sat around it. I did whatever I could to keep my mind off of it, but it was pretty difficult. Part of me felt justified in feeling uneasy, and another part of me felt like I was overreacting for no reason. But not too far into the night, I heard footsteps approaching from the trees. I instantly turned and faced the darkness they were coming from. There were more than one. It sounded like 2 people, slowly walking closer to my campsite. I stared in their direction until they suddenly came into the light. It was a man and a woman walking next to each other and stopping just at the edge of where the light from the fire could reach. I couldn't see much of their faces, or really anything more than their basic shape. I couldn't even tell how old or young they were. "Can I help you?" As soon as I said that, the woman turned and sprinted back into the woods, completely disappearing. But the man stayed where he was. He didn't move or even look back at the woman. It was about then that I looked down and realized he wasn't wearing any shoes. These were definitely the ones who were out by the lake. I asked again if I could help him, but then he too turned around and quietly walked back into the woods. I pretty much had an internal freakout after that. That was the most unsettling and strange encounter I'd ever had, almost not even feeling real. I didn't want to be in those woods for another second. I immediately started to pack my things. I'm not the kind of person to stick around when things get sketchy. Thankfully, my setup was easy to put up and take down, so I had everything tied down in my bag and ready to go within a few minutes. I didn't know where they went, but I didn't want to still be here if they came back. I kicked out all the unlit logs from the fire so it would burn out soon after I left. Then I hurried into the woods. The walk was nearly 2 hours. For the first 10 minutes, I was really on edge, unsure if I was being followed, but the further away I got, the better I felt. It was about 40 minutes into the walk. The whole woods was silent, not even any crickets or anything, when I suddenly heard running footsteps nearby. It was in the distance, maybe 100 feet from me, and it was definitely a person. I couldn't see anything though, so I had to just keep walking. Only a few minutes later, I heard it again, this time on the other side of me. The footsteps seemed quieter than they should have been, too, which led me to believe that they were running barefoot, and that it was the same two I'd seen at the lake. If they'd been stalking me this far into the woods, who knows what they were trying to do. For a while, I'd keep hearing running footsteps in the distance, just short bursts, like they were quietly stalking me, and then suddenly sprinting away. I can't think of anything that would have been more terrifying than that walk through the woods. Somehow, though, I made it back to my truck. I was able to make it out of there. I wish I had more to say, or that I figured out who that man and woman were, or what they were doing out there. But I have nothing. Maybe I'm insane, but sometimes I wonder if they were even alive or not. I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to. I never went back. I'm a 24-year-old female from northern Arizona. This was a couple years ago. At the time, I was living out of a small camper van, traveling along the West Coast. There's a lot of different lifestyles people like to live in these types of vans, or RVs. I always tried to keep out of the big cities and stick to small towns for camping in between destinations. But for the most part, I liked to camp out in the back country. Being in the middle of the woods, with nobody else around, was where I found myself most comfortable, and where I most enjoyed the lifestyle of traveling. I think part of it is that it was always safer to be out by yourself in the forest than it was to be stealth camping in a busy parking lot in the middle of a city. Don't get me wrong, it can still get creepy at night, but I always know I'm better off out there with nobody around. This week, I was slowly traveling between two big cities in Washington. I was taking my time, staying on the back roads and hunkering down at campsites for several days at a time. On this day, I pulled off the road and onto a small dirt trail going deep into the forest. There were a few pull-off spots, but none were taken, and it looked like nobody had been down here in a while. So I kept going, hoping to secure a larger and more scenic spot. At the end, there was a large circle to pull off on. It wasn't scenic, just surrounded by trees, but it was large and secluded and peaceful, and even had a stone circle in the middle for a campfire. I leveled out my van and parked. Since it was the middle of spring, it was raining pretty much every day here in Washington, so there wasn't much for me to do outside. I opened the side door to my van for some fresh air while I cooked a meal on my propane stove. It was around sunset, so I still had several hours before I'd be in bed. Over the next 30 minutes, the sun fell past the horizon, and the rain started picking up. I shut the door to keep the water out, and instead cracked open one of the small windows near the back of the van. I sat on the bed and watched a show on my laptop. But midway through it, a glare came in from the open window behind me. It was a light reflecting onto the screen of my laptop. Before I was able to react, it went away. It didn't move away though. It turned off, as if someone switched the light off. When I turned around and looked out the window, I saw nothing. It was really dark and still pouring down outside. I had no way to know how far the light came from, or what it even was. Being on a trail with other pull-off spots, I had to assume it was just another camper, maybe their headlights that somehow found its way through the trees and shined into my window, Then they quickly turned their vehicle off. The only problem with that was the light didn't come from the road I came down. Behind my window was just trees. Maybe there was another trail I didn't know about. There wasn't much investigating I could do anyway, so I turned back around and went back on my laptop. Occasionally, I'd check out the windows, or think I'd heard something outside, but with the rain clanking against the metal roof, it wasn't clear if I was actually hearing something or not. Every time I looked though, I never saw anything to confirm that something was out there, so I didn't worry myself too much. I want to say it was about 10 or 11 when I decided to call it in for the night and try to sleep. I turned off everything in the van, closed all the windows, and drew the shades. It was nearly pitch black inside. I got under the covers and tried to sleep. Usually, I didn't have much trouble at all, but tonight I just couldn't manage to fall asleep. Unfortunately, the rain picked up even more after an hour, and thunder started rolling in. It was very loud and made it impossible to even try to sleep. About 2 hours into the night, and through all the harsh rain and thunder, I swear I heard something move outside. It was just loud enough for me to know I really heard something. It sounded like someone or something running and kicking over a branch on the ground, somewhere just outside of my van. As soon as I heard it, there were no other sounds. It was so dark, I couldn't even see the ground beneath the window. The longer I looked out there, the more uneasy I felt. I just had this feeling like someone else was looking back at me. I put the window cover back down. I sat there and tried to tell myself I was overreacting, but only a minute later, I heard a voice. It was a male voice, kind of in a loud whisper, like they were talking to someone else. I sat in silence, too scared to open the covers and look out the windows again, knowing they'd probably see me if they hadn't already. However, they likely already could assume someone was in the van, which makes it all the more terrifying. There was a good 2 or 3 minutes where I didn't hear anything aside from the rain and thunder, before there was suddenly something outside the sliding side door to the van. It sounded like bending plastic, like someone was leaning against the side door. Then there was a knock. A few seconds later, they knocked again. Even though I was sure they knew I was in here already, I still was too scared to speak. Maybe they weren't sure how many people were inside, or if I was a man or woman, so I felt safer not giving them anything and just staying quiet. A very disturbing and anxious 5 minutes went by as the knocking continued every few seconds without anyone saying anything. They had to be drenched by now and probably couldn't see at all through this weather. But then they finally said something. "Sheriff's Department, open up." What? I didn't believe that for a second. If it were true, why wouldn't they have said that from the beginning? They continued knocking and calling out different lines, all basically stating that they were an officer and I needed to open the door. This seemed like a desperate attempt to get me to open up without violence. I slowly lifted the window cover and looked out. All I could see was a dark figure moving near the door, but from the shape of it, it didn't look like he had any sort of law enforcement gear on, so I was sure this was about to get really bad. I debated in my head what to do for 30 seconds, as it felt like the knocking got more and more impatient, before I decided to risk getting into the driver's seat and trying to drive away. As soon as I went up there and turned the car on, I heard 2 sets of footsteps running up to the side of the van. I began pulling out just as a figure appeared in the window next to me. Thank God the van didn't get stuck, and I was able to get out onto the trail. As I drove away, I never saw any other vehicle down the road, which makes the intentions of these unknown people likely really disturbing. I put in a report with the county, who of course said no officers were out there that night, but I never got any follow-up. Things could have gotten really bad out there, but I haven't had anything else happen since then.
I live in a middle-class suburban town in an East Coast state that is extremely anti-drug. The fleet of police, especially unmarked undercover cops, as we call them, is absolutely absurd for a relatively crime-free town, except for pot-smoking kids, that is. There are unmarked police cars of every kind, from brand new Chevy sedans and hatchbacks to brand new Cadillac pickups and SUVs, Dodge Chargers, GMC and Ford SUVs, classic Ford Grand Victorias, Jeep Wranglers, fake taxicabs, and everything you could possibly think of. Because there are so many unmarked police cars in my area, they often get decommissioned and are sold as used cars that still very much look like police cars. A friend of mine even owns a decommissioned Ford Grand Victoria. Last week I was on my way home from a date in an area that I was slightly unfamiliar with around midnight. I was driving along, following the speed limit, and I saw a blatant undercover police car tailgating me in the otherwise deserted road. He follows me for about 5 miles before finally turning on his lights. I was nervous. I had never been pulled over and I was driving past 11 o'clock, not necessarily allowed for minors in my area. Not to mention, I had a small amount of illegal herbs hidden under my spare tire in my trunk. So, knowing my town's extremely harsh police force, I was nervous. Regardless, I pull off the road into an abandoned gas station and I have my papers ready. The policeman approaches my window and he is wearing a police uniform, and I take notice that he's surprisingly good looking, in his early 20s with longer than most cops' blonde hair. He leans his head uncomfortably far into my small car and asks me where I'm headed and if I know why I was pulled over. I answer and I say no to the question. He smirks and says, I do, before returning to his car with my license, registration, and proof of insurance. The nearby street light illuminates his unmarked car and I study it in the mirror. He had a civilian license plate, no police badge on it. I also noticed as he walked away that his pants were much too short for him. The bell bottoms awkwardly exposed 6 inches of his ankles. I had a very bad feeling about the whole thing, but I remained in my car. He comes back to my car and asks me to pull around behind the building of the closed gas station. I say sure, and I turn on my car, but inside of me, the alarm bells are ringing. There was no reason for me to go behind the building, other than to hide our cars from the road. So I roll up my window and I dial 911 as he walks back to his car. I told the operator I was just pulled over by a suspicious police car, and I read her the license plate number. She tells me that it cannot possibly be a police car and I should get out of there as soon as possible and drive to a public place. So I pull behind the building as instructed, with him following, and I pull my car around the other side of the building. And then I make a break for the road. He turns on his lights and follows. So I'm still on the phone with 911 and my operator isn't giving me any helpful information. I'm trying to win a car chase in my 1994 0 to 60 in 20 minutes Nissan, crying hysterically. I'm flying down a road that I don't know at 75 miles an hour, faster than I'd ever driven before, and my car begins shaking violently. The policeman keeps a steady trail behind me, lights but not sirens on. My poor car screams and screeches through a red light, and after the turn, I realize I'm on the road that runs through my town. I now know exactly where I am. This road is much more populated, and I have my fingers on the horn. It's a button. And I'm weaving through the angry drivers at 60 on a 40-mile-per-hour road. My only hope is to attract the attention of a real police officer, because I know that they hide on this road to catch speeders. I finally approach an out-of-business diner that sits in front of my neighborhood. I whip into the parking lot because I've never passed that diner without there being a hiding police car. I stop my car and look around desperately. I don't see anyone. I've never felt such a feeling of hopelessness in my life. I thought I was going to die. When I drove into that parking lot, I expected to run into the arms of my hero, but instead I was alone in an abandoned parking lot. The only sounds were the violent protests coming from my engine, and I was sure it wouldn't start again if I tried. I froze. I'm not sure how long I sat there with white knuckles, strangling my steering wheel. I only turned around when I heard a car door slam, and I was sure this was the end. I look at the mirror, expecting the horrible short pants wearing fake policeman, but instead I see 3 marked real police cars with 5 or 6 policemen exiting, hands on guns, looking concerned. They brought me to the station and took my statement and calmed me down. Apparently the fake police car gave up on the chase when I turned into the parking lot, probably fearing there was a hiding police car there. They praised me for my critical thinking and calling 911, and told me there had been a string of violent rapes, one ending in a girl's death in the neighboring state, all pulled over by a car matching my description. As far as I know, they haven't caught him. This story belongs to my mother, and it's become something of a common warning to teach us how demented some cops could be. My mom was in high school in the 80s. Her parents were divorced, and she lived with her mother and younger brother, my grandmother and uncle. She had a little interaction with her father growing up, and because of this, she developed into something of a rebellious teenager. She smoked a lot of weed and drank, and would sometimes even sneak out to go to parties or to hang out with her friends. Because of this, she snuck out one night to hang out with a group of her friends, and they drank like hell. Eventually, they decided that they wanted to go somewhere else, and at around 12 a.m. or so, they got into their car and drove off. My mom will always stop right here to remind my brother and sister and I to never drink and drive. It must have been pretty obvious that they were drunk, because they were pulled over by a cop. My mom grew up in small-town America, about as stereotypical as you could get, surrounded by farmland for miles around, and everyone knew everyone, and high school football was the most important thing in the world, maybe outclassed only by our nearby major college teams. The town she grew up in only had about 5,000 people in it. When they were pulled over, my mom and her 3 friends started to panic. One of them even started to cry. My mom is a rather collected person and had the sense to at least look behind her. She saw that there were 2 cops. One walked over to the car and the other stayed in the police cruiser. She tries to find out who the man is, but the light obscures his face. He walks over slowly and leans over to speak to the girls through their open window. My mom sighs in relief as she recognizes him. She knew him as Mr. Nelson, a big man in his 40s who went to her church. In her drunk state, she's hoping that they might be able to get out of this with only a warning. Hell, maybe he might agree to not tell her parents. Mr. Nelson looks right at my mom. "Having a good night, are we, Miss Kelvin?" he asks her. My mom smiles, both nervous and embarrassed. "Sorry, Mr. Nelson, we must have been distracting the driver too much." My mom had gotten used to lying by this point and was already pretty good at it, but Mr. Nelson looked unconvinced. He asks for the standard driver license and registration, and then asks them all to step out of the vehicle and walks back to his cruiser. Oh no, my mom's friend whispers to her, "We're gonna get tested." My mom calms them down and they step out of the car. The cops ask them to do some pretty basic stuff at first, mostly stuff that you would expect from a cop trying to determine if you were drunk. Mr. Nelson and his partner, some guy that my mom didn't recognize, told the girls to stand over by their car, putting a fair amount of distance between the 2 groups. When my mom looks back at them, Mr. Nelson had the faintest of smiles on his face. "Okay, ladies," he says, "there's 2 things that could happen." Mr. Nelson turns to his partner, and they both smile mischievously at one another. "We could take you home and tell your parents everything. We could do that, or," his smile gets bigger, "you could do something for us." A chill runs down my mom's back. She did not like the way he said that at all. "What kind of things?" one of her friends asks. Mr. Nelson's smile gets bigger. "It's not an evil or sadistic smile," she says. She said that it looked more like a smug satisfaction. "I'm thinking that we might have to conduct a strip search." My mom's blood went cold. Everything goes silent for a second, except for the smug smiles on their faces, and the low bit of laughter that came from the other officer. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The Mr. Nelson that she'd known for years, who she saw every week, whose children went to school with her, was trying to force her 16-year-old self and friends to strip down in front of him. "What?" was all my mom could muster. Mr. Nelson looked at her, a hungry look on his face. "Come on, this doesn't have to end badly. Just show us some skin and we can forget this ever happened." My mom and her friends refused at first. There was no way in hell that they would do that, no matter how much trouble it would get them in. But Mr. Nelson's face darkened. "I don't think you understand," he growled. "Now, how about you be nice and friendly and do it?" His voice terrified them. His manner of tone and his significantly more aggressive approach made my mother go white with terror. Worried as to what they might do if they refused, my mom and her friends obeyed. They stripped down completely nude and just stood there. The cops laughed and smiled like smug assholes. They were clearly getting a kick out of this. My mother won't talk about what they did, and for the life of me, I really don't want to know. But what I do know is that eventually the cops had all the girls lean against their car. It was here that she managed to get time to communicate with her friends. One of them was crying hard, and she nearly got caught trying to get her attention. They agreed that on 3, they would all sprint into the cornfield to their right, hide in there and try and escape them. And they did. They managed to get far into the cornfield. Mr. Nelson tried grabbing at one of her friends, but she avoided him. The cops didn't even try to pursue them into the cornfield. They just got right back in their car and drove like madmen. They waited for a full 10 minutes, making sure that the cops weren't intending on coming back. They got back to their car, dressed in their clothes, and went straight home. In the next few days, Mr. Nelson never said anything to anyone about pulling them over, and they never reported what happened. If they ever did, Mr. Nelson would just say that they were drunk. Mr. Nelson was an upstanding figure in the community, and no one would have believed the girls. This was the 80s, and nothing would ever have happened or changed. If anything, it would have just made the girls' lives hell. Every now and then at church, she would find Mr. Nelson, and he would flash her that smug smile and wink at her. You never know what's behind, even the most upstanding of people, that's for sure. To Mr. Nelson, I hope you're rotting somewhere. Two summers ago, on our way from an out-of-town day trip for my son's birthday party, we went to a water park and decided to go to dinner in this really small town, after getting slightly lost due to Google Maps' crappy directions. After dinner, we noticed across the street that there was a county fair, so we checked it out for fun. It was getting dark and the fair was nearly over, but we caught a tractor pull that was about to begin. We'd never been to one of those, so we thought it might be a fun way to top off the birthday trip. We sat on the bleachers and watched for a while. There were a lot of families there watching, and also a lot of drunk people as well. I didn't think anything of it. I had my 16-year-old son with me and a good friend of mine who was a strong guy, so I felt safe. We decided to leave the fair before the event was over, so as not to be on the road at night with the drunks. We walked back to the restaurant, which was now closed, and we got into my car and set off for home. Backtracking using Google Maps directions, we got on the road that I recognized would get us back home. I noticed that as soon as we pulled out of the restaurant, there was a car behind me. The only other car on the road, as most of the town inhabitants were most likely at the fair or at home. The car followed us onto the road we took to get home, which I found odd because it was a desolate back hill road with a wooded area on either side. I thought maybe they too were from out of town and were using the same cut across to get to the interstate, as it was summer and many people road trip. I still felt uneasy about it, but I decided to just get off this road and onto the interstate as soon as possible. As we were driving on this hilly back road, it was fully dark outside, and I kept it easy for fear of a deer running out in front of us. The car stayed right behind me, so I slowed way down, hoping he would just be annoyed enough to pass me for going too slow. But instead, he drove right up on my ass, tailgating me. I could see that it was only one person in the car and the windows were tinted. I dared to speed up, wanting to get on a main road or interstate as soon as I could. He stayed right behind me, going as fast or as slow as I was, not bothering to get off my bumper. I knew without a doubt we were being harassed now. I was getting scared. I mean, I had my son in the back seat, and it was his birthday. This was unfair, and I kicked myself for going to the tractor pull. Of course, I could not have predicted this craziness. After what seemed like ages, we got onto the interstate. I had hoped it was just some local jerk who wanted to scare some city folks, but I somehow knew it was not that simple. As I feared, he followed us onto the interstate. Even on the highway, he tailgated us. I slowed down initially, hoping in futility that he'd pass us. No luck. I sped way up. He caught up and stayed too close. Unfortunately, the interstate was quiet on our side, so I had no choice but to keep going. My friend was getting very angry and ready to fight if necessary, but I wanted no part of meeting this guy face to face, especially with my birthday boy in the back seat. I just kept going and prayed not to get a flat tire. At one point, I got scared enough to lay on the horn while driving, hoping the noise would dissuade him. It actually worked. He pulled over onto the shoulder and I saw his headlights turn off. I was relieved at first, but we found it odd that he killed the lights. After that, we sped up and I was flying for home. The sooner the better. About 15 minutes passed in blissful uneventfulness. We talked about how scary that whole ordeal was, and eventually started feeling relieved to put it all behind us. Literally. Literally, we were about 25 minutes from home, and there were a couple of vehicles here and there, which made us feel less alone on the road. At one point, when the cars thinned out, and we were once again alone on the road completely, something happened that I could not believe. Right next to us and slightly behind us, headlights, bright, burst on. He had been following us that whole time with his lights off, staying carefully behind us and waiting for his chance to scare and surprise us. I almost started crying, but at this point I was too angry. This guy had been following us for an hour now. Far ahead of us, I saw the taillights of a semi. I sped up quickly, with the stranger in the car next to me, trying to pace us from the fast lane. I think he realized that I was trying to catch up with the semi, so for the first time in this insane chase, he did something truly dangerous and swerved at my rear panel, a pit maneuver, trying to push us off the road. I sped ahead and missed him, clipping me by inches. I finally reached the semi-driver and got close, hugging the back of his truck as much as I dared, and leaving no room for this jerk to cut me off. We went this way for a little while. Finally, and I truly believe this semi-truck driver knew something was wrong, because after so long of seeing this crazy driver swerving at me and trying to get in front of me, as I would not let him over, the semi-driver did something I will forever appreciate him for. He swerved over onto the fast lane and dangerously cut off the stranger's car, then tapped his brakes. I took it as my cue to speed ahead from the slow lane and try to lose this creep. I sped up to probably 90. My hometown was just straight ahead, so I took a sharp left turn onto a back street that led to a main road and stopped in a busy, well-lit gas station. Luckily, there was a cop there. My friend got out and explained the whole situation to the officer, and he called for other cars to search for this guy. We left the gas station after calling a friend to follow me to a parking lot, where I stowed my car overnight because I did not want the guy to possibly find my house by recognizing the car. I watched my back for quite some time after that, and I always noticed that make and model of car in white if I see it on the streets. Thank goodness we got away safely. Now, the most bothersome thing about this story is that the small town where this took place happens to be the hometown of one of the biggest mental health asylums in the Midwest. This thought has kept me awake more than once, and I still check the papers for stories or escapees. This occurred in 2009. I was 22 years old, and I was leaving my home state of California to head east for my corrections job. I was driving down the loneliest highway portion of the route, and it was around 3 a.m. on a Sunday. They don't call it the loneliest highway for nothing. I hadn't seen another soul for at least a half hour. I was getting sleepy, but I wasn't tired enough to pull over and take a nap. Suddenly, I saw a broken down car on the side of the highway. I slowed down and saw a woman standing next to the car. So I approached this woman with caution, rolling down my window just a sliver. Something about her wasn't right. I couldn't put my finger on it then, but I know now it was my subconscious screaming red flag, red flag. I asked her if she needed me to call a tow truck or AAA for her, and she immediately tried to open my door. I explained to her I didn't feel comfortable by letting her in, but I'd wait until a tow truck came. She immediately got this look of rage on her face and started berating me. "You're a big man. I mean, what am I going to do?" She was calling me cruel for not letting her in. This is where I messed up, and I can see this now 10 years later. I begrudgingly unlocked my door, figuring that she was right. I mean, she was 5'2" and I'm over 6 feet, and I have 100 pounds on her easily. She looked to be about 90 pounds or so. She slips in, and I asked her who I can call. This was 10 years ago, like I said, so I had a little BlackBerry slide, I think, at the time. She starts telling me that she'd just prefer if I'd give her a ride to the next town. Now I'm starting to realize I'd done messed up because she's avoiding eye contact and she's fumbling in her purse. When I mention calling for help, she starts getting aggressive, demanding I take her to the next town. I'm so busy trying to unfuck this situation that I miss a man who either was hiding in or near her car. It wasn't until he was almost to my driver's side door that I managed to catch him in my mirror. Fight or flight kicked in overdrive, and I put my car in drive, and I sped off as the fucker was reaching for my car door. When I started driving, I heard a pinging noise and then my mirror exploding. He was shooting at me. The adrenaline alone had me doing near 90, and by this time, homegirl realized in whatever drug-induced state she was in that her little plan was futile. She started hitting me, telling me to stop and to let her out. When I reached enough of a distance, I did just that. I pulled over and demanded she got the hell out. She started going for the oversized purse she had, but I had enough. I was literally shaking with adrenaline, so I reached over, opened the door, and pretty much shoved her out. I tried grabbing for her purse, but she managed to hold on to it, not before dumping half of what was in there on my passenger seat. I sped off with my door still open. I waited till I got a good distance from her, and I slammed it shut and locked it. I clenched the wheel and I drove. It wasn't until later that morning I pulled into a Denny's did I realize how close I was to pretty much dying. I had a good cry for a minute, and then I realized a bunch of her things spilled onto my passenger seat. Most of it was nasty, wadded up napkins and a few tubes of lipstick and drug paraphernalia. I considered calling the cops or finding a highway patrol officer, but I did do something stupid. I tossed all of her things that had fallen into a trash bag and I threw them away. At the time, I had the dream of becoming a cop, and I knew if I got caught with drug paraphernalia, that would probably be impossible. I didn't think they would believe me that the drug paraphernalia wasn't mine. I noticed a cop at the gas station across from the Denny's, and I told him what happened. He pretty much berated me for pulling over and then letting her in. He did say he'd look into it, but I doubt he did. I was so shaken that I pretty much picked at my pancakes and then left to continue on my way. I never did replace that mirror. I also ended up selling my car. To this day, 10 years later, I hesitate to stop and help stranded motorists. This happened to me when I was a teenager, and this still haunts me to this day. I was babysitting for my neighbor across the street, Alice. I babysat for her often, almost every weekend, so we were very comfortable with one another and had a good routine. Rarely, Alice would have a friend sleep over, and on this particular night, that was the case. Jennifer was a first-time sleepover date, so she was a bit nervous, but I did my best to make her happy. Alice's parents left at around 6:30 p.m., setting the alarm behind them as they went. I bathed both girls and got them into bed to watch some Nickelodeon, as was our usual routine. Once the girls were happy, I went into the kitchen to grab some snacks. It was pouring rain outside, and next to the kitchen was a breakfast nook with glass doors and a series of glass windows. As I was preparing to walk back into the room, the phone rang. Alice's parents called often, so I always answered the phone. I picked up the phone and asked who it was. "Hi, how are you?" a male voice asked. "Hi, I'm doing well," I replied. "Are you calling for Jason, Alice's father? He isn't home, but I can take a message." "Maybe," he says to me. "Maybe I'm calling to talk to you." Now, my spidey sense wasn't ringing just yet, and I figured it was a family member or a friend who was bored and wanted to chat. I politely but quickly said I had to go. The girls were calling for me to bring their snacks, so I hung up the phone. I brought Alice and Jennifer their snacks and was about to settle into the recliner chair in Alice's room when I heard the phone ring again. I hustled back into the kitchen to answer it without really thinking anything was peculiar. At least, not yet. You know, it's rude to hang up on people, don't you? He started off, but he wasn't angry or aggressive. It was a little hard to hear him over the thunder and rain, and both girls were calling for me to come back because they were scared of the thunder. "I'm sorry," I said. "I have to get back to the girls. Have a nice night." I heard him say something, but I hung up before I could hear what he said. The phone rang again. "Don't hang up on me," he said, with anger in his voice, but I hung up again. I was getting nervous at this point. I went back in the room with the girls, and the phone rang again. At that point, Alice was asking me to not leave her again, so I didn't answer. But the phone rang again and again. Finally, 10 minutes had passed without a call, and it rang again. This time, I thought that perhaps it was Alice's parents, so I peeled myself away from the girls to go and answer the phone. "You fucking cunt. Don't you hang up on me," he screamed. "Leave me alone. If you call again, I will call the cops, you psycho," I screamed back. I hung up the phone and turned around to see Alice and Jennifer were now standing behind me. They looked terrified, so I offered to get some ice cream bars from the freezer. I went to the freezer and the phone rang again. Alice answered it. I don't know what he was saying, but I heard screaming, and Alice looked absolutely terrified. I grabbed the phone and was about to unleash on him when he said, "That's a nice pink shirt you're wearing." I hung up the phone and realized that not only was I wearing a pink shirt, but that during the second phone call I received, there was a clap of thunder that I heard on the phone at the same time I heard it in the house. It wasn't until that moment that the realization hit me. Now, I was a teenager at this point, thinking I was invincible and having no concept of my own mortality, but a higher sense of consciousness kicked in and guided my next few actions. I hit the light switch in the kitchen as it controlled most of the lights in that immediate area. I grabbed both girls, their barking dog Alex, and shoved us all into the pantry. The pantry door opened inward, so I pushed up against the shelves and shoved a giant bag of rice against the door. I then had my back against the shelf, my feet pushing against the rice to help secure the door, and I had a girl in each arm, with my hands over their mouths. I pinned the dog between my legs, and although he constantly barked, he somehow knew to stay quiet at that moment. And the alarm started sounding, and the phone started ringing. All of us were trembling, but I was determined to not cry in front of the girls. Between the alarm and the thunderstorm, I couldn't hear much. After what felt like an hour, I heard a female voice calling and asking if anyone was in the house. She was in front of the pantry and announced that she was a police officer and that it was safe to come out. She clearly knew I wasn't going to take her on her word, so she slid her badge under the door. I moved 1 foot from the bag of rice and towed her badge towards me. The police had turned the lights on, so I was able to see from the light streaming in under the pantry door that this was in fact a badge. I cautiously made my way out of the pantry, shielding the girls behind me. The female officer, Officer Wesley, didn't look alarmed at all, and I quickly realized why. "It's scary when the alarms go off," she said, "but next time you need to answer the phone and let the alarm company know everything is okay, instead of hiding. Sending officers out to a house isn't a joke." I looked at her confusingly. "We didn't set off the alarm," I said, stammering, and I started to cry. "We haven't opened any doors." She looked at me with confusion and then said, "Then who made those footprints?" From the back door, the sliding glass door in the kitchen nook, to the pantry, and out of the front door were muddy footprints. In front of the pantry was a bunch of prints, as if someone had paced in front of the door for a while. The footprints led out of the front door, which was still open when the police arrived. I was hysterical, and the police called Jason and Janelle, Alice's parents, to come home from the restaurant. Within earshot, but clearly not meant for me to overhear, Officer Wesley's partner informed her that the door in the nook had been pried open. I looked out over the pool deck and could see where the trail of footprints had started from the grass and into the house. They were mostly dissolved at that point, due to the rain, but it was very clear that someone had walked from the side of Alice's house and towards the glass door. We waited for Alice's parents to come home before I left. When the police recounted the night's events, I remember thinking in passing that neither of Alice's parents looked as terrified as I thought they should have, given the events of the evening. The police walked me home and told my parents what happened. My mother and father were both very, very upset. A few extra officers patrolled the neighborhood for a few weeks, but never caught the perpetrator, nor was he ever heard from again. And I never babysat for Alice again. I was too frightened. Fast forward a few years, and Jason, Alice's father, went to prison for tax evasion, or so we were told. Years later, when I was home visiting, I ran into Jason as he was leaving the house on his motorcycle. He stopped to chat with me, and I asked him the one nagging question I had for years. "Did you really go to jail for tax evasion?" Now at that point, Jason and Janelle were divorced. She left him for her dead sister's husband, which is pretty dark, and I guess that Jason didn't feel that he needed to keep up any pretenses. He told me that, no, he was sent to prison for drug running. He regaled me with the tale of how he was caught in a high-speed chase and bragged about how he was one of the biggest dealers in the area for years, until he was busted. And then I knew. The person he was calling that night was trying to exact some sort of punishment on Jason. Maybe he was a rival dealer, or maybe Jason worked for him and had pissed him off. But that's why Jason and Janelle didn't seem as alarmed as they should have. By the grace of God and an alarm system, we were not killed that night, but I knew that Jason's actions had led to that night's events. I knew it in my gut. This haunts me to this day, and I think I helped solidify a healthy understanding of my own mortality as well as the depravity that may be within others. I'm not overly paranoid, but I'm cautious, and I think rightly so. My stupid teenage antics, for the most part, stopped dead in their tracks. When I was in high school, I was like 16. I had a friend Lisa and a second friend Zoe. Lisa had like a lot of money, and her huge house was located right next to our high school. So every time we had a break or anything, the three of us would go there, and we would also have a lot of sleepovers at her house. It was this huge rich people's house, so it was awesome to stay there. So one day, we decided to stay the night there. The three of us plus Lisa's little sister, Anna. Their mother was gone for the night. We decided to put on some PJs and watch scary movies for hours. Anna went to bed before us three, and we just stayed in the living room watching TV. At one point, the alarm goes on. It happens sometimes, so Lisa just goes to turn it off, and that was it. But then, like 10 minutes later, the alarm goes on again, and it scares us because it's not supposed to. Technically, the alarm was made to only ring when humans came by, because the house was located in the middle of the forest, so we all knew that sometimes animals would come by the house. It's happened before, so when the alarm was installed, it was calibrated for humans only, and it was the second time it rang. We started to get a little bit scared, so we went upstairs, opened the windows to look at the garden all around the house, and saw nothing. We even went on the balcony in the middle of the night. Still nothing. I was alone on the balcony at some point, and the alarm went on again, and the automatic lights around the swimming pool turned on. That meant something was around the pool, and I was just above it. I got so scared I got on my knees and stayed there until my friend deactivated the alarm and the lights, and I ran inside the house. At this point, we were really scared and started thinking about what it could be. If it has to be any human, all our lights were on, so they knew where we were. We turned all the lights off, and all four of us went hiding downstairs in the kitchen, without our phones. I don't even know why not even one of us thought about taking at least one phone. So we were there, lights off, scared in this huge house, with windows everywhere we could look. The alarm went berserk again. Anna screamed, and Lisa took her with her, reassuring her while walking to shut the alarm off, to finally turn it off once and for all. So I was in the kitchen, with Zoe only, and we were just looking all around us. The alarm was upstairs, so the two girls were far from us. At some point, we heard footsteps right behind us, like right on the other side of the wall in the garden. It was fast, not scared, just fast, like that person knew where they were going. So we just froze, waiting in the dark, and jumped when something, well, someone, it was obvious, walked by the door and window right in front of us. He, we think it was a he, had a light, but it was another light that allowed us to see his silhouette. So there were at least two, running around the house for about at least 20 or 30 minutes. Detail, but this door was, like I said, a windowed door, but there were Venetian blinds on it, and they were not closed, of course. We were still not moving, and the girls upstairs were so scared that they stayed there. At least it's what they told us. Suddenly, one voice, then a second one. I was unable to understand anything, but I heard it, and Zoe and I were blinded by a sudden light right at our faces. We were literally not able to move, scream, talk, or do anything. Nothing we could have done was possible. We were just frozen in fear. The light stayed there. Someone was seeing us through the blinds. Somebody was watching us being scared and was just staying there. Suddenly, we heard a hard sound on the front door, which was closed. So we didn't move at all, but I don't know what took me. It just woke me up, and I crawled to the door in front of me, the back door, closed the blinds, and just held the door in place, in case the guy on the other side tried to force it open. Honestly, I'm small and thin. My little body was probably useless here, but I did it anyway. The one at the front door was still trying to enter. Zoe's still not moving. The two girls upstairs doing I don't know what, and the one just a glass window away from me started hitting it, trying to force it open. It was closed, but I just grabbed the handle and hung it there for a while. He was just hitting and trying to open the door. All of this lasted hours in my head, but I believe it was only a few seconds. At one point, the hits at the front door stopped. A few seconds later, the other one in front of me stopped as well. Then, the lights just moved fast everywhere. The alarm did nothing. Zoe and I just slept in the kitchen, and the two sisters upstairs. Nothing happened at all. It was over. The next day, Lisa's and Anna's mom came back home, and we told her everything. Got a bit yelled at because we didn't call the cops. I took it wrong at the time, but I understand now why she got upset. She called the cops, who went to see the house and discovered footprints all around it. Some muddy footprints and marks on the front door. They said they must have kicked the door, and that was it. They told us it must have been some guys who were just doing some reconnaissance. You know, when they just walk around the houses to see how to rob them. It was common in this area. There were a lot of really big and beautiful houses filled with expensive things. The only thing I will never be able to explain is why they started being so aggressive. Originally, they were just walking around the house, but I think that if they were trying to see something or just look things up, they would have left when they realized we were inside, or at least left when that guy saw us in the kitchen. Well, they didn't. The moment they saw us in the kitchen, they didn't see the two sisters. They started being aggressive and trying to force the doors to enter the house where we were. I don't know if they really wanted to rob the house. I will never, and honestly, I don't want to know. I didn't spend any more nights at this house. I was so scared that they would come back again that I couldn't sleep there. Lisa was a bit mad, like she didn't understand, but from what she told Zoe and me, she didn't see them. She just stayed upstairs with her sister. I understand it, but I wasn't able to stand the fact that she couldn't understand how scared I was as well. I must have been around 8 years old at the time this happened, and my sister was 12 or 13. We lived in a tiny little house that we called the shack, that her mom moved us into after she split up with her father. It was all we could afford. My sister and I shared a tiny bedroom, but one perk about the house was the huge backyard, with a large above-ground pool and deck that we could always play on. We had a big privacy fence, and being the nosy little kid I was, I liked to climb on some of the wooden boards of the fence and check out the neighbors. I recognized the two little boys who lived in the house kitty corner to us because they went to my school. I made it a habit every day to climb up the side of my fence and hang around and talk to them. I never actually climbed over the fence, just climbed a plank so I was high enough to peer over and talk. They had an uncle named Randy who was probably in his 20s or 30s, and he was usually in the backyard doing housework, so I got to know him as well. Both me and my sister would hang on the fence and chat with him most days. The conversations were always innocent, and he seemed like a nice guy. Now looking back, I can see some red flags about him. I remember one time he had a basketball and accidentally threw it over our fence. We offered to grab it for him, but he insisted he could get it himself and hopped over the fence with ease. He thought nothing of it at the time, but I imagine this was to test how easily or fast he could scale the fence. One day in passing, my sister mentioned to him that our mom works the night shift, and therefore it was just the two of us alone at night in the house. That was all he needed to hear. Shortly after that, it happened. I woke up one night to the sound of my sister crying. We shared a bunk bed, me on the bottom, and when I stood up, she was out of bed, leaning against the wall on the phone crying. I asked her what was wrong, but she assured me everything was fine and to go back to sleep, so I did. It wasn't until the next day that I learned what happened. Apparently, in the middle of the night, while our mom was away at work, Randy jumped the fence and tried to break in. He started banging on our bedroom window, telling my sister to let him in. She refused, but he wouldn't take no for an answer, so he started walking around the entire house, banging on the windows, yelling for her to let him in, and trying all the doors. That's when she got out of her bed and called 911, and I woke up. Yeah, I have no idea how I managed to sleep through all that commotion, because she tells me he was banging on her window, right by the bed, loudly. But I guess you could just sleep like you're dead when you're little. Of course, by the time the cops arrived, all he had to do was jump the fence in 10 seconds, and he was back in his yard. They knocked on his door, but he denied he did it, so the police said there was nothing they could do. They were shaken up by the incident, of course. My mom wasn't able to change her work schedule, so she started having us stay at our dad's at night. A few years passed without incident, and we assumed everything was fine. I had long stopped talking to the boys next door. Then it happened again. Guess who slept through the whole thing again? My sister was a couple of years older now and had a group of her friends over for a sleepover one night. We had a sliding glass door to the backyard near where they were all sitting. The door had the typical vertical blinds, except weeks earlier one of them had broken and we couldn't get it to stay back on no matter what. So there was a gap in between the blinds where the broken one was gone. Anyway, the girls were all sitting around the couch playing board games when one of my sister's friends suddenly turned rigid. She said, "Don't freak out, but there's a guy standing at your sliding glass door. They all turned around, and there was Randy again, his face pressed up to the glass where the gap in the blinds were, just watching them all. Naturally, everyone freaked out and 911 was called. Just like last time, he jumped the fence and the cops said they couldn't prove anything, even though they described what he was wearing, and he answered the door in the same outfit when the police questioned him. That was the last straw, so we moved out of that house and got a restraining order against him. He didn't show up to court that day, so the judge automatically granted us the order. Never saw him again. Last I checked, I looked him up online. He's currently in prison for a bunch of random charges.
I work at a data center. It's at a small warehouse/office place. My job is to just stare at a monitor and make sure all the systems stay online. If anything goes down, I head to the operating rooms to usually just give it a quick restart. It's a really simple and easy job, and because it's overnight and just me, I can really do whatever I want, so long as I'm constantly checking the status of all the systems. Although, I'm sure you can tell just how boring it can get sometimes. By the time this happened, I'd already seriously considered quitting several times, but forced myself to stick with it. Anyway, this night I drove over to the office at my usual 10 p.m. The building was at the end of a long road and backed up to trees, so there were never any cars or people in the area. I parked and headed up to the office. This week, I had a show on Netflix that I'd been binging for my entire shifts, so after giving the computers a few checks, I immediately set up my laptop and started watching my show. For reference, there's usually no trips in any of the systems during my shift. Since it's overnight, there's less of a load on everything, so it's less likely anything will happen. I'd say maybe twice a week there would be an outage, and it'd only be a single system that I can quickly just restart and get working again. I think I got through just about 2 episodes of my show, so it was about 2 hours in when I saw a notification pop up on the monitor. One of the systems lost connection. I paused the show and got up. I walked downstairs and through multiple corridors until I got to the huge storage room that was the main hub of the data center. There were massive rows of shelves all throughout the room. The notification I got had a row and section number. I walked down the aisle and over to the correct section. It happened to be the very last row and the section on the far corner, and strangely, it was really obvious why it was down. The main power cable wasn't plugged in. It was laying on the ground like it had been pulled on or fallen out somehow. I really didn't know how that was possible. In all my years of having the job, I'd never seen a heavy-duty cable randomly fall out like that. It just doesn't happen. Regardless though of however it happened, I plugged it back in and booted up the system. Everything came back online and seemed to be working properly. The obvious and really only answer to fall back on was that it did somehow just wiggle out of the sockets. Maybe over time it slowly shook out, and it just so happened to fall out tonight. I did a quick walkthrough of the rest of the aisles, checking for anything else while I was down there. Then I started heading back through all the corridors and back to the office. As I was in one of the corridors, I heard an unfamiliar sound. It was almost like a heavy door thumping closed in a doorway. It was a little creepy sounding, especially with there being no other sounds in the entire building. Unfortunately, I didn't really know the rest of the layout of the warehouse, so if it actually was a door, I had no way of knowing which door or where at. And although it sounded like a door, it very well could have been anything else. This was a massive warehouse, and often the metal pipes would bend and creak in the walls, or make similar thump sounds. It was just that exact sound I hadn't heard before. I made my way back to the room and sat down. I double-checked the systems again, then continued my show. Only a few minutes passed by, and I'd barely even gotten through one scene before I heard what sounded like a couple of fast-paced footsteps scurrying through the corridor next to me. It gave me a quick jump scare, but I got up and opened the door, looking down the hallway. There was nothing there, just an empty corridor with a door on the far end. But it sounded like it was just outside of the office I was in. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep my mind off of it if I didn't take a look around. I walked toward the end and opened the door. When I did and looked down the next hallway, I barely saw the door on the other end closing, like someone had just went through it. My heart was pounding now. I cautiously walked further up and opened the door. This one led to a hallway with multiple office doors in it. Is someone in here? Hello? 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 My voice echoed through the corridor. I took a few steps inside. It was eerily quiet, not the slightest sound throughout the building. Were they hiding in one of these office rooms? As that thought creeped into my head, I got really unsettled and decided not to go any further down that hallway. I took one step back toward the door, but just when I did, one of the office doors next to me swung open. I only caught a glimpse of a man running out of the unlit room before I turned and booked it out of there. I could hear his footsteps echo behind me as I made it to the next corridor and into the staircase. I didn't want to risk getting trapped, so I took the fire exit door and just ran out into the parking lot. Once I got closer to my car, I started calling the police. Whoever was in there didn't chase me out the same exit though. The cops made it pretty quick and did an extensive search of the entire building, which took nearly half an hour. But the guy was gone, probably ran out a different exit and into the woods behind the building. Him being in there explained a lot though. The wire that had been disconnected earlier in the night was on the corner section, which the man probably bumped into while sneaking around. The company I worked for did a huge investigation to review security footage and try to figure out how he got in and if he stole anything. I didn't get much information on it, however, because I'm not authorized. I think it's pretty clear that whatever he was in there for, he likely didn't want me to know and was probably planning to prevent me from blowing his cover. How he would have done that after leading me through the corridors, I'm fortunate enough to not know. This was a couple years ago when I was working 2 jobs to save up for a condo. I had a stable 9-to-5 full-time gig, but did deliveries as a way to make a little bit extra cash whenever I had time. Actually, I found myself doing sometimes 30 hours a week, just doing deliveries every day after work. This night, I started after getting dinner at 6:30. It was a pretty good night, to be honest. I was getting a lot of good orders with good tips, so really I should have just taken the rest of the night off and given myself a break. But I was greedy. I kept working, hoping to continue getting well-paying orders. By the time it was 11, it had slowed down a lot, and the last few orders I'd done were just average. I really wanted to end on a good one though, so I kept driving around until one came up that was decent. Finally, when one did, I quickly accepted it. Almost $20 for a delivery 15 minutes away. Who wouldn't take that? Once I got the food, I started heading to the address. The roads were of course very quiet and empty at this time of night, so the drive there was smooth. However, it took me toward a wooded section of town that I wasn't even aware had houses in it. I made sure I was on the right route several times though, just to be sure I was going the right way. When I got to the final turn, it was on a well-maintained gravel road going into the forest. I drove a little ways down until there was a gate. It was one of those small ones, basically just 2 pillars on either side of the path with a chain running between them. The chain on these wasn't up though, so I drove through. My headlights weren't the best, so I couldn't see too far ahead, but not too long past the gate, I pulled into a parking area. I was confused. It definitely was not leading to a house. I pulled into a space and put my car in park, then looked out my windows all around. There was a sign on one end. This was a forest preserve. I'd done deliveries to parks and whatnot before, but I always thought forest preserves were closed up at like 8 or 9, and I didn't see anyone here to deliver the order to. Just as I was starting to question what exactly I was supposed to do here, my phone started ringing. It was the customer. I picked up. The voice on the other end was a deep male voice, very gravelly and rugged, almost to a point where it was hard to understand them. He said he saw on the map that I'd parked and asked if I could see him. I said no, to which he explained he was camping with some buddies down one of the trails, and I should be able to spot a campfire if I walk a little closer. I said all right, realizing this was probably why the tip was so large. I did mention to him that I thought the forest preserves were closed, but he said this one allowed overnight camping on certain days. I wasn't a big outdoorsy person, so I didn't know any better. I didn't see any reason he'd have to lie. I turned off my car and got out with his bag of food. I quickly realized that it was really dark and I needed to use my phone as a flashlight to see where I was going. There was only one trail leading out from the parking area, so at least I couldn't get lost. I started walking. It was really quiet outside. I expected to hear the group of guys talking and laughing in the distance, but I didn't. It was just the wind and crickets. Then I saw the light, an orange flame glowing and flickering out in the trees. Oddly, it wasn't on the path though, or right off the side of it. It was far out of the way and amid all the trees. I couldn't see too far down the trail to see if there was a direct path going to it or not, but I just started walking straight to the flame. As I got closer, things were getting really strange. First of all, I didn't hear any voices, and secondly, once I got even closer, I didn't see anyone. It was just a small campfire burning in the middle of nothing. No chairs, no tents, literally nothing. I barely got the chance to whisper "what the hell" under my breath before I heard a stick snap from somewhere out in the trees. I jolted my head toward the sound. There was someone there, but too far for the light to reach, and the faint figure that I could make out was standing still, like they were trying not to be seen. I felt really uneasy. "Hey, I'm the delivery driver. I'll just put your order down over here," I yelled out and set the bag on the ground. As I did, they suddenly decided to show themselves and walk toward me. The man was tall, with dark hair and a scruffy beard. He apologized and said he didn't see me walking up. It was that same deep, gravelly voice from the phone. His smile was disturbing, like he was faking it, and it was really strange that he only showed himself once he knew I saw him. Nothing added up. I stumbled over a few words, but as he got closer and closer, I just decided to turn and run. He called out several times in this creepy, overly nice voice, asking me to come back and that he had cash for me. I didn't stop until I got to the car. I fumbled around with my keys in my shaky hands as I tried to hurry in and turn it on. I backed out and pulled back onto the gravel path to leave, but had to slam on my brakes. The chain was latched across the pillars now, blocking the exit. I stared at it for way too long, trying to think if I could get out and unlatch it, or what to do. Then I heard footsteps coming up behind my car. I didn't even look, I just floored it onto the grass and made it around the pillars. It was a tight squeeze because there was a short ditch really close to the sides, so if I messed up, my car would have slid down and maybe gotten stuck. Once I was back on the gravel, I sped away. I didn't know what that was back there, but I was stupid not to call the police. Even though I think that if I did, they likely would have been long gone anyway. The following morning, I did a little investigating and found that the forest preserve I was at did in fact close at 8 p.m. and never allowed camping or campfires. To me, that confirms the horrible nature of the situation I was in. What he intended to do is unknown, and still haunts me to think about what could have happened in the forest that night. I worked at a local pizza shop in my mid-20s. It was just a small place that did deliveries and had a few tables inside for dining in. In all honesty, the food wasn't that great. The only thing that was really special about the place was that it was open 24/7, so any not-so-sober people would usually come in all throughout the night. I often worked alone, but I didn't mind it. Actually, I preferred it. None of the food was hard to make, and whenever it was slow, I could usually do whatever I wanted while waiting around. This night was no different than any other, at least to start. I headed in at 9 p.m. and took over for the day manager. There were no special tasks or anything that I had to do that night, and with it being a Tuesday, I was prepared for a chill night. I prepped some of the workstations in the back and just waited for any orders to come through. I got a few customers in the next couple hours, but then it went radio silent. No walk-ins or calls. I pretty much sat on a chair in the back of the kitchen and scrolled on my phone the whole time. But around 1 a.m., I heard the bell by the door ring, which happened every time someone opened the door. I got up and walked to the front where the counter was, but I stopped as soon as I could see the main room. Nobody was in there. I stood in place and looked side to side, but there wasn't anyone at all. A short smile broke across my face as I walked further up and quadruple checked that nobody came in. I found it funny, like I must have been so used to hearing that sound all night long that my brain was playing tricks on me now. Being sure it was nothing, I went back to my chair in the kitchen. I really didn't think about it at all after that. For the next 15 minutes, there were still no calls or customers, until I heard the bell ring again. This time, I wasn't even watching a video when it happened, so I knew I actually heard it. I got up and walked into the main room, but stopped in confusion again. Nobody was in there. After a second, I walked up to the front door and opened it, sticking my head outside and looking up and down the sidewalk that went along the building. There was nobody out there, not even any cars in the parking lot. I wouldn't say I was really scared or creeped out, but more so just really confused. I messed around with the door for a little bit, trying to see if it would ring without opening, but it didn't seem to. This was really weird, but I didn't know what else to do about it. I stayed up front for a while, at least 30 minutes, waiting for the door to ring again, but it never did, so I went back to the kitchen. It was between 2 and 3 a.m., which was always the slowest time of the night. Unsurprisingly, once I was in the back again, only a few minutes went by before the door rang again. This time, I stayed sitting and listened for anyone. I didn't hear anything, but just to be safe, I called out. "Hello? Is someone out there?" I got no response. I figured it was just the door doing whatever the hell it was doing, so I just ignored it and stayed back and continued on my phone. Somehow, there wasn't a single customer for a whole hour after that, so basically the past 3 hours were completely dead. It was 4 a.m., so for my last hour, I had to start prepping everything for the next shift. I got up and went to the front. I started counting the register from the few orders I had at the beginning of my shift, but while I was there, I felt strange. Something just felt off. I kept looking up at the empty room ahead of me and back at the kitchen behind me, feeling like I was being watched or something. I thought it was just the unusual nature of the night I was having, with the door and everything. I was just thankful my shift was over soon. Another couple minutes went by when I suddenly heard a thump on the floor behind me. It was just like a boot stepping on the ground, which instantly sent a chill through me and made me quickly turn around. I felt my breath leave my lungs. There was a man standing just 5 or 6 feet away from me. He had all black, ripped up clothes, and a hoodie draping over his face, stopping just above his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and hollow. I don't know if he was drunk or high or what, but he clearly wasn't sane right now. Then I saw his left hand was holding a knife. His knuckles were white from how tightly he was clenching it. I stayed motionless, trying not to escalate anything, but after several seconds of him not making a move and just staring at me, I decided to speak. Hey, listen, you can have the cash from the register. I won't say anything. Please just let me go, I said, trying to say anything I could to get out of this. He just stood there though, still clenching the knife and having that 1,000-yard stare. Honestly, I think I was even more terrified because he clearly wasn't some normal guy. There was no predicting what he might do. The counter I was at was L-shaped, extending toward the back where he was. So to run away, I'd actually have to run a couple feet toward him and around the counter, then back toward the front door. With him only being 5 feet from me, he could easily grab me or attack me if I tried. So I did the next best option. I basically dove over top the counter. It wasn't pretty, but I guess it kind of worked. I slammed into the ground and got up. The guy was already sprinting at me with a face of uncontrollable bloodlust and rage. I ran out the door and only got a few seconds away before I heard him get out the door as well. He was too close for me to even try getting inside my car, which was behind the building. I just kept running, making it to the road and hoping a car might drive by and help. But at some point, he stopped chasing. I don't know when, because I was so focused on sprinting and not looking back. I called the cops and waited at the road for them to get here. It took about 5 minutes. The guy was gone, but I guess after chasing me, he went back inside the shop and just demolished the place. Everything was trashed, and he left out the back door, where he then scraped his knife all over the side of my car. It's likely he was watching me inside the shop through the windows from a distance and using the door as a distraction, hoping to slip in without being noticed. Admittedly, it worked perfectly, which makes me feel pretty dumb. It's also pretty creepy knowing that there was about an hour gap between the last time the door rang and when I saw him, so he was probably hiding inside the shop that whole time. It's really strange though, because I really had no idea who he was. I really thought he was just some random guy, but his actions seemed oddly directed toward me. Maybe it was just a wrong place, wrong time sort of thing. I don't know. They never found him. I didn't stay working there very long after that, fearing that he might come back.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be the last home healthcare video that I'll be making. I have to double check my book, but around that time I was always writing things down whenever they happen, but I'll have to double check and let you know. So let's get into it. So around this time I was packing a bag about 3 days, sometimes even 2 weeks, and I'll be going to these clients' houses. I was working for this home healthcare company. And so I packed the bag for the 24th, 25th, and 26th of December, and I was at this woman's house. Now, I had already been to her house months before. I had been there consistently for months, and nothing ever happened in her house. So here we are. This is a small house. We're up in the living room and we're dancing. She likes to dance. And so we're up there dancing, having a ball. And I noticed a lot of new decoration. I'm like, oh, you've been decorating? She's like, yeah, the other girl, whenever she's on shift, she helps me decorate. I'm like, cool. The doorbell rings. I go to the doorbell. I said, go to the doorbell. I go to the door. I open the door and it was my coworker, the woman that she was just talking about. And she brought this chair. And I'm like, you brought a chair? She was like, yeah, it's adding to our decoration. This is something that we like doing together. I'm like, okay, cool. That was sweet. So she brings the chair in. When she brought the chair in, she set it all the way at the end of the hall. And it had this painting that was over it. So I'm like, okay, that's sweet. So we continue our stuff. The lady leaves. We continue dancing. And then the woman wants to get in bed. So I put her in bed. Fast forward to after I put her in bed, I put the motion sensors down just in case she gets up. So the motion sisters they just started going crazy. And I looked at the camera and she's laying in bed. She's knocked out. So finally I stand up, and when I stand up to go check and peek my head around the corner, there's this dark figure sitting in the chair that my coworker had just brought into the house. Can't make out if it's a man or a woman just yet, but it was a very dark figure, and I heard stomping, but it didn't sound like feet. And then I look over and it has like this cane in its hand, just stomping it on the ground, on the floor. So finally I get up, I run over to my duffel bag, and I get my Bible out, and I get to praying. And it's just sitting there looking at me like, and I said, so you just not gonna go? Like, you just not gonna leave? So then once I started to get aggravated and I started to really like be really forceful with the words from the Bible, that's when it stood up and it walked into the bathroom, and then it walked back out. But when it walked back out the bathroom, it did this high jump in the air. Like, okay, what was that about? After it did that little high jump, that weird thing, it disappeared from in front of me. But I heard the motion sensor, so I walked over to the camera. And when I walked up to the camera, I see his face, yes, it was a he, in the camera, and he's pointing at my client. So, of course, I'm aggravated. I go back there and I flick the lights on. I didn't care if she was asleep. I was just worried because I know you ain't here for her. Not right now. Not right now. So then fast forward, I played it off to the woman like, oh, do you have to use the bathroom? I'm so sorry that I flicked the light on like that. And so she's like, oh, no, I'm okay. So she lays back down. Once I go back out to the living room, I get to praying. I get to like drawing crosses over all the doors, over all the windows. But next thing you know, I feel something walk behind me. And when I felt it, I turned around, and he's right here in my face, like right here in my face. I almost dropped to the floor, y'all, but I couldn't do it because then he'd be thinking that he had one up on me. So that entire night, he would just randomly pop up in my face. He would randomly pop up on the sofa, or he would be sitting in that chair that my coworker brought. Now, this is the scariest part. The scariest part is the fact that right after he left up out of my client's room, I could hear her gasping for air like she needed me. And so I ran in there and I sat her up on the edge of the bed, and I'm like, are you okay? And she said that she said, I'm not ready to go yet. I'm not ready to go. Now, all this time, she's never talked like this. And so I'm just like, you ain't got to go yet if you don't want to. I think what made me more nervous about it is the fact that it was a dark figure that came to collect her. At that point, I was just like, do you want to pray with me? We had never prayed together before, but in that moment, she wanted to pray. So we prayed, right? So fast forward to while we're praying, he just sat down. Like, I wait. So I think that scared me too, because what has this woman done in her life that is so terrible to have a dark figure come to collect her and take her somewhere, and not even a prayer can stop it, can stop her from going with him. Now, here's the even scarier part. I got a feeling to look outside. So I went ahead and I looked out the window. And when I looked out the window, there were two other dark figures standing on the sidewalk. That scared the crap out of me, because I know y'all better just be here for her. So I hear knocking on the door. Of course, I'm not answering it because I just looked out the window. I saw y'all out there. I'm not opening the door. And so the woman, she starts getting hysterical, and she is like really going crazy. I'd never seen her like this before. And so do y'all know, like probably not even 24 hours after I left, that woman passed away. She passed away, and in my head, I felt so bad, but in my head, I was thinking like, oh my God, this family gonna think I'm the Grim Reaper.
I just got home from the house that I lived in when I first moved up to New England that was incredibly haunted. Went to drop off flowers for Carrot, which was my cat that I moved up here with, and sadly he passed away in that house within like a month or two of me living here. I had texted the owner of the house, who I'm still friends with, asking if I could bring him flowers because last week was the 2-year anniversary of him passing, and she said, sure, of course, you know, we're not there, but you're welcome to leave them on the porch. So I drive up there, I do that, and as I am backing out, I look up at the second floor window, which is a room that had a lot of activity when I lived there, and I see somebody standing in the window. There are no cars there. She told me that nobody would be home. That's why I left the flowers on the porch rather than going in and saying hi, but I am seeing a person standing in the window. Stuff like that was just common living there. Like, there was always weird shit happening. But as I was driving home, I realized that I didn't tell you guys a few of the creepiest things that happened while I was living in that house. For example, I had a neighbor who was a few years younger than me named Eric, and he lived in the closest cabin to the house, which was like half a mile away. He knew that I was seeing things and experiencing things in the house, but he was a hardcore skeptic, and I'm sure he still is. He never seemed scared. He would always just try to come up with logical explanations, which I appreciated because I was living there alone, and sometimes it would get pretty scary. One night we're in the living room watching a movie, and he gets up to leave, and we both hear the voice of a little girl say something in the kitchen, which is like right next to the living room with no wall in between. We both look at each other and look at the kitchen because we're like, what the fuck was that? And like, you couldn't make out what she was saying, but it was definitely a very high-pitched little voice. He turns to me and he's like, it had to have been a mouse. It couldn't have been anything else. It was just a mouse. I'm like, okay. So I walk him to the front door to see him out. When you walk in the front door, there's a mudroom where you can take your boots and your jacket and all that off. And then directly in front of you is the second living room. And then to the left of that are the stairs that go up to the second floor. And then hard left, there's an office, which is the room that Carrot died in. So as he's going to leave, his back is to the front door. He gives me a hug. And as he's doing that, I hear him gasp in my ear and pull away. And I look at him and tears are welling up in his eyes as he's looking up at the second floor landing up the stairs. I'm like, what is wrong? What just happened? Are you okay? And he is not breaking eye contact with the top landing of the stairs. Like, he will not look at me. He's just looking up there and he's like, I swear to God, I just saw you moving up on the second landing. And I'm like, that's not possible. Like, what exactly did you see? And he's like, I saw you. It was your outline, but it was all black. Like, there was no color. I couldn't see hair color. It was just like your shadow moved from one side of the landing to the other. And at this point, tears are coming down his face. And again, this man is a skeptic. He doesn't believe in the paranormal. And he's like, I don't know what I just saw, but I need to leave. I'm like, so you're gonna leave me with something that looks like me in the house? Cool, thank you. And he's like, yeah, I have to go, bye. That night, I'm laying in bed. My dog is in bed with me, obviously, because he always is. And I'm drifting off to sleep, and I hear something tapping on the dresser in my bedroom, which is at like the foot of the bed, kind of a few feet away. I slowly crack my eyes open and look, and I see the outline of somebody standing against the dresser, slowly drumming their fingers like they're impatiently waiting for something. My eyes obviously fly all the way open, and they're gone. When I say stuff like this was common, it was like a weekly event. The first few months in that house, right after Carrot had passed away, my mom came up to spend Thanksgiving with me. I put her in my bedroom, and I went into the guest bedroom, which if you've seen the videos, it's a yellow bedroom with like weird purple splotches all over it. It looks very creepy. It is a very creepy room. It has a crawl space. I didn't want to put her in there. So she sleeps in my room, which is much nicer and more comfortable. And the next morning she's like, why did you keep getting up in the middle of the night? And I'm like, I didn't. What are you talking about? And she was like, I was hearing footsteps on the stairs and outside of the bedroom like all night. Yeah, it happens. I wasn't up though. It wasn't me. The next night she comes into the room that I'm sleeping in as I'm drifting off, and she's like, I'm hearing footsteps again. Unfortunately, you're just gonna have to get used to it because it happens. You hear them all the time in this house. The final night she was visiting me, we were walking my dog, and there was like the big main house and then a barn, which wasn't used for anything. There were no animals or anything. The barn had a very creepy vibe, more so than the house even. Like when I would be in the barn getting firewood, doors would close on their own, objects would fall on their own. And if I asked nicely for whoever was doing that to please stop, they usually would. So my mom and I are walking Rocky, facing the barn, heading that way. We both, at the same time, see a shadow standing in one of the windows of the barn and then duck down. And that was its signature move. I would see something and then it would duck, like it wanted me to come look for it, which I never did. So yeah, that house, the property, the whole thing, it was absolutely wild. Oh, and if you're a newer follower and you don't already know this story, the property that that house is on was originally owned by the Mack family, which is the maternal side of Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism. His mother's family lived there for generations. There are roads all over the town named after her family. I don't know if it's them haunting that house or what it is, but something is going on there.
South Africa is really not a real place. Somebody from South Africa submitted a story to me telling me that people don't only get kidnapped by mermaid spirits, that there are other types of spirits in the water that kidnap people, i.e. snake spirits. I am back with another spooky story. Now this story is called The Snake Husband. So in parts of Africa, people whisper about the Mami Wata spirits, water beings who can appear human but often take form of a snake. And they say if one of them falls in love with you, there is no escape. So a young woman, we're gonna call her Amara. Amara lived near a forest river. Every evening she fetched water alone. Although the elders warned her never answer if you hear your name called by the river. So one night Amara was just fetching her water, minding her business. Suddenly she heard it, and it was like a soft, deep, and a very sweet voice called her Amara. She turned, but no one was there. She turned back and she notices that the waves in the water was just a bit strange. So that night, she doesn't think anything of it. She goes about her business, gets her water, goes home, and returns the following day. Now, the next day, when she returned to the same spot, mind you, this time, a tall, handsome man stood at the riverbank, dressed in white. The man was described to have really long eyelashes, and his eyes seemed like they had a glimmer in them. And he also had an interesting smile. However, the man was alluring and handsome. He was beautiful, and it seemed like he had his eyes set on Amara. The second Amara saw this dude, she was enamored. He approached her to talk to her, and surprise, surprise, within them getting to know each other, it seems like this man is Amara's dream man, the husband that she had been so patiently waiting for this whole time. Like, even his voice was soft. And while they were talking by the water, he offered her gifts, protection, and even love. Amara left, her chest tight. She just met the man of her dreams. How could she say no? So the person who submitted the story was Amara's sister. So she's telling it from her POV. Well, Amara started seeing this guy. They started going out to date, and Amara seemed like she was falling head over heels. 2 months into the relationship, Amara really started to want to meet the guy's parents, go to his house. However, he was always hesitant. Every time they would see each other, he would come pick her up, or they would just hang out in Amara's house. Well, 2 months into them dating, people noticed Amara changing. Her skin grew unusually smooth and cold. Her pupils became narrow like slits. At night, the weirdest thing, her family heard hissing coming from her room. And when they entered, the hissing was gone. Her skin started to shed like that of an actual snake. At this point, Amara's mother is having nightmares that there's a snake in her house. The next thing we know, the two kept dating and they became inseparable. Even though Amara looked like she was getting worser and worser. So Amara meets this beautiful man by the water and they become inseparable. Now Amara's sister, upon meeting him, had her own reservation. She said, and I kid you not, the man's eyes damn near glowed. Even at nighttime, his eyes glimmered. He just seemed like something else. So Amara's sister would try to warn her about him, but to Amara, it kind of came off like the sister was being a hater, considering the sister was still single. At that point, the two sisters get into argument, and Amara's sister decided that she will no longer speak on that relationship. The beautiful man winds up proposing to Amara. So Amara comes home and lets her family know that she's getting married. Everybody else seemed to be happy for Amara, and they asked Amara to meet her fiance's family. The only thing is, though, Amara herself has never met that man's family. So now there's a lot of pressure on Amara to make this meeting happen. So she goes to her man and starts putting pressure on him. One day, I guess he finally caved and he was like, okay, I will introduce you to my family. He basically told her that she had already accepted his proposal, which means that she's accepting of him, and that maybe it is the right time that she meets the family. And Amara's thinking maybe this guy is just really formal. So I guess when he figured that Amara was finally ready to meet the fam, he took Amara to the water, and Amara's probably wondering what is she doing here back at the same spot that they met. Well, this man took Amara to the water, inside of the water. Since Amara's sister was the one who submitted the story, at that moment she had no idea what had happened. Her sister was gone for 3 weeks. And everybody back on Earth is worried sick about this girl. Her sister thought that her boyfriend did something to her, might have unalived her. And considering people went around looking for the boyfriend too, well, the fiance, and no one could find either of them. People are thinking they eloped, people are thinking that he unalived her. It's so many different theories going on. But when Amara comes back to find out what they found out, Shocking, to say the least. Well, Amara comes back to Earth 3 weeks later soaked. Her sister saw her walking in the yard, looking dazed and confused. She was soaking wet and she looked like a zombie. And the thing about her that sent chills down her sister's back was the fact that her sister barely recognized her at first. That's how different she looked after those 3 weeks. Her hair's texture was different. Her hair was straight and kind of stringy looking. Her eyes had the same glimmer that her fiance had. Her skin, at least 5 shades lighter. One look at her, you can just tell that she wasn't a product of God. The crazy thing about it too, when she came back, everyone had all these questions. Where did you go? What happened to you? Why do you look like this? Amara was mute. She could not speak. They would ask her about her fiance. For 3 months, Amara didn't mutter a word. During those 3 months, she would constantly go missing and come back in the same state. People started keeping watch to make sure that she stays in her bedroom at night. They invited the neighborhood's priests and pastors to come and pray over this girl because nobody knew what was going on. And the entire neighborhood started coming together to pray for Amara. And after 9 months, Amara's skin started darkening up. She went completely bald, and slowly but surely she started looking normal again. After 9 months, she started to speak. And when she spoke again, she talked about what she saw below and how it horrified her and shook her to her core. After the 9 months, Amara decided to give up her life to Jesus Christ because what she had saw was enough to convince her that God was real.
So I have in fact experienced a real life haunting one time when I was babysitting. Very old house, 3 kids ages 5, 3, and 1. Before the parents left, the dad looked at me and said, "Hey, I'm sorry." I have no idea what he was saying sorry for. I was like, "Oh, that's okay." The whole time I kept hearing creaks and whispers throughout the house, but it was a really old house, so I was like, I'm just imagining this. And the 5-year-old looks at me and says, the 5-year-old looks at me and says, "Hey, did you know we used to have a cat and it on Halloween, and so my dad buried it in the backyard." I was like, that's great. If you are with kids a lot, you know they say weird things. She wanted to play a game where she was the cat that I had to bury in the backyard. It was a weird night. So I put the kids to bed. Like clockwork, 5-year-old gets up and says she needs a glass of water. Getting her a glass of water when a cat covered in dirt runs up from the basement. I say, "Hey, I thought you said your cat." She said, "He did." I said, "Then who's this cat?" She looks at me and says, "What cat?" And it's like swirling at her feet. I think she's messing with me. I'm like, whatever, so I send her back to bed. Then I was like, well, I have this stray cat running around these people's house. So like an idiot, I chase the cat and it runs into the basement. Why I followed it down, I don't know. But I did, and when it got to the bottom of the stairs, it went into a corner and disappeared. I was like, weird. I went back upstairs to go do my homework. Then I hear metal clanging at the front door, like someone's clanging. And I think the parents are home early and they're struggling to get inside, so I go to open the door for them. And they're like so loud, they're struggling so much. I open the door, nobody's there. I was like, I'm getting a little freaked out now. So I go back on the couch to start texting my friends what's happening. And I turn around and the picture behind me has turned sideways. Then I start hearing whispers around the house. I think the kids have woken up, so I go to their room to tell them to be quiet. Knocked out asleep. Got really nervous, so I had to go pee. I go to the bathroom and all the lights in the house shut off. I immediately text the parents, "You need to come home. Something's wrong. All the lights just shut off." As soon as I texted that, I heard footsteps coming upstairs, like from the basement coming upstairs. And there are voices saying, "Where is she? The lights are off. Where is she? The lights are off." And so I'm like, okay, thank God the parents are home. Like, I'm done. And so I turn on the flashlight on my phone and I go to meet them at the steps. I thought it was weird they were coming from the basement, but I figured maybe there was like a door to the garage there or something. And so I yell out to them like, "I'm here, I'm over here, your lights came out, sorry." I shine my flashlight towards the basement. No one's there. Their 2 dogs run over to me and sit on my right and my left and lowered their heads towards the basement. And I'm hearing whispers and I'm assuming the dogs heard it too. It's probably the scariest I've ever been in my life, but I'm still a babysitter, so I still have to like protect the kids. So I run back into the hallway in front of the kids' room just to stand in front. Like if I was gonna go out, at least I was gonna go out protecting those kids. Then all of a sudden the whispering stopped. The lights slowly came back on. I got on the phone with some friends. They were trying to come pick me up, but I couldn't leave the kids. I stayed on the phone with friends until the parents got home. I was really shaken up, so I couldn't even tell the parents what happened. I just took the money and left. I was so scared, I turned on the lights in my car on the way home because I just was horrifying. And then I slept with all my lights on that night. I never went back, but I am still a babysitter. So, I guess it didn't scare me too much.
Hey guys, so I have another story for you. This is an older story. I've shared it before. I'm going to condense it down to one video. This is probably without question the spookiest call I've ever been on in my law enforcement career, and I hope it never gets topped. But anyhow, it was several years ago. I was on the overnight shift. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. It was around Halloween time, so it's already got that spooky season feel. This elderly gentleman who lived out in the country, he drove to town for whatever reason and went to this 24/7 gas station, asked the clerk if he could use the phone to call 911. The clerk, of course, said yes. He calls 911 and tells dispatch something along the lines of like, my wife's missing or she's been kidnapped or something, yada, yada, yada. And to have the officer meet me at our residence. So I go to the residence, and as I pull up and I get out, I don't see any red flags, if you will. Normally in a situation like this, you would see or hear some commotion. You would have something standing out to you. I'm not getting that. It looks very calm, very quaint. I don't know what I'm really walking into at this point. I have terrible officer awareness. I walk up the driveway and I pass his truck, and he hops out of the truck behind me, and as I turn around, he's got a handgun. And he's extremely agitated and upset and emotional at the fact that his wife is missing or kidnapped or whatever it was. So after a few minutes of coaxing the handgun from him and make it safe, I put it on the hood of his truck. I'm like, okay, talk to me, what's going on? And he says, okay, follow me to the house. So I follow him to the house, and as he gets to the door, he says, and I will never forget this, he says, do you believe in God? And I said, yes, I do. And he says, good. And that means you believe in the devil. I'm like, what the? What? So he opens the door. He says, forgive me for all the candles. He says, that's the only way we can keep it out or something like that. And there's no candles, but yet he's tiptoeing through the living room like he doesn't want to step over these mysterious candles. There's no candles. So as I'm walking in the living room and all the furniture's gone, it's just an empty room. Like, I don't know if they're moving or they just moved in. It's just completely bare and empty. Although at every window around the home, I see a rifle or a shotgun, and I see spent shell casings and bullet casings. And I'm like, hey bro, what's up with this? And he said, oh, I've been shooting out at these demons outside all night, trying to keep them out from coming in the house. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, well, we're not gonna have that right now. So he lets me make all of his firearms safe, and talking to him, trying to figure out where his wife may be. And then we're in this cabin-esque home, and there's a loft, and I see above us his elderly wife comes to the edge of the loft, and she's wearing this white, like, robe, you know, like something Ebenezer Scrooge would wear. A little creepy looking, you know, and she's just standing there staring down at us. And I'm like, all right, she seems sensible. I'm going to go upstairs. I'm going to talk to her, because obviously he's the issue, and we need to get him some mental health treatment. So I'm like, hey, I found her. And he's like, oh, that's great news. That's great news. You know, he's all excited. He's calmed down now. He's like, she's safe. She's sound. Good to go. So I'm like, we should be in and out in 5 minutes. So as I walk up the steps, I go up there and I talk to her, and I'm like, hey, ma'am, your husband's having some mental health issues. And she's like, I know. And she's like, I don't know what to do with him. I'm like, I get it. You know, boys will be boys, but I'm going to have to take him to the hospital. And I'm like, I'm going to probably need you to help me out and, you know, convince him to go with me. And I think we're on the same page, and all of a sudden she says, am I in trouble? And I'm like, no. Why would you be in trouble? And she's like, well, I'm curious. And I'm like, well, he's not in any trouble either. But why did you say, are you in trouble? Like, there's something not right about how she said it. And she said, well, because I fed it. I'm like, fed what? She's like, I was feeding the devil babies. And I'm like, what? Like, I get it. He's having a mental health issue, but it's very rare, if not impossible, in my opinion, to have two people having both the same mental health issues. And I'm like, run that back again. And she said, I stole babies. And the only way I could keep the devil happy and away from us, because he broke into the home, was to throw them over the loft, because I'm only safe when I'm up here, elevated, and the devil's down there. I throw the babies over the loft or the balcony, and the devil feeds them. Or I feed the devil. But the problem is he won't leave me alone now. He's attached to me, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna go back down and talk to your husband. He's the more sensible one. I'm like, I'm never sleeping again. So I go down the steps. I talk to the husband. I'm like, bro, both you and your wife are gonna have to take a trip with me to the hospital. And he is now freaking out. He's trying to run outside. I don't know why. I'm trying to wheel him in. I'm like, dude, I don't want you to go out there. It's pitch black. It's the middle of the night. Like, what is it out there that you need to do? And he's like, I need to get the devil away. I need to get the devil away from my house. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, the devil is throwing the babies into the fire. And I'm like, what? And he said the demons are dancing around the fire, and the devil is in the middle, and he's throwing the babies in the fire, and it's making the fire bigger, and I have to go put out the fire. And I'm like, bro, come back to reality. There is nothing out there. I am looking, and it is pitch black out there. And he's like, oh, you messed up. He's like, you just pissed them off. They're all looking at you now. And he's like, oh, they're running over here. They're running over here. And I'm like, well, shut the shades. Like, I shut the shades, and I'm like, now I'm wigging out. And I'm like, all right, look, we need to come back to reality. Luckily at that time, another deputy shows up. The ambulance shows up. We both convinced them to go to the hospital and get some mental health treatment. They do the same thing at the hospital. The doctor's like, I'm going to send him away, and hopefully we can get this fixed. They went away for a few days. They came back, and I never dealt with them again. I never had to go to the house again. Sadly, I did hear that the elderly lady later passed on a few years later. But to this day, I've never had a call where both people were suffering from the same delusion. And in my opinion, there was something extra sinister involved there that's beyond what medicine or therapy could solve, if you will. But I want to know your thoughts. Tell me what you think. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Okay, you all asked for it, so here we go. My name's Sydney. I worked as an ER nurse for about 10 years, and I have seen some crazy stuff, but this one in particular still keeps me up at night. Because I don't want to violate any HIPAA laws, I am not going to be naming any patients in this story, and I cannot give you the exact location, but I can tell you it happened in the Appalachian Mountains. So we got a call from EMS, and the original call was for an elderly lady with altered mental status. But then a call came in right after that, and it was for her son that had a severe arm injury. So that's a pretty normal call to get for like an older person not acting right. They can have UTIs, they could, sometimes dementia, things like that can make them act different. But the fact that she was coming in with her son, and her son had a severe arm injury, we were all like, what's going on? So she came in first. They brought her in on the stretcher, and she was in handcuffs. This like 80-something tiny little woman in handcuffs. So of course we were like, get her out of these handcuffs. Like, she's gonna rip her skin. Like, what is going on? And baby, as soon as those handcuffs came off, I understood why they put them on her. This frail 80-year-old woman had the strength of like a grown 40-year-old man. It took multiple nurses, multiple security officers, and paramedics to just hold her down on the stretcher. She was also contorting her body in ways that I never thought possible. Just like her spine, like coming up off the stretcher, her legs up by her head, like it was weird. She was thrashing all over the bed, biting, spitting, kicking. The scariest part is her voice was not like a normal, like 80-year-old woman voice. It was this deep, guttural, like voice. At one point she looks over at me and she goes, "Get this brute out of me." And as we're dealing with this, her son comes in behind her, and his arm has a massive chunk bitten out of it. And I'm not trying to get too gory on you guys, but like I'm talking tendons, ligaments hanging out of his arm. So we got more information from the son and he was like, yeah, that's my mom. She lives with me, but this is not my mom. Like, she is normally a sweet little lady, and then she just came in my room in the middle of the night, bit down on my arm and ripped a huge chunk out of it and just continued to attack me. And he's like, I had no other option but to call the police. So we start doing all the things to get this lady to calm down so she wouldn't hurt us or hurt herself. I'm talking sedatives, IV injections, all the things. Nothing is touching her. We gave her enough medicine to put down like a horse, and nothing touched it. We also ran all the tests that would cause her to act this way. Like, we did a urine screen, we did like blood work, all the things. Everything came back completely normal. At one point, one of the nurses said, we need some holy water. As soon as holy water was mentioned, this lady, like I told you, she was thrashing all over the place, stopped thrashing and just looks up and goes, don't you dare. All of us nurses just kind of looked at each other like, well, that was weird. We ended up admitting her to a room upstairs. I obviously did not see this because I stayed down in the ER, but it was later told that nothing they did helped her. She just continued to act completely insane until the son was like, I want an exorcism done on her. They had to call in a priest to the hospital to do the exorcism, and shortly after that, she went home. So, believe what you want, but the fact that this lady's tests results all came back clear and the only thing that ended up helping her was an exorcism. I mean, I know what I believe, and that's why I'm right with the Lord. But it's still just one of the wildest things that ever happened to me as a nurse. So now I'm interested, has anyone else ever had an encounter like this? If you have, leave it in the comments. And also, if you want more stories about some of the crazy things that I've seen as an ER nurse, I was also a psychiatric nurse for 3 years, then let me know.
This is one of the scariest stories I've ever read. It was posted 10 years ago on Reddit by an account called A Writer Named Williams. It was on the subreddit called Let's Not Meet. The story is called Poker Face. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this very scary story. This happened in Antioch, California. It was around 2 a.m. I was at a friend's house, safe and warm, sheltered suburbia. We were having a lot to drink, chit-chatting, enjoying ourselves, of course. When you're having fun, time hits the fast-forward button, and those few minutes turn into an hour. I had too much to drink. My friend has a bit of an abrupt bedtime, so I had to dodge out early, still intoxicated. I felt too shameful thinking I'd be asking too much to stay in his house to sleep off the drunkenness. I suppose he was either too rude or too drunk to consider it himself. Whatever. Sometimes a little inconvenience makes you appreciate everything else. I needed about another hour or so to sober up and drive back. As fast as time passed during my stay, it decided to drastically slow down as soon as I stepped out of his house. It was a cul-de-sac area, a concrete jungle with the stem of the street breaking into a fork. Alongside the road, my car was parked. The only street light that worked was in the middle of the cul-de-sac circle, about 80 yards away. I stumbled towards my car, produced my keys, and felt the metal line up. Opened my door and shifted to the back seat. Because this was a dark, strange, and unfamiliar neighborhood, I took the leftover newspapers and a sweater in my backseat to cover myself up. I was a little scared. I wanted to camouflage myself and not just be some guy awkwardly sitting in his car, waiting for time to pass in order to drive home. I couldn't fall asleep. The uncomfortable feeling of a cheap backseat bed enshrouded in darkness didn't make the chance of slumber easier. It felt too ominous. And of course my mind began to wonder. I thought of worst-case scenarios, like how the police would shine their lights on me through the window, or a drunk driver hitting my car, and... Wait. In the distance, about 100 yards away, I hear footsteps approaching. The gravel scuffed with each step forward, growing in proximity, but periodically taking stops. I wondered why until it made sense in my mind. Whoever it was probably looking through cars carefully, with the intent to steal one. I couldn't recall how many cars were on the block, but I counted 3 full stops until he was at my window, breathing. I froze. There was no more than 1 foot between us. The car encapsulated me as I lay hidden beneath backseat clutter, forming myself into an object, trying my hardest to be unnoticeable, unmoving, and simply not there. I see you, said a 40-plus-year-old man in a perverse baby talk. I imagine when you were playing hide and seek and one of your friends tricks you into coming out, he said it in that tone of voice, as if baiting me, like he was questioning whether the clutter in the backseat was just clutter or a person. I didn't want to move or check the window. I remained clutter. Give me an Academy Award. My body reacted by minimizing my breathing so much that I felt paralyzed. I dare not to look. My eyes fixated on the back of the passenger seat. I didn't blink, I didn't move, I didn't breathe. My heart was pounding so hard it shook my body with each throb. He circled around the car. My ears didn't fail me. I heard the steps. I felt like I was part of the car. I could feel him touching the trunk as he carefully pressed down on it, as if to test the alarm, as if to test me. I was in the middle of fight or flight. I couldn't do either without elevating danger. I was frozen and hoping to God he was bluffing. He circled the car again. The door handle to my right jiggled. He was pulling it multiple times. I see you. Same tone, but more agitated and stressed, more convinced that he was trying to make that clutter move, revealing itself to be one of his expectations that it was me. My muscles tensed like a cow before slaughter. That had to be metal against glass. Take a penny right now and tap your window. A crowbar, a knife, a rock, a gun. My eyes fixated on the seat in front of me, never averting my gaze like he was. I was covered enough to where I couldn't see beyond the seat in front of me. I know I couldn't see him, but I can feel his eyes resting on top of me.
My name is Poker Face. What's your name?
The voice changed in a lower, demented and serious tone. My mind forced a visual. It wasn't anything human. I already accepted my death. I was ready to be shot in the head, ready to take a life-changing bullet, multiple knife wounds. Just make the sleep bearable, not excruciating, as you drain me of life. I wouldn't know how to react. My thoughts grew dimmer. I imagined my friend waking up the next morning after a calm night of safe and sound sleep, only to discover my mutilated, defiled, and bloody body hanging outside of my car door. It was then I heard nothing but my own heart. What was this person doing now? Just staring at me in the middle of the night, talking to me, or a messy pile in the back seat? Time froze. The footsteps were being swallowed in the distance. Thank God he left. I waited another hour until the sun showed hints of itself. I jumped in my front seat and bolted out of there, wide-eyed and sober. And that's the end of the story.
This is one of the scariest stories I've ever heard. A woman on Reddit shared her experience as a recent divorcee that was starting over. She started renting a new apartment and was really excited for a clean slate. Her new place was really nice. It was one of those types of complexes that even has a doorman, so she felt really safe there. At the time of her story, she'd been dedicating a lot of time to her job and would work late most nights, get home in the early morning hours just to get a few hours of sleep and have to wake up and do it all over again. She would wake up in the morning to start getting ready for work and realize that she had been so tired and out of it that she kept leaving the door unlocked. And then she started to notice that things inside of her apartment would seemingly go missing. At first, it was just small things like nail polish, her hairbrush, things that at first she was certain she had just been misplacing. But then it turned into more personal things like pictures, shaving razors, and most disturbingly, her underwear. This started to make her feel really on edge. So she started to make sure that she was being more intentional about locking her door at night. She would get in the habit of doing it every single night before going to sleep and then would repeat over and over again out loud that she had locked the door. But morning after morning, she would still wake up to find her door unlocked, and she couldn't understand how this kept happening. So she decided to invest in a camera. One night after returning home from work, she set the new camera up and hid it underneath a pile of towels on the floor. She made sure to lock the door and then she went to bed. When she woke up the next morning, everything in the apartment looked normal and nothing seemed to be missing, but the door had somehow been unlocked. So she decided to check the footage from her new camera. She had to fast forward through hours of footage but couldn't find anything. Right when she was about to give up, she noticed the door handle jiggle and then the door slowly crept open. A figure slid through the open door and walked toward the camera. The woman got so scared that she immediately paused the footage and called police. While she was on the phone with 911, she studied the figure on the camera footage and knew without a doubt that it was her apartment's maintenance man. She played the tape a little bit more and could see him walking around her apartment comfortably as if he were in his own home. Then she watched as he turned to walk toward her bedroom just out of view of the camera. The police arrived at her doorstep and she showed them this tape. The officers assured her that they would catch this guy, and she was so exhausted from this entire ordeal that after the police officers had finished their report, she went to lay in bed and take a nap. As she laid there, she was completely drained but still unable to fall asleep. That's when a chilling realization began to wash over her. When she watched that tape, she saw the man enter her home, but she never saw him leave. She sat up in bed and quickly looked around the room. She didn't see anybody, but she kept her attention focused on her bedroom door. In a rush to get to safety, she swung her legs over the side of her bed. Her feet hit the cold wood floor, and then she felt warm breath on her ankles. She raced out of her room as quickly as she could and caught the police officers just as they were leaving. When they went inside of her apartment, they found her maintenance man hiding under her bed, clutching a knife and a Polaroid camera.
Have you guys heard of the crying babies of the cornfields? One of my followers named Lola told me about it in Iowa State. Yeah, you will not be seeing me. Before I begin, if you're new and you have a horror story that you want me to read, please follow my Instagram that's linked in my bio and DM me your story. So Lola grew up in Iowa, and there's one story that her mom told her that has never left her mind. It's the kind of story that makes you double check your locks at night and never look at cornfields the same way ever again. One evening years ago, Lola's mom was driving down a quiet road on her way home. The kind of road that's nothing but long stretches of farmland, cornfields on both sides, and not even a single car passing by. The sun was starting to dip, and she knew that in just a half an hour, it would be completely dark. And then Lola told me the unexpected happened. Her mom's car broke down, out of nowhere. The engine cut out, dashboard's lights flickered, and the car rolled to a stop right on the side of the road. She told me her mom remembered the silence afterwards. No other cars around, no houses nearby, just the whisper of the wind moving through the air. She told me her mom got out to check underneath the hood because she thought it was something small. And that's when she heard it, a baby crying. She said at first it was faint, like it could have been her imagination. But then she paused and really listened, and there it was again. Clear, sharp, unmistakable. A baby's cry echoing from inside of the cornfield. She told me immediately her mom's instincts kicked in. She called out, "Hello, is someone there? Do you need help?" Her voice carried across the empty field, but nothing answered back. Just that same little cry, and she told me her stomach started to twist. She turned back toward her car, telling herself that it couldn't be real. Maybe it was just an animal or the wind playing tricks. But the crying continued, soft at first, but then rising. Almost as if the baby was in pain or left alone to die. And then Lola told me one thought really got to her mom. What if it really was a baby? What if some desperate person had left a child out there to die? She could not shake that thought, and as a mother, she thought, what if it was one of her kids? She knew she couldn't just ignore it, and Lola told me her mom walked into the cornfields. Just a few rows at first, brushing past the tall stalks of corn, her shoes crunching on the dirt, and she called out again, louder this time. "Hello, do you need help? I hear a baby." But then again, it was nothing. No voice answering her, no footsteps, no one saying, "Over here." Just the same haunting cry. She told me at that point her nerves spiked. She told herself she'd gone far enough and started to turn back. But as she walked out, the crying didn't fade. If anything, it stayed just close enough, as if it were following her, begging her to come in deeper. Lola told me her mom froze, heart pounding, and then she went back in. This time she walked back even further into the rows of corn. The sun was dipping low now, streaks of orange and pink in the sky fading to gray, and the shadow between the stalks grew darker. She kept her eyes fixed ahead, trying to follow the sound. But that's when she noticed something strange. The cry didn't sound right. It wasn't natural. It wasn't the way that babies usually cry. Lola told me her mother noticed that there was a break in it, a stutter, almost like a glitch, as if the sound was repeating, like it was on a recording loop. She told me her whole entire body went cold. Her mom stopped moving and listened. And that's when she heard something else. Not the cry this time, but the corn. The stalks were rustling, but not from the wind, from movement. Heavy, fast movement, like someone or something was running toward her. She told me her chest tightened, and she did not wait another second. She spun around and bolted, shoving her way back through the corn. Not caring if she scratched herself on the stalks, she just ran. She made it back to her car, slammed the door shut, locked every lock, and sat there trembling in silence. Her breaths coming in short gasps, and then Lola told me her mom heard that the crying had stopped. Everything had gone completely still. Lola told me her mom waited in the car until her husband showed up. He jump-started the car, and on the ride home, she told him everything over the phone. The baby cries, the stuttering sound, the stalks moving closer, the feeling that she had just escaped something horrible. And that's when he told her something that made her blood run cold. He said that what she experienced was actually a tactic. Traffickers, or sometimes worse, killers, sometimes use recordings of crying babies to lure women away from their cars, away from the safety of the road and deeper into isolated areas. And in a place like a cornfield, no one would ever find you. The thought alone shook her to the core, and even mine just reading it. To this day, Lola's mom still wonders what would have happened if she had gone out further into the cornfield. If she hadn't noticed the fake cry, if she didn't listen to her gut when she heard the stalks moving, what exactly would have happened? And that's why Lola told me that whenever she drives past those endless cornfields in Iowa, she can't help but imagine the sound of a baby crying inside. And Lola told me that she knows her mom was never supposed to come back out of there.
There's a cursed highway right down the road from our house. Story time. People call it the road that eats children, and you'll see why. As kids, we were all taught not to go anywhere near this road because so many children and pets had died out there, and some adults too. There have been so many wrecks because of people seeing things that aren't there. Locals think that this road is cursed, and it lures victims out there by showing them a loved one, someone who may be alive or has passed on, just something to lure you in. So back in the early 70s, there was a man, woman, and their 3 kids, and they pulled into a church parking lot that was located on this road. So Dad goes into the church to talk to the pastor while Mom and the kids wait out in the truck. So all of a sudden, while Dad's in the church, he hears tires squalling, a loud bam, and people start screaming. He runs outside, and that's when he finds out the mom had let the kids out to play, and his 3-year-old son had run out the highway and got hit by a Mack truck. The mom and siblings swear that he all of a sudden stood up, began smiling, and said bop bop, and took off running towards the road. Bop bop was his grandpa who died a month prior, and they think that's what he saw in the highway. But they don't think it was his grandpa's spirit. They think it was a demon pretending to be bop bop to get him out there. But about 10 years ago, they bulldozed down that old church, and a new family bought this property and moved in, and this older woman was babysitting her 3-year-old grandson on a regular basis. So on this summer day, they cooked, they played, they watched TV, they were just having a great time together. Around lunch, she goes in the bathroom, and while she's in there, her 3-year-old grandson manages to slip out the door. She comes out the bathroom, she don't see him, she calls his name, he don't answer, so she goes out the front door, and that's where she sees this baby with his arms wide open run into the highway. He was smiling ear to ear when he was hit by a Mack truck right in front of his grandma. She was less than 5 feet behind him when he was hit by that truck, and she was almost hit herself. This poor baby was gone, and there wasn't much left of him after the impact. The truck driver was going the speed limit. He didn't even know he'd hit anything. He glances in a side mirror, and that's where he sees a woman running out of her yard, and she drops down in the middle of the highway, so he thinks she's in trouble. He slams on brakes, turns around, and runs back up to the scene, and that's where he learns he hit a child. They had fenced in that entire yard to make it childproof, and they even had a special lock on the gate, but for some reason the gate was standing wide open. Nobody knows who did it. What's crazy, Grandma sold the property, and on the day she was moving out, she pulled her grandson's cross out the ground, and she was hit and killed by a truck. So back in the late 80s, 2 5-year-old children were seen playing alone out in their yard on the edge of this highway. So the one child said, the other child stood up and said, "There's my Mima," and then he took off running out to the highway. But this one said he didn't see anyone out there, but the other one kept running, and he got hit by a car. Another woman who grew up down the road from this said that when she was 6 or 7 years old, she used to hear this tapping on her window late at night, and when she looked, it was a black shadowy figure trying to get her to go out into the road, but she wouldn't go because it was too dark. One time this thing told her that her new cat was out there on the road, so she put on her shoes and coat because she didn't want it to get hit, and right when she got to the door, her mama snatched her up and said, "No, you're not going out there, it's too dangerous," and she stopped her. Her mama probably saved her life. Another man said that while his wife was at work at the hospital on night shift, his twin sons, who were 7, would tell him that they saw something floating around the house, and it was trying to get them to come outside and play. He had to put locks on all the doors and windows and build a damn fence around their house that the kids couldn't get through because they were steady trying to go out to that damn road. A girl I went to school with said that when she was getting on the bus one morning, she heard this whiny sound like a kitten, and when she went and leaned down in the ditch, that was when a big truck came out of nowhere and almost hit her. She jumped back so hard that she fell in the ditch and got soaking wet, and the truck barely missed her, but when she looked down in the ditch, there were no animals in there. Another little girl who was 8 years old lived on that same road, and she was getting off the school bus one day when a driver flew past the bus and hit her. The driver kept going and didn't even stop to check on her. So the bus driver and the kids all get off, and they call 911, and she's airlifted to Wilmington, and she has been disabled ever since. A bad wreck that I personally saw on that road was when I was in 6th grade. This woman comes flying up in a little car behind our bus. That big tractor with all those discs was just a few feet ahead of us, and that was why our bus driver was going so slow. So this woman tries to go around us. She stomps the gas, but when she goes around the bus, another truck is coming in the opposite lane, so she has to swing it back over in between the tractor and the bus. This woman lost control of her car, and she slammed into the back of that tractor and rammed that car up into those discs. The discs ate the front of her car. I mean, they went right on up into the windshield and decapitated her. I had nightmares about that wreck for weeks. So back in the late 80s, one of my distant relatives was on a tractor going out to a field to plow it, and he put his 5-year-old son on his lap to ride the tractor with him while their mama was at home making lunch. The mom would always tell him, "Be careful with him on the tractor, please don't let go, don't let him fall." And the dad was like, "Dude, my whole family's been riding tractors forever and we've never had nothing happen. He'll be fine." So as they're going into the field, a big truck came out of nowhere and almost hit him. The father has to pull the tractor off the road and back on, and when he does, the little boy falls off the tractor and ends up going under the disc. He was mangled up. And then this poor man had to go home and tell his wife what happened to their son, and she went all to hell. So needless to say, a lot of really bad things have happened on this highway, and that's why people are so scared to drive on it.
Roommate wanted, female only. This was the title of a Reddit post uploaded almost 10 years ago now. It refers to the title of a Craigslist ad a girl named Amanda had seen while looking for a place to rent. The post consists of her detailed experience. Amanda Amanda was browsing the internet when she came across the ad. The listing was for a room in a house for $225 a month, which was pretty cheap for the area. The occupant listed herself as a 23-year-old college student who wasn't comfortable living with any males. Amanda would get her own room and bathroom. The only thing was the Craigslist ad only had one picture. It was a picture of the outside of the house. There were no pictures of the inside. But still interested, Amanda sent an email to the occupant. In less than an hour, she got an email back with all the details and the time to stop by. The time said 8 p.m., past when it would have gotten dark. In the email, the occupant said this was because she worked late. So, that night at 8 p.m., Amanda arrived at the house. She walked up to the front door and was met by a handwritten note that said, "Door broken, use back door." She started walking around towards the back, and as she did, she noticed how unkempt the place looked. The windows were covered in dust, and the grass was way overgrown. She knocked on the back door. An older man opened it. At first, she thought she was at the wrong house, but the guy went on to explain how he was the landlord, and that the occupant asked him to show her around. The post described him as clearly in his 40s, unshaven, and a guy who looked like he lived in his car. A bit hesitant, Amanda stepped inside and allowed the man to give her a tour. Immediately, she noticed the place had no furniture whatsoever. There was only one light on, the light in the kitchen. The landlord would answer questions, but was irritable to keeping lights on for too long. He rushed her around, only letting her look in rooms for a few seconds. They eventually got to one room that the landlord wouldn't open. He said it was the occupant's room and that she wouldn't want them to go in there. As they were heading back to the living room, Amanda noticed a plank nailed across the front door. She tried to get out of there, thanking the owner for the tour and heading back towards the back door. That's when the man perked up and mentioned how he forgot to show her the basement. He explained how it was just recently furnished and would make for a great rec room. He was standing between her and the back door. She felt like she had no other choice. He opened the basement door, saying, "Ladies first," as he motioned her downstairs. Just then, an unrelated car parked outside on the street. At the exact same time, Amanda received a text on her phone. She pretended it was a call and faked a conversation about her friend being outside waiting to pick her up. She quickly excused herself, leaving the back door and now full on sprinting to her car. When she got home, she called the cops. She tried going back to the Craigslist ad, but it was deleted. It turns out the house had been foreclosed over 6 months earlier. The property was completely abandoned. There was never any real occupant or any real room to rent. The room the man didn't want to show her on the tour turned out to be the room he lived in. But the worst part was the basement. Police found a piece of fishing line at shin level strewn across the stairs about halfway down. There was no furniture down there as the man had said. There was nothing but a pile of old blankets, a broom handle wrapped in leather belts, and a small box with rolls of duct tape. The poster never mentioned if the man was caught or not.
So I just got my first haunted doll story and I'm freaking out. Spooky story time. A follower named Kayla sent me the story and we're gonna call it The Haunted Doll. So Kayla says that she is an avid thrifter. She loves thrift stores, estate sales, yard sales, anything within that realm, she is game. She also says that she loves to collect porcelain dolls, similar to this one. So she went to an estate sale and she said that there was a few porcelain dolls. They were a little bit pricey, but she came across one that she could not say no to. For some reason, this doll was just calling her name. She checked the price, and although it was in an estate sale, it was $75. She does say that vintage porcelain dolls tend to be a little bit more expensive, so she was like, you know what, I'm just gonna bite the bullet. I'm obsessed. She's calling my name. I need it. So Kayla bought the doll and brought her home. She says that at her house, she has about 20 to 25 different porcelain dolls, and they all sit in a designated area. She dusted her new doll down, fixed her hair, got her all nice and ready, and she put her on her shelf. About 2 days later, things started to change. She said that her doll shelf was to the left in her living room. Her TV was straight ahead. She would watch TV, and out of nowhere, she could see a dark shadow just kind of like... She had never seen stuff like that, so she didn't think anything of it until it started to happen more often. She'd be coming from the kitchen to the living room, and again, from the corner of her eye, she could see a dark, black, just huge shadow standing right in the corner. One day she was taking a shower and she hears this loud crash. Freaking out, immediately she grabs a towel, runs out of her restroom. She's looking around, doesn't see anything, goes into the living room, and she sees that all of the dolls that were on the shelf were now on the floor. Some of them were broken. And the only one that was left on the shelf was this new one that she had just purchased at the estate sale. Oh, hell no. She did not let things get worse because something in her told her, get rid of it. This is not right. For the past few days, you've been seeing black shadows, weird things, weird noises, and now this is the biggest red flag. Out of all places, she decides to go to a car wash, disposes of this porcelain doll at the car wash trash can, and everything that was happening before suddenly stopped. She wants to know, do you think there was something attached to the doll? Do you think the doll itself was haunted? What do you guys think? Personally, if my personal collection of things that I love and cherish was getting sold off after I passed, I would be pissed and I would be raising some hell. I think it might be the original owner. What do you guys think? Thank you so much to Kayla for sending me this spooky story. If you guys have any stories that you'd like for me to read, please send them via DM or email, and I'd love to read them. And I will see you guys in the next spooky story. Bye!
This paranormal story made my skin crawl. A Reddit user who we'll call Emily had just moved to a brand new apartment in Melbourne, Australia. Now, it was Emily's first time living alone, and the apartments that she moved into were built in the 1930s. And well, according to her story, she goes to work one day, and when she comes home, she goes into the bathroom and sees something strange. A board that had been covering a hole leading to an attic space on the ceiling had fallen to the ground and split in two. Well, Emily picks up the two pieces of the board, and the board's like an inch thick. It would have taken like Bruce Lee level force to break this board. So Emily slowly looks up at this attic space that's now exposed, and she is suddenly frozen stiff with fear. And she's thinking, somebody's got to be up there. But then it occurred to Emily, you know what, maybe my landlord just sent somebody to do some work while I was gone. So she emails her landlord, a little bit annoyed, to ask if anybody had been in her apartment. Pretty quickly, Emily gets an email response from her landlord that just says, please call me as soon as you can. So Emily calls her landlord, the landlord answers, and Emily explains the situation, and Emily's landlord goes, oh, it happened to you too. Apparently this had happened to two tenants before Emily, and the landlord promised to replace the board. About a month later, Emily wakes up around 4 a.m. and her skin is crawling with goosebumps, and she says it felt like somebody was rubbing their hands all over her. And as she's laying there, like experiencing this sensation, everything is dead silent until all of a sudden she hears this sound above her head, and she describes it as sounding like somebody's dragging a sack of potatoes on the floor above her. At this point, Emily's really starting to freak out because this sound doesn't sound like an animal. After about 5 minutes, Emily grabs a cricket bat, gathers her courage, and creeps down the hall to the bathroom, where she looks and finds that that board that the landlord had replaced was again in the floor and broken into. Emily had a sick feeling come over her, and all of a sudden the dragging sound stops, but a new sound begins. It was a whispering sound, and she said it was clear as day, coming from the attic. And it sounded like children's voices, and there was one voice saying over and over, it's your turn, it's your turn. So Emily dashes out of the bathroom and she flips on every light in the house, just trying to get something to feel normal. She even goes into the living room, turns on the TV, sits down, and tries to calm herself down when suddenly a fuse blows, and her pet bird all of a sudden starts squawking its head off like it's being strangled. This becomes the breaking point. Emily says, screw the bird. She grabs her car keys, runs out of the house, and closes herself in her car until morning. Finally, when the sun comes up, she sees people start going to work, walking their dogs, and she starts to feel a little safe again. And so she gets out of her car, goes back into her house to check things out. She goes to check on her bird. The bird is not in its cage. She finds her bird half drowned in the toilet. She moves out of that apartment and never looks back.
So this is my second time trying to tell this story. I'm not going to do all those cuts and fancy things that people on TikTok do. I'm just going to tell the story. So when I was 18 or 19, I was with my mom. I'm from a small city in Illinois, southern Illinois, basically. And we were riding around one day and we happened to come across this yard sale. So she wanted to stop and I said, okay, let's go see what they got. So we get there and you can tell everything that had been laying on the table, everything was basically covered in like a fine layer of dust. So either it was in an attic or a garage or something, I don't know. But I was looking on the tables and I saw an Ouija board. It was fully intact. It had, on the inside of the box, it had the board and the planchette. So I asked my mom if I could have it, and she said yeah, and so took it home. Fast forward to maybe 6 months. I never opened it, by the way. So fast forward 6 months, I get my own place, I box it up, and I put it in the utility closet. Fast forward another 3 months, I finally remember that I have the Ouija board, so I was already out. I'm like, okay, well, I'm just gonna stop and pick up like this cheap bottle of vodka, and I'm gonna go home and play with the board. So I get home, and remind you, I had stored my box in a utility closet. So I opened up the utility closet, and I guess the water heater that was in it had leaked or something. But I had it stored in just a regular cardboard box. Completely soaked the box and everything that was in it, including the Ouija board. Completely warped the board. It was ruined. I couldn't use it, so I had no choice but to throw it away. Well, next day I call out maintenance to have them come look at the water heater because I don't want it to continue to leak. And they come out. They open up the utility closet. They poke around, look around. They said that they couldn't find a leak. So I don't know, was it some sort of intervention or something? Because like I said, I had a bottle of liquor and it was ready to go.
Okay, y'all, so I'm gonna retell the Catman story. A lot of y'all have probably heard this story, but my old account is gone, so retelling it. So when I was like 14, I lived in Jamaica with my mom, and one night it was really late, like 2 or 3 in the morning. I was in the living room watching TV. My mom was asleep, and I'm hearing what sounds like cats fighting outside. So I'm just like, I wanted to see two cats. Like, that was my entire goal, bro. I thought that I was gonna see two cats fight. So I go out onto the veranda, which is like a porch. The way how the house is set up, I'm on the second floor of the home. There's a first floor, and then the yard is out there. In our yard, we had 5 mango trees. 4 of them was on the right side of the house, and 1 of them was on the left side. So I'm looking at the left side of the house from the second floor veranda. I thought it was two cats fighting, but I was wrong. There was one little white cat there, and it was like, the sounds it was making was like it was in pain. I'm thinking either the motherfucker is gonna give birth, or it's like something's wrong with it. So then the cat starts getting into a stretching position. You know the position that cats do when like they just woke up, like they got their butt in the air and the front part of them is like stretched all the way out with their hands like that? That's what it was doing. I don't like, maybe I was just bored, maybe I was just in awe, but I didn't stop looking. Like I was just staring at it as this is happening. And then the fucking face of the creature begins to turn upside down. Like, I know when y'all are visualizing some shit like that, you think of the head doing a 360. Like, no. The face of the creature began to turn upside down. The face opened up like a flower, like peeling back. And mind you, it's 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Street lights. I'm in Jamaica. I know the drill. Once I seen this shit starting to stand up, like stand upright, I went back into the house. Like, it had been growing in size and changing and all this shit, but when it started to get up, I was like, yeah, I need to not be here. Walked back into the house and I just acted like I didn't see anything. And then maybe like 2, 3 minutes later, I looked through my living room window because the living room looked into the right side of the house with the 4 mango trees. So I'm looking through that window and I see a man in a white wife beater, a dark-skinned, skinny man, white wife beater, walk out of my yard and off into the road. Once again, it's 2, 3 in the morning. Nobody's in my yard, bro. There's nobody in the yard. And after I seen that shit, I was sick for like 3 days. I was sick, like weak, can't eat, fever, chills, like the craziest weakness I've ever felt. Like weak, like I can't do anything type shit, and I can't keep anything down. Like it was horrible. And when I first told this story, a lot of people said to me, like, you got sick because you were not supposed to see that, and it knows that you saw it. So, listen, I just know I'm not looking for cat fights anymore, bro.
I am trying to process what just happened. I just had the most terrifying experience at the Grand Canyon with my boyfriend, and I just wanted to come on here and talk about what happened and see if anyone else has experienced something like this, because I'm really freaked out. So we were at the Grand Canyon and we decided to stay there to stargaze because the stars are amazing there. There's no light pollution. So we were sitting by the rim. We were sitting there in the dark and we couldn't see anything. And my boyfriend just had this awful feeling that something bad was going to happen. And that's not like him at all. He never feels like that. Even at night, he's not scared of the dark. He just had this awful feeling and we needed to go back to the car like right then. So we started walking back down the trail. It was about a 20-minute walk back to the car in pitch black through a bunch of trees. Out of nowhere, we heard a whistle behind us from the trees and there was nobody behind us. We pointed our flashlight at the trees because we thought maybe a person was hiding in there. Nobody was there. We decided to pick up our pace a little bit to get back to the car faster. And my boyfriend, he started panicking. He just felt like we were going the wrong way. He was trying to get us to go backwards towards where the whistling sound came from, which was not the right way. That was the opposite direction of our car, but he thought that's where our car was. And I had to convince him that we were on the right path. So eventually, after walking down the trail, we ended up seeing the visitor center and we knew we parked near there. And my boyfriend, for some reason, he just wanted to go out into the dark area. He thought that's where we were parked, but I knew that's not where it was. I knew we were near the visitor center, but he wanted to walk like the opposite direction of where we were. So I convinced him that that was not the right way and we needed to go the other way. So we eventually found the parking lot where our car was and we were walking towards our car and out of nowhere, we heard this awful panting noise and it sounded like it was right in front of us. We were pointing the flashlight everywhere. There was nothing there. We couldn't see anything. And the noise, it just sounded like it was like running at us. We then like ran towards the visitor center. So after we collected ourselves at the visitor center, we just had to go back to the car because there was nobody around. Nobody was there to help us. So we just had to run towards the car. That's all we could do. And we went back to the car. The noise was gone. There was nothing. And we are convinced that there was like something demonic or something there. I don't know. I'm really scared.
What if your sleep paralysis experience went into the real world and hurt you? That's what tonight's True Scary Story is about, okay? So buckle. My submitter's name is Danny, and Danny has had sleep paralysis since she was 12 years old, and it went until she was 17 years old, and you're gonna find out why it stopped when she was 17. By the way, Danny did say that I could tag her, so she will be in the description, and she will be in the comments, so if you have any comments or questions, drop them there. Here's the scary thing, though. All of her sleep paralysis experiences consisted of entities that looked like Slender Man and Hat Man. Just scarier versions. She said that at this early age, she was having sleep paralysis every single night. And every single night she would have sleep paralysis, the next day her mental health would deteriorate. And this would happen quite often. She also said that if she ever watched scary movies or anything supernatural, paranormal, it would also trigger it. She said she only saw Hat Man like once or twice, but she said Slender Man is where it got real, where it was scary and violent. She did say that she lived next to a cemetery and that may be what triggered it, but I don't know. So Danny said that her bedroom door was always closed and she was always alone because she shared a room with her sister, but her sister was always sleeping over at a boyfriend's house. She would fall asleep and then she would feel a presence in her room and then her heart would start to race and beat and she would start sweating and she knew what was about to happen. If you've had sleep paralysis before, you know this feeling. She said that this would always happen around 2 or 3 a.m. and the only reason that she knew this is because she slept facing her clock. So when she would open her eyes during the sleep paralysis, she could see what time it was. She said that every single time it happened, she would wake up, she would open her eyes, and in the corner of her eye, she would see Hat Man and she would look over and he would be slowly creeping towards the bed towards her and he would make this clicking sound as he would do it. He would walk around to the end of her bed, he would sit at the end of her bed, and then he would just take his hat off and he would just smile at her. He was completely black except for the big grin and these sharp white teeth. She said that during this incident, when this would happen, she could not move, she could not scream, she could not do anything, obviously. But this would happen for hours, literally. She would be in this state for like 2 to 3 hours because it would happen till like 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning. Holy shit. And the whole time, he would just be sitting on her bed, smiling at her. Around 5 or 6 a.m., he would get up, put his hat back on, and he would walk out the door. She said Hat Man would come visit her like 3 or 4 times a week, but she said Slender Man, on the other hand, would visit her less, but this experience was much worse. With Slender Man, it was the same experience. She would wake up, her heart racing, all of that stuff, but different. He would try to scare her. He would first grab the door handle and he would rattle the door handle, just then the door would slowly open, and then she would see this tall, slender, black figure just start creeping towards her bed. He had bright red eyes, sharp white teeth, and he was so tall that he had to crouch underneath her high ceilings. He had super long arms, and they were so long they hit the floor, and he had these sharp, long fingernails that would just drag on the floor. So when he would walk to her bed, it was very similar as Hat Man because he would make that same clicking noise when he would walk to her bed, just that. He would get to the end of her bed and his bright red eyes would grow bigger and his sharp white teeth and his smile would get bigger. And then he would just slowly crawl on her bed. He would then get right on top of her and he would just get right in her face and he would start screaming in her face with saliva and spit just coming out of his mouth. Then put one hand on her chest and just press on it so that she would struggle to breathe. And she couldn't move, so she couldn't do anything about it. He would then take his other hand and he would scratch her arms and legs as he was screaming in her face. He would then slowly crawl backwards with that same grin on his face, and he would exit her door and leave the door open. She said that this would normally last for about 2 hours, like 1 or 2 hours, and it would always happen around 3 a.m. It was shorter than the Hat Man, but way more terrifying. She would then snap out of it and be struggling to breathe, coughing, panting, covered in sweat. The bedroom door would be open, and she would have scratches on her arms and on her legs. But in November of 2017, her Nan passed away, and she was incredibly close to her Nan. Now, she had never seen a picture of her Nan when she was younger. She had only seen what she looked like as an older woman. But the night she passed away, Danny didn't know that she had passed away, and she started to get sleep paralysis, and it was Slender Man. And Slender Man started to crawl on her bed, as he does. So as soon as it gets to the part where he starts screaming in her face, she sees this bright white light appear, and then this woman comes down. And this woman looks exactly like her Nan, except for like 60 years younger. She had ginger hair and sort of like a beehive updo, and she was wearing a white gown. She looks so beautiful, and as soon as she sees what Slender Man is doing, she gets right in his face and she says, "You will not visit her anymore. You will not scare her anymore. You are banished from this house, and you will not bother her or the rest of our family." And then she said that Slender Man looks scared. He gets up immediately and he just skedaddles right out of the room. This woman then looks at her and smiles and says, "Everything is going to be okay. I'm with Grandpa now." She said that although her Nan had passed and she had known that it was her and that she had passed at this point, she woke up just feeling lighter and brighter. After she gets up, she goes downstairs to meet with her mom, and her mom looks at her and says, "Look, I have some bad news. Nan passed away. She was 98 years old, so she lived a long life." And Danny just says, "I know," and she tells her about the sleep paralysis incident. Her mom knew that she had suffered from it. She also tells her mom what she saw, how she looked, like how much younger she looked and what she looked like, and her mother was like, "That is exactly to the T what she looked like when she was about 30 years old." So she had the ginger hair. She used to wear her hair up like that all the time. Because remember, Danny had only seen her grandmother as being like a very elderly woman. So she had gray hair, she was older, she had never seen her like that before. And ever since that incident, she had never had sleep paralysis ever again. And she ends it by saying, "My Nan saved me. She protected me, and she still continues to protect me." I don't know why I'm getting emotional right now. She says that she's not religious, but ever since then, she has become more religious because of her experience. Now she believes way more in the afterlife and on a lighter side of the afterlife.
Since everybody telling they scary stories about spirits and stuff like that, let me tell y'all about the time I came face to face with a mimic from the theater that I volunteer at. So boom, listen, I'm gonna do this all in one take. So I volunteer at a community theater, and that motherfucker haunted. There's something in that basement that does not like me, and I do not like it. I stay away from the basement. I can't stay in the basement. I refuse to go into the basement alone. I would never go into the basement alone. Why? Because that thing that is in the basement makes me feel like it wants to hurt me. I don't have no problems with it, and I stay away from it. He has his problems with me. I don't know what they are, but, you know, it might be because I'm black. Anyway, so There's one night we were we were staying late from rehearsal. There was me, the stage manager, and my two best friends. So I'll name Madison and Jacob. Girl, hey, how y'all doing? I'll tell y'all in the video. Y'all can confirm that this shit happened. Okay, so me, Madison, and the stage manager, and Jacob, we're all having a kiki. We're cleaning the stage. We're sweeping and mopping and doing shit. We're having a fun time. We're just being. We end up talking about the ghost stories that they tell during the ghost tour, and the story about the lavender lady in the theater. She comes up. Now they tell the story pretty prevalent. Prevalent is the word? I don't know, but they tell the story a lot. Now, as the story about the lavender lady going on, the stage manager, something reminded her that she needed something from the basement, and she asks Jacob. She's like, "Hey, Jacob, I need something from the basement. Can you go downstairs to grab it?" Jacob's like, "Hell no, I'm not going down there by myself. What if there's an axe murderer?" That's exactly what he said. I swear to God, that's exactly what he said. And then she was like, "Well, take Marquis." And he was like, "Well, Marquis," I was like, "No, I'm not going down there. You know I don't like that basement. That basement don't like me. I'm not going down them stairs." Long story short, Jacob ended up bribing me with a damn tequila sunrise, and I ended up going anyway. Like a dummy. So we end up going downstairs, and we end up finding what we're looking for. And as we are about to leave the damn prop room, we see this figure standing in the doorway. We both look, and in unison, I swear on my granny ashes, we say, "Ow!" at the same time. Because it was just standing there, solid figure. It dips off, it disappears. We run up the stairs. We both out of breath. We sitting here talking about some, "Yeah, bitch, we're not going back downstairs." No. They ask what happened. We tell Maddie what happened, and Madison's like, "What are you gonna do if it follows you?" I'm like, "I wish this motherfucker would follow me." And that's my problem right there. I sat here and said, "I wish this motherfucker would follow me." Yep, I do too much of this. I need to learn how to stop. So we end up talking our shit, leaving. I end up home. Get home. It's the dead of fucking winter. Julian's at work. My fiance's at work. So I get in the house. First red flag that oh, hell no. See, even talking about this shit scaring me. So I get home. First red flag should have been my fucking bedroom door was open. I don't never leave my bedroom door open. I have a cat that likes to claw stuff up. He's not allowed in here without supervision. Second red flag, he was still in the living room. That's how I know. That's how I should have known something was wrong. Bedroom door was open. My cat was still in the living room. He wasn't in my bedroom. That should have been the first red flag. So I hear my fiance's voice come out of my bedroom, and he's like, "Hey, babe, how are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, babe, I'm doing good. I'm gonna come give you a kiss, but I gotta use the bathroom first." I go to the bathroom first, and it's still talking to me. The voice is still talking to me. I don't see where the voice is coming from, but I know it's coming from my bedroom. So I'm in the bedroom, and I'm talking. He's talking. It's talking. Whatever the fuck it goes by. It's still having a conversation with me. We're literally, I'm like enthralled in this conversation, having a full intellectual conversation, explaining my day, how it went. I even told him about the mishap one of my residents had. And I kid you not, as I crack the bathroom door open, because like I can't hear because it starts to get a little muffled. So I'm like, "Babe, I'm gonna crack the bedroom. Hold on, say that again." I open the bathroom door just a little bit, and I'm so deep in my phone on my phone on Royal Match. I'm not trying to plug them. I swear to God, I'm playing the little Royal Match game, and I swear to God, I see the door open a little bit more than how I had it. And as I'm like talking, I see something like stand in the doorway, and I'm thinking that my fiance came to be fucking be a fucking weirdo, because like we play like that. So I'm thinking it's him, but I swear to God on my granny ashes, when I looked up, this creature, this being, this entity, whatever you want to call it, when I looked up, it had my fiance's face. But the only difference about my fiance that it didn't it had red and gold eyes. I swear on my granny ashes, bro, on my altar to Aphrodite, it had red and gold eyes, and it was looking at me. I couldn't do shit but scream. I legitimately screamed. Like, It was like it was a full final girl scream. Like it was just it was like it was terrifying. Like I felt like my heart fell out of my ass. Like it was terrifying. And as like I scream, it runs. And then my fiance just so happens to come in and he's like running towards me because like he hears me screaming. He thinks something wrong. He's like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And I'm like, "Is that was not you? Was that not you? Oh my God, was that not you?" And he's like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Bro, there was something in the house, man. There was something in the house." Girl, I finished up using the bathroom. I had him check the house to make sure that I was not alone, like to make sure like it was gone. I called Madison after that to have her come to cleanse my house. I was so like I couldn't even focus on doing it myself. I had Madison come to my house and cleanse it, and I will tag her in the video, and she will literally confirm that this has happened. Like I was like, and even just thinking about it, I'm like, just thinking about it, and then like, it was like what really was like the scariest part about it was, it wasn't like a shadow, a masked shadow. It was like a solid human being. Like if you could see me, like that's what it was, and I did not sleep that night. Like I remember I didn't sleep that night. I ain't gonna, not for legal reasons, this is a joke, but I took one of Juju's Adderalls to go to work the next morning because I did not go to sleep. Like, it was so that was the most terrifying shit I have ever been through. But yeah, that's my scary story. That's my story with the paranormal. But I have a couple more. I could tell y'all about the time I had a dream that I danced with a demon.
The stories that just keep coming from the Appalachian Mountains are crazy, and I've got another one for you. Creepy story time. The story came to me a few days ago. I'm not sure if they want to remain anonymous, so I'm just going to keep it that way. They said this happened to them when they were about 16 years old in 2010. They said it was just a regular day like any other, and around evening time after dinner, their mom asked them to drive their brother to a friend's house. It was about 10 minutes away. So they agreed, drove him there, and then headed straight back home. Now, they say, mind you, this is a road that they have driven down for years and years, many, many times. And nothing strange has ever happened like this. So they're on a straightaway and they're about to go down a steep hill, and then they see it. She describes it as a creature with pale, ashy gray skin, long limbs, 7 or 8 feet tall with red glowing eyes. Why? They are absolutely terrified, and they pass by and then slow down on their brakes and check in the rearview mirror to see if it's still there, just to make sure their eyes aren't playing tricks on them. And yeah, it's still standing there. Now, here's the interesting thing about this. They said that you could see through it. They said it looked the same going towards it and then looking back at it through the rearview mirror. Some stories I hear, it's like 1 second it's there and then the next it's gone. It's like, is this thing fading in and out of existence? Is it from an alternate timeline? They mentioned that they've discovered that people often refer to creatures described like this as either wendigos or skinwalkers. I'm telling you, there have been so many people describing such a similar creature, it's unbelievable. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and if you live around the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia, have you ever seen anything like this? And don't forget to follow for more creepy story time.
I live in Oregon, and a friend of mine was having her bachelorette party at a cabin in the woods at the base of a very well-known mountain. I was looking forward to going. A lot of people I care about were going to be on that trip, and I thought it sounded like a really fun weekend just to get away and be in nature. And the first thing that happened when I left my house and I was just on the outskirts of town, I got such a strong feeling to turn around and grab some cleansing tools like sage, Palo Santo, whatever I had on hand. And it was so strong, I turned the car around, went home. My husband's like, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Oh, I don't know. I just had to use the bathroom and I don't want to use the gas station." Totally fed him a line because I didn't want him to get worried. It was a really pleasant drive up there, a couple of hours. You're at least in the forest for, I'd say, 45 to 50 minutes before you find this house. This house. As soon as I pull up into the garage, I immediately just have this overwhelmingly heavy feeling that I really can't explain. 2 other people had arrived. They were there taking care of a lot of the organizational details, and I walked in, and my 2 friends are standing in the kitchen here and here. These are pictures of the property. And I walk in, and automatically, just with my sensitivities, I am like, there is something up there that is funky, and I don't like it, and I don't want to go near it. I feel like I am being stared at, and it is highly dark, highly uncomfortable. And so my 2 friends in the kitchen are like, "Hey, Meg, how's it going? We're glad you're here." I'm like, yeah, how are you guys doing? They're like, we're great. And I'm like, yeah. Other than the thing that's up those stairs that's been staring at you the whole time. And they were like, oh my God, we were waiting for you to get here because we just had such a weird feeling and we're freaked out and we wanted to know what you thought because they know I've got like sensitivities or whatever. I walked up the stairs and I got to about this spot right here and I stopped because I literally felt like an energetic wall, like do not go any further. My friend said, that's really weird. That's literally as far as we went to before you got here. And we were, they were just checking out the house and they went up into that weird little loft attic area and they were like, nope, no further. This is the top of the stairs right here. And if you look way down in this loft area, there's a little door with a crawl space and it was shut when we got there. As people started arriving, we were having fun joking and one of the women went up there and we were talking about how creepy it was and she said, was the door open when you guys went up there? The crawl space door had been opened and none of us had been up there. So that night we're just kind of settling into the house, settling into the weekend, trying to figure out what's on the agenda, trying to have a good time. But if you're sensitive, you can just tell from these pictures, the place just had a creepy vibe. Those two same friends are sleeping in this room. And I am sleeping down here, downstairs alone on a pull-out couch. First thing we notice is the incredible amount of dead insects all over the floor and even in the sheet. That night, one of my friends had her electronics go crazy at 3 a.m. I felt such a heavy layer of darkness. The first night I tried to go to sleep downstairs here on that pull-out couch, I felt like things were staring at me, circling me. I was this close to getting up and leaving in the middle of the night with a 2-hour drive home, rolling in at 5 a.m. with my husband like, what are you doing? But I got this very clear message. You need to stay and you need to help hold up some kind of energetic barrier. I had a dream when I eventually fell asleep that the entire property was surrounded by fire and the fire couldn't penetrate this weird line that we were all trying to hold. So I was like, fine, okay, I guess I will stay in this freaky ass house. The next morning, we're all hanging out on the balcony and talking, having breakfast, having coffee, and people start to share their experiences. People were touched, people staying in the upstairs bedroom in the bunk beds, had water dripped onto their faces, coming out of nowhere, and there were no leaks in the ceiling. It wasn't raining that weekend. Later that day, when most of the crew was playing yard games, like down here in the grass, one of the women was hanging out over here, and there was a deck of cards that literally got blown, and the cards were like flung into her face. I have no idea how that happened. At this point, I am getting so drained physically and feeling so sick, I need to go lie down. I'm alone in the house again, but I'm watching everybody from outside these windows where I'm at. Gosh, I can't point. And at this point, I'm just praying. Like, I'm here for a reason. These are people that I really care about and love, and I do not want to leave them here because I feel like I can be more helpful trying to hold off whatever this thing is. I did eventually run out to the corner store to test and make sure that the physical symptoms I was experiencing were really tied to the house and not just something going on with me. And as soon as I left the house, I felt so much better, but I had to come back. People were having personality changes while at the house. Like, they would start to withdraw, go take a shower, try and like snap out of it because they just felt something come over them. What I was picking up on primarily that kind of like lived in that upstairs loft area was something that was not nor had ever been human. This sounds really crazy because I've had run-ins with some really, really dark, start with the D word kind of entities. This wasn't even that. It almost felt like not from here, if you catch my drift. But it was, what I saw in my mind's eye was almost like a spidery looking thing. And it's interesting because another woman who was there told me that they saw a spidery looking image of this big nasty thing like crawl from up in this main area down the stairs into the loft area where we were sleeping. And what's odd is that the safe places in the house would change depending on the time of day. It's like the rooms would just start to feel off. Another person said they were almost picking up on the presence of a man, like an older man. I wasn't picking up on a person, dead or alive, definitely a thing. The second night, one of my friends and I were just so uncomfortable about the idea of going to sleep that we just stayed up kind of deliriously talking to each other until, God, it must have been close to 4 a.m. just to not be asleep and unconscious in that environment. What's so weird and actually kind of miraculous if you think about it is that the bride was not affected. She was the only one out of all of us who had no idea what was going on because she was in here, her soon-to-be-wed splendor. And also, this particular person has an incredible amount of spiritual protection around her. So we were all really grateful for that, and we'd kind of like whisper about what happened to you last night and this happened to me in the bathroom earlier, and we were all just kind of keeping it out of the realm of awareness of the bride, fortunately. By the last morning, I'll never forget, one of my friends had set up a beautiful create-your-own crepe kind of buffet line, and we were all sitting down around at breakfast, trying to eat, and just feeling so uncomfortable, ready to get the heck out of there. Someone said, so you picking up on anything, Megan? And it's interesting because at that moment, I felt just this overwhelming cloud, almost like like darkness from every angle just starting to swoop in. And I said, you know, I think it's time to go. The way everybody collectively pushed back from this table and popped up and got up and grabbed their stuff and started hauling ass out of there, it was like a scene in a movie. Other guests had weird experiences. I checked the book, paused to read. If anybody knows who this was, I would love to talk to you about your experience. This one's a little weird. I think some dude had a freaky experience and then leaned into the weirdness and hopefully just exaggerated because they didn't know what to make of it. We all stood outside of that house and we held hands in a circle and I kind of led everybody through a grounding and protective and clearing exercise because it was so vile. The husband-to-be was actually having his stag party down the road and they came over because they heard whispers and rumors about what was happening to us that weekend and they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna run in and we're gonna take care of it. When they saw the look on our faces and they heard me say absolutely nobody is going into that house, they decided not to go in. I got in my car and was completely silent and white-knuckled my grip on the steering wheel until the tree line broke about an hour later and I was getting closer to home. I burst into tears and started sobbing because up until that point, I had never faced anything that dark or malevolent in my life. A few of us called each other after to process what had happened. It was wild.
So I have another spooky story for you. This one follows an old woman whose home is about to go into foreclosure. So our story begins at an old Victorian home in California. This house is massive and it's very valuable at this point in time. The house belonged to an 80-year-old woman named Marion Rayburn who had grown up in the house and whose family had owned the house for generations. Sadly, Marion's husband had gotten sick and in order to pay for his hospital bills, which were astronomical, she decided to refinance the house. Now, because she refinanced the house, she had to start making payments on it. Payments that she couldn't afford because she was also paying off these exorbitant hospital bills at the same time. So her house went into foreclosure, and the house was quickly swooped up by a greedy investment banker turned house flipper who had intentions to sell the house at a massive profit. Now, on the day in question, Marion Rayburn was sitting on the porch in her rocking chair as she was famously known to do. This is when Louis, the investment banker turned house flipper, shows up to the property with his wife. There's a moving truck parked outside of the house, and they are there to evict Mrs. Rayburn. Now, Mrs. Rayburn is calmly sitting on the porch, and she just explained what I did earlier in the video, which is that she can't afford to pay her house payment because she's also paying off hospital bills. But Louis, the investor, doesn't give a damn. He sees dollar signs when he sees this house, and he thinks it's time for Mrs. Rayburn to go. Now, his wife is standing beside him. He convinced her to leave her job so they could go into business together, and this proved to be a pretty successful thing for the pair. They made a ton of money doing this, and sadly, Louis had gotten greedy and did not care who he started to hurt in the process. So while the trio is talking, things become acrimonious between Louis and the old woman. The old woman is stating that all she needs is a little bit more time, and that her husband's passed away, and this is a very hard time for her. Again, Louis does not give a damn. He's ready to own this house, sell it, and make a quick buck. He tells the woman that it's time for her to go because he's ready to finally own this house. Now, this is when Miss Rayburn tells him something that would send chills up his wife's spine. She looks Louis dead in the eyes and says, I see this house as a family heirloom. It's been in my family for generations, and I have intentions of it staying in my family for generations. Then she finishes the conversation staring directly into Louis' soul, it feels, and states that he will never own this home. It doesn't matter what he does. And then she proceeds to walk off the porch, dignified, gets into the car that's waiting for her, and follows the moving truck off the property, never to be seen or heard from again. Now, at this point, Louis is elated. He's not thinking of anything else but getting into this house, fixing it up, and selling it. His wife, on the other hand, is a little more spooked. There's something about the old woman and the way she spoke to Louis that made her think this wasn't over yet. And this is when the problems would ensue for the pair. Now, Louis wasted no time wiping the memory of Mrs. Rayburn from this house. He got in there, gutted the place, put in new carpets, put in new flooring, fixed the appliances, and he was ready to show it to his first set of customers. But when the customers came and they walked in the door, the chandeliers on the ceiling started shaking, and the house started to feel really cold as though the AC was on. Now, this was the middle of the fall, so the AC was in fact not on. Louis had no explanation for the chandelier, so the couple seeing this left, never returned. Now, Louis didn't get discouraged by this. He decided that maybe the home just wasn't for them, and he bought another set of people in. This time when the couple walked in, though, it smelled like there was rot all through the house. He checked everywhere, but couldn't identify the source of the smell. The couple was getting queasy at this point and decided it was time to call it quits. So they left the house, never to be seen or heard from again. Now, Louis at this point is starting to feel some kind of way, but not enough to stop showing this home. So he decides to bring in another set of people. And this time, as they walk inside of the house, there's water everywhere, all over the floor. Overnight, it appears as though the pipe's busted. And as a result, the couple seeing this and realizing that this is a ton of money already down the drain, decided that it was time to go. Now, Louis is perplexed at this point. He's wondering what's going on with this house. The inspectors had been there. They had done all the necessary repairs. Things looked good after the inspection ended, and he had also had another set of inspectors come in to check on those inspectors. Everything looked great on paper, so why all of a sudden were they now starting to have these problems? It didn't make sense, but Louis decided to keep showing the house, and couple after couple kept coming in, and couple after couple kept leaving. Nobody was interested in the massive problems that this home had inside of it. And at this point, Louis was in the hole with all of the money he spent on repairs, and his wife was starting to get fed up with it. In fact, she was more than fed up with it, and she made Louis an ultimatum. Either you quit with this house and you sell it to whoever the next buyer is, or you lose me. Now, Louis wasn't a dummy. He loved his wife more than he loved his business, thankfully, but Louis was still convinced that he could turn a profit on this house that had already taken so much money from the couple. His wife, though, was resolute in her decision. You sell this house to the next buyer, or you lose me. And he decided that he would take the former as opposed to the latter. Now, he was being a little sneaky, and he decided to try one more couple, but when they went inside, Louis decided to open the windows so he could show them that they could get nice air, and the windows busted. Not just one, but the whole row of windows, which was uncanny. So the couple, seeing this and thinking the old house was just kind of creepy anyways, decided they would leave. So his wife, knowing that he was probably up to his old tricks, decided to do a little pop-up at the house. So when she arrives at the property, Louis is standing there, pissed off because glass is broken everywhere, and he turns around. He's got this really shit-eating grin on his face because he knows he shouldn't be there showing this house. So his wife looks at him, and she's like, look, last one. Now, as they're standing here having this little argument, there's a couple who comes up riding their bikes. Louis' wife sees the couple, and she puts on her best salesman face, and she's like, hey, we're selling this house, offering a great discount. Now, the couple is hesitant. They're like, hey, no, we're just here to see this house. We couldn't afford anything this big. We just started grad school, and we don't have jobs secured aside from what the university is paying us in scholarships. Now, Louis' wife is like, you know what? I'll tell you what. Why don't you just go in, take a look around, and if you like it, we can sit and talk about it. Now, the couple, they do want to see inside. They've always been curious about it, especially the woman. And so they walk around and they love the house. They get inside, and Louis notices for the first time that there's nothing happening inside of the house. So as the couple walks through the home, the woman is absolutely falling in love with it, and she tells her husband it would be so nice if they could afford something like this. So Louis' wife is like, well, I'll tell you what, you got $1? And the couple is looking at her like she's crazy, and the guy's like, yeah, I got $1. And she's like, all right, give me $1, and we'll consider this the bill of sale for the house. I'll send you the deed. You are now homeowners. Now, the couple is shocked. They're in absolute disbelief. They never thought in any of their years that they would become the homeowners of $1 million home at this point for the exorbitant cost of $1 whole. And so while they're sitting there, just in awe of their luck for that day, Louis' wife tells him that they need to go outside to the car, get the paperwork since it was already drawn up, and get this house sold. Now, Louis, he's huffing and puffing a little bit, but his wife seems really happy, and he decides that if she's happy, he's happy. Happy wife, happy life. So Louis and his wife go to the car, and this is when the couple, who are left inside of the house at this point, start having a conversation. The guy is talking to his wife, and he's just so happy he could make her happy by getting her this house of her dreams. And the woman, who's teary-eyed at this point, looks up at her husband and says, I just wanted to go inside Grandma's house one more time. I grew up here as a kid, and I always wanted to know what it looked like after she moved and what they did with it. So at the end, it seems like Mrs. Rayburn got the last laugh. Not only did Louis go into debt trying to fix that house, the same debt he didn't care that she had gotten into trying to save her husband, but he never owned the house, and it ended up being the heirloom she desired for her family. Now, what's odd is that as Louis' wife was walking to the car to get the paperwork, she noticed that there was an old rocking chair on the porch that appeared to be moving. Now, come to find out, 2 weeks after Mrs. Rayburn had gotten evicted from the home, she passed away and died. And Louis' wife likes to think that that was her spirit who connected her granddaughter with her former house, and that helped her get the last laugh on Louis. Anyways, though, I want to know what you guys are thinking about this story. Do you think this was sheer coincidence, or do you think it was the ghost of Mrs. Rayburn? Anyways, drop your thoughts in the comments, and I will see you guys in my next video.
When I was young, my parents bought 130 acres to build a house, and then my mom decided that she wanted to decorate that house with antique furniture, and that's where we messed up. We didn't live there long when we started seeing some like shadow figure outside the front door, and my family didn't really believe in ghosts, so none of us really said anything about it until probably like a year later. One of us in the family was like, okay, does anybody else see this outside? Like, I keep seeing it past the window. Everybody in the family was like, oh my gosh, yes, I see it, but I thought I was crazy. The lady that owned the land before us, her name was Lucille, so of course my dad named her Lucille, and we all just refer to her as Lucille now. But we were all like, you know what, she seems nice, she minds her own business, she stays outside, no big deal, just leave her alone. Until I got pregnant. I was 17, so I still lived with my parents, and she decided to welcome herself inside. She would stay very close to me. She was always at every corner I was. I would take a shower, and I could see her out the corner of my eye, standing in the doorway, watching me. Every time I showered, the whole time I was pregnant. No big deal, whatever. Watching after me, being nice. And then I gave birth. Still, no big deal. She's next to me in the baby. I thought maybe she was just a sweet ghost. And then one day, I laid my baby down, I set the camera up, and I went and took a shower, and I was watching the camera while I took a shower, and I saw her laying in the crib next to him. So I ran out the bathroom, and I was like, look, girl, too much, too far, you need to go. You gotta leave. And she listened. She was very sweet. She listened. She moved upstairs to a spare room and didn't bother anybody else, but she would stand in the window and just watch everybody. Literally everybody knows about her. Delivery people, lawn care people, like literally everybody knows about Lucille. Then we ended up moving, and I never saw her again until now.
I got a story submission from a guy that used to work as a paramedic in the Appalachian Mountains, and it absolutely rattled me. He said the things that happened to him this night he still can't explain, and it still really bothers him to this day. To protect his identity, we will call him Jim, but Jim worked in a very, very small, remote area of the Appalachian Mountains. Because the area that Jim worked in was so remote, it didn't require a big station. His station was very small, just 2 bays and only 1 ambulance. It was just him and one other partner working a 24-hour shift, and this time it was 3 a.m. His partner was asleep. He said it was a very slow night. They had only received 1 other call earlier in the day, so he was just doing some charting and some paperwork. And then out of nowhere, he just heard this super loud banging on the ambulance bay doors. Jim said that this banging was very frantic, very heavy, and it was obviously someone that needed help. So he jumped up and opened the ambulance bay door, but nobody was there. He shone his flashlight around a little bit to check and see if he saw any cars, any people, looked down at the gravel to see if he could see any footsteps, but he saw nothing, just a fog, he said, that was kind of rolling down through the mountains. At this point, he kind of chalked it up to maybe his mind was playing tricks on him because he had been up for so long. So he just closed the door, went back inside, and sat back down to finish his charting. But that's when he heard banging coming louder this time from the side entrance door. He's like, okay, there is obviously someone out here. So he jumps up, slings open the door, and again, there's nothing. But as soon as he's getting ready to go outside and see if someone's playing tricks on them or whatever, his radio starts crackling on the table inside. He goes over and grabs it. At first, it's just that staticky radio crackle. But then he hears a voice very quietly say, "Help me." He responds back and he's like, "Who is this? What do you, what's going on?" Thinking that it might be another paramedic from another station. But then the voice comes back on and says, "They don't want you here." He is so confused at this point because usually this radio is used for when dispatch calls in to send them out to run a call. He tries to radio in multiple times to find out what this voice was that needs help because he's a paramedic and obviously he wants to go help if someone's in distress. He eventually wakes up his friend and he's like, "Dude, something is going on. Someone was calling in on the radio saying that they didn't want us here, that they needed help." His friend was like, "Okay, let's just call dispatch and have them see where this call originated from because they keep a record of all calls." So they call dispatch and dispatch is like, "There's no record of any calls coming in within the last 3 hours to this station." Jim's friend thinks he's crazy at this point and is like, "You know what, dude, I'm just gonna go out and check the surrounding area and see what's going on." Jim's like, "I'm not staying in here alone, dude. I'm gonna go out there with you." So they go out with their flashlights to see what's going on in the woods. Again, they find nothing, except things get really weird when they go back to the side door to get back into the station and the door is locked. Jim said his partner just like froze in horror and finally was like, okay, I believe you, something odd is going on. They have to go around to the other side of the station to push up the ambulance bay doors to get inside. At this point, they're thinking there's an intruder in here. They go inside and they check everywhere, under the beds, in the bathroom. Again, this is a very small station and nobody was there. In the weeks following this incident, Jim was like, I need more answers. Like, I'm not crazy. Something happened to me. He starts asking around and doing some research and finds out that about 2 miles from that station where he was back in the 70s, a hiker went missing and never returned. They were never able to find this hiker's body, and it's just a missing persons case. This is a very, very eerie story, and I honestly don't know what to think. Leave in the comments what you think this could have been, if you have any weird experiences like this, and if you want more stories, then just follow along.
This is a haunted house that she stayed in, and she's going massively viral on Facebook because she's telling a story about how her and her family members were tormented by some type of spirits inside of this house. On FB, she goes by J. Monroe. She was driving past this house, so she posted the video to Facebook and started to share her experience. Watch this.
Y'all, look at it. What in the insidious shit is that? The blood of Jesus.
In a Facebook post, she said, not trying to stop anybody's hustle, but please do not rent this house. This house is haunted. We moved in that house when I was 16 years old, and we moved out of it 8 months later due to the most craziest and horrifying we started to hear and witness. My parents got this house when we moved back to Tuscaloosa from Connecticut. First, we enjoyed it. It was so big and the inside was spacious, and my mother decorated it beautifully. We started to get comfortable in the house as a family and as a whole. But as weeks passed, I noticed every night when I would go in my room, I would turn all the lights off and lay down, and I would hear a slight, hey. This happened every night. I didn't say anything. I would just ignore it and go to sleep. I didn't talk to my parents about it because I didn't want to freak them out. But as months passed, it didn't stop. Every night when I go in that room, to myself, I would hear the slight, hey. I finally told my parents that something wasn't right in that house. It's 3 months in for us living in there, and then my mama confirmed that she was in her bathroom and she heard a radio playing down in the basement, and she asked us, did we hear it too? And we told her no. But later that night, it was about 2:30, me and Brika and my grandma was up because my grandma was sick, and guess what? We heard that effing radio playing music. So the next morning, my mama made my daddy check the basement, and the radio was found with no cord attached to it. See the comments for the rest of the story. I went through thousands of comments, so you don't have to, and that in itself deserves a follow and a share. And then she tells the story about what actually happened when her dad went to check on the radio. She says, so my daddy found the radio with no cord. As days went by, every night we would hear that same old radio playing with the same old song sounding like a classical song. So one day, my grandma and mama left my daddy in the house by himself and went to the Piggly Wiggly on the west side. My daddy said he was in the bed and he thought he heard my mama and grandma talking in the living room. He said he got up and checked to see if they were there, and nobody was there. He said it scared him so bad, he went and sat on the porch until they came back. The rest of the story was in the comments and it was all out of whack, but here's the gist of everything. She says that my mother contacted the landlord, Miss Annie, and told her what was going on. And she came out and told my mama that the house was given to her and her children and that they moved into the house. She said her son told her he seen something with red eyes standing over him. She also said that her and her daughter would not hear nothing, but her son was terrified of the house to the point that she moved out, fixed it back up, and then rented it to my mama and daddy. She also tells the time about these beings or perhaps spirits attacking her grandmother. She says, okay, boom, my grandma was in the bed laying down and she was sleeping. She bust out screaming, waking up the whole house, telling us that something grabbed her foot. We almost had to call 911 because she was so scared. She had a panic attack. Then she talks about the time that her cousin came to the house. And she said, then when I invited my favorite cousin to come and stay the weekend, my mama cooked for us and made us go to sleep. My cousin slept in the living room, And she woke everybody up telling us she heard somebody telling her, hey. She was so scared, she didn't go back to sleep, and she never came back to stay with me again. Someone in the comments was like, your house had all this going on and you kept inviting people over? Funniest thing ever. She talks about the time that her mom called the pastor, and she says, so then my mom called our pastor, and she came and blessed the house. And she told my mama and daddy that she seen nothing but funeral home flowers in it, and we all joined hands and prayed. But when she left, it got worse. And then I found this comment where someone allegedly knew about the house, and she said not one lie is told. That house was bad. And then she tells the story about the time another set of cousins came over. Here's what she said. And after that incident with my grandma, it got worse. My cousins drove from Birmingham to Tuscaloosa to see us, but we wasn't home, and they didn't know. They came and knocked on our door, and him and his wife, they said they heard a woman talking in the living room, but nobody answered the door because we wasn't there. They called us and asked us if we was there, and we told them no. They told us they thought we was there because they heard a woman talking at the door. I'm guessing people didn't believe her story because she took to social media to defend herself, and she says what she experienced was real. I did a little digging, and at one time, Annie Pearl Billups did own that home. And I also found that the house was built in 1945. She's supposed to be going live to tell part 2 of the story and to give us the details about everything that happened and what was the final breaking point for her family moving out of that house. So if you want to follow this story, you can go check out her profile, or you can like and share this video. Make sure you follow me, because when she does that part 2, I'm going to come back and let y'all know what's what, because this story is crazy.
What's up, guys? It's Sam and Colby.
Today we are at the Indiana State Sanatorium, where up to 5,000 people are said to have died.
This used to be a tuberculosis hospital, then a nursing home, and then another hospital for the criminally insane.
The cool thing is, it was abandoned over a decade ago with everything left inside. This is gonna look like an apocalyptic wasteland.
Before we get inside, we have some very familiar faces for tonight's investigation. Introducing Jake and Johnny! Yeah!
Happy to be here. I'm here. I don't know about happy, but I'm here.
You know. Jake, welcome back.
Guys, I've been here before, and I'm back. I'm ready to hunt some ghosts. I'm very excited, actually.
Johnny, welcome to the channel for the first time. Are you excited?
No.
It's gonna be cool, but I think I'm the most scared. I've never really dove into ghost hunting.
On a scale from like 1 to 10 of believability, where are you at?
At least a 5.
Jake, where are you stand nowadays?
I like to think of my life as a book. I never keep it closed, so I'm open to anything. I don't even have a scale.
So if you levitate tonight, you're down for it?
Fuck, there was a bug on my lip. No, fuck this. I'm going home. Is it abandoned in there? Because I've been kind of living a princess life lately.
It looks fine. It looks clean.
It looks like it's new. It's actually a hotel.
Let's swag it out. I'm down.
Indiana State Sanatorium opened in 1911 as a state-of-the-art hospital to treat one of the deadliest epidemics of all time, tuberculosis.
Hi, my name is Greg Larson. I am the owner of the Indiana State Sanatorium. During the 60 years that it was in operation, about 2,500 people died out here of tuberculosis.
Whoa.
That's like more than the Titanic.
Tuberculosis was a disease that eats away at your lungs until you die. It was incurable until the 1960s.
In fact, 80% of people admitted to this hospital died, which is why it quickly gained the reputation of being incredibly haunted.
Oh my god.
This hotel looks awful.
Wait, they just keep it open? That's kind of terrifying, because what if there's gonna be people in here?
They're gonna let the flies in.
I don't want to actually be here.
And I mean, like, the menu sucks.
They literally only have water, bro.
I'll take that.
Dude, wait, look at this.
I already don't like this area.
Denny's went down the shitter. Fuck Denny's. Please keep feet and shoes off the wall. What the fuck do they think we're Spider-Man?
They're like, this place, we're trying to keep it nice.
No, meaning that sign was probably there from back when they had patients here. People were trying to walk on the walls. Again, this was a mental psych ward.
Ooh, that's really sad.
Why do crazy people have superpowers? Have you ever seen a homeless guy in Hollywood? They have pet rats.
The Adams Hall, which was originally staff quarters, was converted into the psychiatric hospital. This is the area that saw the most traumatic deaths and the darkest experiences during the building's entire history. The building mostly held violent men, but the top floor, the 5th floor, was meant for the criminally insane.
Needless to say, the Adams Hall is the most active building in the entire complex.
I literally hate this place.
Well, we have another 8 hours here, bruv.
This is only one building out of like what, 7 too?
Yeah, there's 250 acres worth of land and like 100,000 square feet. Does it still work?
No, there's no way.
Oh my god.
Crazy people need to keep their hands clean too.
Apparently the owner said that none of this is staged to look scary. There's nothing that is brought in from the outside. All of this was left the day this building got abandoned.
You know, I'll say it, that's pretty believable.
Most of the entities here are not malevolent, but there is a feeling of sadness or loneliness to the energy, which is why we brought Johnny. Again, guys, most people came to the sanatorium to die.
Which is why we brought Jake. That's not the only danger we have to deal with tonight. There has been many reports of violent squatters and trespassers that drive away paranormal investigators.
Dude. Oh, it's literally falling apart.
Oh my god, look at that hallway!
Oh no!
Trying to figure just sprinting across the hallway.
Hello? Wait, I just thought of something. If the doors are completely open, what are the odds that there's like a squatter in here?
There actually might be.
So the door was wide open.
There's a lot of homeless people that live in these buildings.
I'm not fighting a homeless person. They have nothing to lose.
I actually forgot about that. There could be somebody in here.
My friend said the other day, he said homeless people are more scared of you than you are of them. I'm like, bro, they're not spiders.
What's crazy about this spot is 80% of the people that came here died here. That means 3 out of the 4 of us would have died tonight.
I mean, the study checks out.
Well, you shouldn't die because you have the camera.
I'll get the footage.
Is it like, okay, yeah, but how'd they die? Was it of old age?
Tuberculosis. It eats your lungs alive and kills you from the inside.
Because the only treatment at the time was fresh air and sunlight, doctors would resort to experimental methods that we would consider torturous today. For example, people were placed on their side and plastered so they were unable to move for hours and literally have bags placed into their lungs to help them breathe.
Tuberculosis was a terrible disease. It was a lung disease. It was a brain disease. You can get tuberculosis encephalitis. You can get like brainstem tuberculosis, which would like kind of make you crazy. It would get you pulmonary tuberculosis, which would be bacterial infections in your lungs, which would make it.
There's something like that right now. It's called popcorn lungs.
Yeah, it's like a super version of popcorn lungs, but your lungs would fill with fluid and you would choke to death on your own excretions.
That's not good.
Why am I going first?
You're the guinea pig, Johnny.
Johnny's more of a rat.
Why is there a chair on the bed?
They're weird, bro. They're gonna put chairs on beds.
Bear! Oh my god!
Touch it, hold it, hug it. Oh, this is fucked up. Someone's like traumatized.
Give the haunted doll a hug.
Bro, what the hell, bro? This thing's got a gut.
Dude, yeah, bro. It's got a beer.
Wait, what if it's filled with like human guts or something?
What the hell are you talking about, bro? You watch too many movies.
Oh, there's another thing. Oh, what the fuck? He's got black eyes.
Someone sat on a rock. They got their skid mark on the top. Whoa, dude. Oh my god, look at that. Is that a VHS? Oh my god, what movie do you think that is? I bet you $100 it's Titanic.
Let's get back home and watch it. You're gonna be waiting for a while.
It might be out of order.
Now, some little asshole kid probably hit all the buttons.
Then in 1978, 3 accountants reopened this facility as the Lee Allen Bryant Healthcare Center. They named it after their 3 middle names. Very original. Like, who would name like a brand or like a building or something like that after their name?
Stupid imbeciles.
Yes. It became half nursing home and half psychiatric hospital, where 90% of the psych ward patients were imprisoned here involuntarily.
Oh my god. Lee Allen Bryant Healthcare Facility.
I mean, is it illegal to look at people's information like this?
Yeah, I think this is like against the law.
I'm pretty sure they fell off right now.
Wait, wasn't the Lee Allen Bryant like what it turned into after the TB hospital?
Yeah, that's when it became like a nursing home and a psych ward.
For the criminally insane.
So these were the floors of the psych ward.
I don't like that.
Well, you better like it, buddy, because we're gonna be here for a long time.
And this is where things turn even darker. The Lee Allen Bryant era was riddled with corruption, patient abuse, and even murder. So on top of all the tuberculosis patients, an additional 2,000 to 3,000 people died here, raising the total death toll to around 5,000.
During the Lee Allen Bryant era, the main issue was the neglect towards the patients, which led to a ton of lawsuits and inspections. These lawsuits and inspections revealed so much, everything from there not being enough food for the patients to sexual abuse happening behind the scenes. And because of that, the healthcare center finally had its license revoked in 2011. The crazy part is, as soon as the center shut down, everyone left immediately, leaving everything behind, including the hospital documents.
What that means is, unlike any place we've been to, all the records of the deaths, the failed inspections, and the abuse are still in the buildings today. The owner says everything was left as it was the day they closed, almost like the apocalypse.
What?
Oh god.
There's a bug.
Oh god.
It scared me. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, there's underwear.
Bro, what the hell, bro?
No way, Fruit of the Loom, bro.
Dude, that's fucking foul.
Bro.
Oh, God. When you said you needed to go to the bathroom, I didn't know you actually went, bro.
You guys, don't call me gross. I'm touching it from the top, okay? If I touch it from the bottom, that'd be gross. Like,
I think I just got a disease.
yeah, he did. It's called pink eye.
Sorry to break it to you, but it's a no smoking area.
I don't smoke, baby. As in.
Oh, God, it's starting to get dark.
I don't like that anybody could be in here.
I was trying to get to the top.
I'm not taking stairs. I'm on princess mode.
Okay, so
Try the elevator again.
there's gotta be an escalator or something. St. Patrick's Day stuff. Let's go. Wait, I don't want to go first.
Festive.
I don't want to go first.
No, honestly, dude, you are
Okay,
the
I'll
one
go.
with the confidence. This is crazy.
Okay, Johnny. Insane people can celebrate St. Patrick's Day too, not just the Irish. I'm so tired. I should have gotten a foot long instead of a 6-inch at Subway.
Guys, this is just one of 3 main buildings we're hitting tonight.
Wow, dude, this is the first time we saw sunlight, dude. They're just like putting all these people in darkness.
Oh, the light! Please.
Well, this is sick.
This is awesome.
I don't know if it's like that safe up here, but this is cool.
Look at this. There's a chair in the tree.
Nobody's gonna sit right
I'm
there.
not gonna sit there.
A bougie ass bird. You know you're mad when you throw a chair in the tree.
That looks sick.
Dude, you look amazing.
Wait, I have to climb down when I go up.
It's true. That's how like
Johnny, you got
gravity
toilet paper
works.
on your leg.
No way. That's meant to be cool. You wouldn't get it.
I guess I don't.
Oh no, it's kind of scary up here.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna.
What?
Those bees!
Fucking bees, dude. I'll stand right here. You guys
They're
can.
kind of like little flying puppies. I don't mind them at all, actually. When I was really depressed, I actually grew lavender and had a lot of bees.
Dude, that's really sweet. Here you go, Beth. Oh, God, they just literally. We're leaving Johnny up there. Let's go.
Wait, look. I have to show them the view, but fuck that thing, dude. Oh, dude, there must be like a nest. Bro, you sting us if you keep jumping like
Brother, you don't care?
Exactly, and they're fucking off.
Those are mean butterflies.
Don't call them that. Don't call them that.
I don't like climbing with one arm. Can you grab the camera, brother?
Gotcha.
Thank you. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it fucking sucks up here.
It's beautiful.
I literally hate heights.
I think this is the tallest point of the entire property, but nobody comes up here except for us.
Four people jumped off the roof of the 5-story. If you're up on the roof, be careful.
Oh, yeah.
We weren't up there before.
Did it? There's a roof? The only way down, the broken chimney.
That's where Santa goes.
Dude, I don't feel safe walking on this. I'm surprised you're like just chilling.
Yeah, we gotta do dumb stuff a lot. Oh my god, you actually can get down there. All right, Johnny.
Yeah?
Who's gonna jump first?
You don't have to ask that. I got it. Let me do what I'm good at.
I'm Adam Kimmel.
I'm Addie Gaddis.
And we are the ones that somehow got this open up for paranormal tourism back in 2021, and now it has been a straight boomtown.
You guys know Adam. He's from Madison Seminary and the Fairfield Infirmary.
First off, I'm just glad having you guys here. We wanted you to come here so bad.
Let's go!
Finally time. So, and there's
What
so
about
much...
me and Johnny?
Oh, hey guys.
Do you like the darkness?
Yes.
Have you guys ever ghost hunted before?
Yeah.
This is the real deal. This stuff is crazy.
It starts in cemeteries and you end in asylums, so, you know.
Let's get started. This is the underground. We are going to be taking a look at the tunnels first. There's a mile of underground steam tunnels that connect all the buildings here at Indiana State Sanatorium. It's said that most of these spirits evoke sadness or loneliness, but the only known spot for aggressive energy or negativity would be these tunnels.
At one time, tunnels really connected everything when it was the tuberculosis era. What's interesting, though, you never know what you're going to find out here because the place sat decrepit for over a decade. Morgue's right around the corner, and to tell you the truth, we didn't even know this place had a morgue.
Wait, the morgue is connected in the tunnels?
Yep, just right over here.
Great!
How convenient.
We love morgues.
He's my favorite YouTuber.
So it's almost like perfectly time capsule when you see it. Like, look at this machine over here. Oh, yeah!
It's like the Pixar lamp, except scary.
It's haunted. Now I'm never gonna unsee that.
Wow, this is really interesting.
Oh. But there was some weird stuff.
Yeah, that was so bad.
So bad.
More to come. More to come.
A lot of people's medical records were left behind, right? The place didn't shut down until 2011. So in the beginning, we had to be very careful because you'd have people coming through and they're like, "Oh, this is my neighbor." I'm like, "No, don't grab that." So,
Sally?
but
Sally.
What?
hey, yo.
Why is there so many creepy teddy bears everywhere?
Same reason why you have like 60 Funko Pops above your bed.
I got rid of most of those.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you guys obviously been to Madison, Fairfield, all this. You've seen the offerings that people leave, and I think that's what it is.
What happens down here in the morgue tunnels area in terms of like the paranormal
activity.
The spirits of Indiana State Sanatorium are incredibly active, but the main manifestation is hearing audible voices, coughing, and wheezing. On top of this, seeing shadow figures are extremely common.
One specific entity is known as the Creeper, who stalks the hallways and is seen wearing a top hat.
When we first investigated, the place was brand new, right? We're walking in, and just around the corner where we're gonna go into the tunnel, faintly I heard a man be like, hello? And a question like, yeah, that's baffling. And actually it's gonna get into something bigger. At the end of this tour, I have something to show you that will blow your minds.
Ooh. God dang it. We actually have no idea what he said, or what he's gonna show us, but he's been saying he's got something special.
I have been taunting from the beginning, like, I got something really important to show you. Wait until you see this. It involves you guys, though. It's not just something generic like paranormal. This involves you guys directly.
What?
What's that mean?
You guys are screwed.
And just us, not you guys.
What's eerie when it comes to like the paranormal of this, I think we're dealing with residual haunting. Residual haunting is something that's imprinted. It's very similar to like a theory we call stone tape theory, that even right now, everything is being imprinted into the walls, and at a later time, it can project back. That's another clue that involves you guys here shortly.
Oh, God.
We heard in our research some speculation of if there were to be any majorly unhappy and or darker things, it would be here in the tunnel. Do you have any record of that?
I think if bad things were going to happen, they would be here secluded in the tunnels.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Ominous at all.
What that?
Colby, you want to go for it first?
Yeah. Let's go, Johnny.
Let's go, Johnny. Okay, so wait, what is this?
This is the old power plant.
In 2009, an employee named Ryan Clark murdered another employee, Kenneth Godfrey, and then was found dead in the power plant. So there are two possible motives of this murder. Either Clark was jealous over a 50-cent raise that Godfrey got, or he caught Godfrey sleeping with his girlfriend. Either way, this tragic event could be a catalyst to why this power plant could have a darker energy to it.
We've had some people come out here and investigate, and I randomly ran into these two guys. They were hyper-fixated about this spot, and they just paused and they're staring at me. They go, that happened to my friend. Oh! Like, okay guys, it closed in 2011. When does a haunting begin? When we think of a haunting, we're like, Victorian era, 100 years ago. It's the woman in a white dress, that kind of stuff. When does the haunting begin? That is your hint number 3 for you guys.
What? Okay, I'm getting...
Are you getting hyped? Like, oh, I've been a hold of this for a month, dude. All right, so...
I'm feeling very edged right now.
You're edged?
I'm edged.
That's disgusting.
I'm ready.
We'll walk into Adams Hall. Now, this place, you've already seen, it's got the 5 different stories here. Each level had different people in it.
What was that? Did you guys hear that? What was that?
As soon as we pointed to the building, was that inside the building?
Yeah.
Oh my God, this goes into my theory. Oh my God.
Oh no.
Remember that. Remember that.
I don't think I'm going to forget that.
Oh, I was gonna. Oh my God.
I'm getting more and more terrified as we keep going.
Holy shit! I cannot believe. Okay,
That was pretty scary. I'm going to be honest.
that was loud as fuck. And I don't know what. I have to show you something. I really gotta show you something.
Did you hear that too?
I did. Hey, I have a question. What's the exit? Like, which way?
Any of these windows.
It's miles and miles away from the nearest city because we're in the middle of a goddamn forest.
We actually are.
There's no escaping.
And I can't drive. I'm going to call my mom.
Trust me, if Johnny was behind the wheel, he'll die even faster. Love the keep out sign as we walk in.
Very nice.
Creepy vibes. All right, so we are in
The first floor of Adams Hall. We know that spirits communicate with the English language or whatever language, they can communicate back, so they remember that. We've learned that a lot of spirits think that they're still bound by their disability they had in life. Now think about this, why there's so much interaction between here and the nursing home, which we'll go to next, is if you were to walk into an actual asylum today, do you think you're gonna have a normal conversation with those individuals? And I mean no disrespect, but think about it, they're gonna violate your bubble, they're gonna say maybe odds and ends of phrases. So when you get these EVPs in here, you may think it's residual, it may not be. They're actually trying to communicate with you. You get what I'm saying? Where they retain that. Here's another thing with the activity. We know shadow plates, like they're trying to be hidden. Like they're watching and then they don't want to be seen. In this area, these shadows do get closer, and I think that comes to like what they did in life. They're not afraid.
You're seeing shadow figures come closer to you in these hallways?
I see this dark shadow come across the door. I thought it was one of our guys, Chris. And I'm like, way to be a creep, dude. You knew. You immediately went like this. I'm staring. I'm like, what is that? This shadow, probably about this tall, comes right from the doorway. Now it's the darker than the dark, right? When we see these shadows, darker than the dark. And it was like that perfect silhouette of a person slides across in the doorway at us, as far as I am to you, and then slides back.
Oh no.
God.
They don't have boundaries. in these spots here.
Well, they better respect mine.
Let me take you to the nursing home, one of the most active areas when it comes to paranormal activity, and let me finally tell you what I have to tell you.
Please, God.
What does that mean?
I don't know if I can handle it at this point.
People have been telling Jake and I to go to the nursing home for a long time, honestly.
For real. And then silent for some reason.
That is kind of strange.
The nursing home is one of the most active places on the complex, having seen thousands of deaths over the decades. In the nursing home, sightings of patients and nurses are very common, especially seen as shadow figures. There's literally a hallway by the nursing station called Shadow Man Hallway due to hundreds of visitors seeing shadow figures, specifically one in particular named Steven.
I just noticed that this flashlight is already dead. We've only been on this tour for, what, 20 minutes?
Not even, 20 maybe?
This was fully charged 20 minutes ago. It's on its last flash. This is usually 4-hour flashlight.
What?
Not even joking.
This is the nursing home that was built late 70s of the Lee Allen Bryant. It's almost like any room you're gonna walk into.
Was that you, Jake?
What?
Did you just hear that? Did anybody?
I missed that.
I didn't hear that either.
Okay. Am I hearing stuff?
So like any room you could walk into, probably a death.
Okay.
There's no good way to deliver that. I have always felt the most activity comes from the nursing home. We've had the phantom footsteps before. That's nothing new. It's like you're being followed.
Oh, we're being followed. Great. I love that.
I've been chased out here. This is the only building that I ran out of.
You know what?
What does that mean? Can you just run that back for us for one time?
Was this where you got biffed?
Why did I agree to be in this?
Wait, so you got chased out by a possible ghost, and then you looked at yourself and you got bit?
Because when he first got it,
You
the
just heard some
hallways
shit?
were like full of stuff. So before we could open, we had to clear the hallways. So during the week, a lot of times I'd be in here by myself.
Oh, what?
God.
Wait, did it bleed at all?
Wait,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
those are a bunch of different puncture marks.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa, what?
It looked like teeth marks.
Yeah.
This is suck.
And listen, what's interesting to me is Addie's a straight shooter, right? If Addie came up to me and said, a ghost shook my hand, well, guess what? They're in the business of shaking hands. Everyone's got a good ghost story, right? But like when that happened to you, I realized that they can definitely manipulate the physical, right? But I can't even contain this. We're gonna just get into this. I gotta tell you something.
Okay,
right?
okay.
All right. This is it?
This is it. This is the moment.
I'm sorry. We're about to get really fucking weird really quick. At Madison Seminary, something was captured a month ago. It was on a device, as you guys know, the SPⱺⱺ. These 3 kids that I know very well, they're really cool. They come out to a lot of the events. They come running downstairs and they're like, you have to hear this right now.
I'm scared, like my heart's beating fast.
God dang. For the fans out there, SB7 is the spirit box, the one you use for the Estes method.
Oh, is that my name?
It says Sam and Colby.
Oh, Sam and Colby. What?
Sam and Colby.
What? What's crazy is if you listen after, they also hear it in real time. Like you hear them call it out.
What? No.
Let's get fucking weird right now. I've always pondered, time is a human construct, right? We made it. We figured out a date and we realized
He's like, I just exist.
May 7th, we're gonna get out here. We're gonna do this investigation, right? When people investigate hauntings, we don't really know what the hell was here at any given time. You guys have been to the Villisca Axe Murder House.
Yep.
Why do people go to the Villisca Axe Murder House?
To investigate.
The haunting of this, but one event, one canon event. How many different things happened in that house? But when you go there, and what is the prime real estate of the Villisca Axe Murder House? June 9th into June 10. That's the first day that books every year because it is the anniversary of the murders. Now again, time is a human construct. Erase that for a second. You are now making known where you're going. How do we know we're not communicating with the future?
Whoa.
Oh, I just got chills.
Supposed to be saying Sam and Colby. People come to the locations all the time because after you came to Madison and Fairfield, and it's going to happen here. They walk through, and I listen to them. This is the first generation that's experiencing with you guys.
What?
I don't know, I'm just psyching myself out.
What, did you see something?
I don't know. I don't even...
Because we're standing in the nursing home again, giving the coordinates.
Wow, that was... What the fuck?
What did you see?
I don't know, maybe I was just in my head.
No, say it.
No, I don't wanna, that was weird.
Should we talk about it later?
That was so weird. Looked like the fucking ring.
What?
I don't know, I'm just in my head.
Where?
I don't know, it's probably just in my head, I don't know.
Do you want to leave for a second?
No, it's good.
Okay.
I might just be like overthinking and like saying
It's deep.
but I just
Because I thought,
saw
like,
a figure and it just...
What
I just saw a figure in this hole.
But it might have... No, it was right in that corner. I don't know.
What?
I'm probably in my head. But
Dude, my heart's racing right now because it's like...
I psych myself out. That's why, like I said, I'm always like...
You know what I'm saying? Like the future though, right? Like we don't know. We think there's like receipts. We're talking to dead people. people. Are you sure? What if we're haunting the future already and the future's manipulating the past? When they come here, when we heard that noise outside, we gave the coordinates. The reason I keep saying coordinates is because we're already the ghosts. When you watch this in the future, we're gone, right?
Whoa! Yo!
Right? Dude, I've been trying to hold on to this for at least a month, dude. Because when you came and they came down yelling Sam and Colby, the first thing I thought was that wasn't from ghosts. That was from the future.
Wow. So you're saying 100 years from now, other investigators who ever come here on May 7th and they see us walking around, possibly?
They could be in this exact moment in the future. That means the future's already contaminating the past. Was it a vision in your head you thought you saw, or did you see it?
I literally it's so hard. I just turned my head, I looked in the corner, and I swear I saw like a fully like woman.
A woman?
Like in the corner, and it just like, yeah. It could have.
Peek over there?
No, I don't want to fucking look over there at all. I don't even want to look that way right now. I'm like looking at the ground. I'm like, fuck. And it might have just been in my head. I don't know. It's just like, yikes, when you think you see that. It's like, it's a lot.
Welcome to the channel.
Nurse station. So there's 1, 2, 3,
That's horrible.
4 hallways.
We're at a crossroads. God loves you, everybody.
Yeah, that makes me uncomfortable.
God?
Yeah, I just like...
It's really sad, man.
Just adds like the afterlife more, dude. I'm like,
Right here, this is one of the active hallways they call Shadow Hallway.
Wait! You just saw...
Oh my fuck.
Oh my god.
No.
There is more shadow play in this area than anywhere else in the building.
Sounds like a great place to start our investigation, guys.
I think so.
So this nursing station sits at the center of 4 long hallways, and it's the most active spot of the entire nursing home. So we have a special game for Jake and Johnny and decided that this is probably the best spot to start our investigation tonight. Before our... What the fuck is that?
That was in the power plant.
There's 2 like big knocks almost. Wait,
there was again.
It's so hard for me to hear things because I have selective hearing. Like, I can only focus on one thing at a time.
We just wanted to come outside the nursing home for a second because that was pretty insane. Johnny, what did you see?
Dude, that thing keeps on making noise. Fuck off. I turned my head and I like at least feel like I saw a woman, just long black hair and like a gown, looking down in the corner. And I instantly turned it away and I didn't want to look that way. But it's like,
You sure it wasn't a mirror?
that's the thing though. It's like hard not to psych myself out because I like look away and I'm like, I don't know. It might have just been in my head. I get like super. But I don't know. To me, it was very clear though. Like
You said it was like the ring, right?
Yeah.
To me, that's like the scariest.
Yeah, I know.
Like entity that exists. Is like
I know.
the woman in the ring. Like that movie used to give me nightmares.
Yeah, I know. That's like what I felt like I saw too.
You're
It's
also
like,
not saying it in a random spot. This is literally the hallway where most shadow figures in the entire
And
place.
the hospital where the gowns
dude,
are.
I dead ass. That's what I saw. Gown and black hair in that corner. But I gotta commit. I gotta keep going.
I was gonna say, you might not like our first challenge.
Chubby bunny challenge? What?
Yeah. All right, well, let's go get some ghost equipment and then we'll discuss this challenge.
Start the challenge.
Back at where you saw the shadow figure.
Sick.
Wow, now you're playing with our emotions.
We're each going to pick a hall of these 4 corners of the nursing home, which Adam was saying is one of the most haunted spots and has the Shadow Man hallway right here. We're going to face our backs towards these. We have now set 4 pieces of equipment behind our backs on each one of these 4 corners, and whoever's piece of equipment goes off first has to walk alone to the end of the hall and back.
Not it. You're it. Wait, fuck.
It's up to the ghosts, not up to us.
This is called the hallway game, and you lose if you turn around. So you cannot look behind you.
That's not fair. One of them already has a crush on me.
Which is why we would love Johnny if you put your back towards where you just saw that shadow figure.
Dude, you guys rigged this. It's gonna be me.
What? No.
Came here ready.
What is that?
Whoa.
Okay, fine.
All right, we'll each get our own cameras and let's set it up.
Let's do it.
So everyone, we're gonna pick a corner and then I'll explain a little more of the rules.
I got this corner.
I got this corner. Johnny?
Yeah, I don't think I got a pick.
Johnny didn't get to pick, which means Jake didn't get to pick. Sorry, guys.
That's fine.
So this is mine?
Yeah.
Oh, sick, dude. This is the one I wanted.
I'm gonna turn on you guys' piece of equipment. You can turn on yours.
Okay.
And we'll get started. Over yours is all good?
Yes, sir. Oh, it's going off! Just kidding. I just turned it on. We're fine. Wait, is it supposed to just stay on? Okay. I thought it was that gray. Mine just went off a little bit. We haven't started the game yet.
So we're all gonna face each other in the middle until one of ours goes off. And if one of them does go off, after we invite the shadow figures to come touch them, you have to go all the way to the end of the hall and you have to say nice to meet you. And then you have to walk all the way back.
Okay. Why are we meeting them nicely?
Because we want them to be nice to us, not evil.
To your stations.
Is this not our station right here?
I mean, we can all face each other right here.
I like that.
Well, can you see your stuff?
I can see my stuff real well.
Jake and Johnny will be able to see your stuff too.
Oh my god, mine just went off!
Oh!
Did you guys see that?
Wait, how do you know?
Because I could see it in the viewfinder.
I guess Colby will be the first one to go, but I think we should all invite spirits to touch ours individually. Our pieces of ghost equipment.
Hey!
Piece of ghost equipment.
This is a family channel.
See all the shadow figures here in the nurse's hall.
Twice, dude!
All the shadow figures in the nurse's hall. If you'd like to come up and touch any of our pieces of equipment that are on the floor, they will light up and signal us to come talk to you, including Steven, the most sighted shadow figure.
What was that?
Yeah, I heard that too.
That was
I heard that too.
Turn around, Johnny! Don't turn around!
Yo, you're freaking me out.
You can't turn around.
I'm not looking around.
You can't turn around.
Dude, okay.
I think Colby, you gotta go first.
Alright, I'm gonna go. But I can turn around. It just went off again. Jake, can you see that behind me?
Oh, we just did again.
Oh, yeah, actually.
I can turn around.
But you can't turn around towards us until you get all the way to the end of the hallway. So go say nice to meet you.
Dude, it's going off as I'm pointing it. Whoa!
It keeps going off, yeah.
Likes Colby now.
My hallway's long. Okay, of course I have the luck where my thing goes off immediately. We didn't even start the game rules yet and my thing was going off. Look how creepy this is, guys. I can't remember us being in a place like this since the abandoned days, like back in 2017, 2018.
Dude, mine's gonna make me shit my pants. Did you pick that song or is that just by default?
That's the default song.
That's, wow, it's a horrible song choice.
If there's anybody here, you can come up to our piece of equipment right behind us, touch it or walk past it, and we'll know you're here. Unless you're already saying hi to Colby. What was that behind you? Was that like a knock or a footstep?
Can you guys stop? Because I hear it too and it sucks.
Johnny, let's be honest. Your hallway
I never chose this hallway. It's not
is haunted as fuck.
Alright, I am at the end of the hallway. My name's Colby, and it's nice to meet you. Alright, I'm coming back. Guys, my rope!
You saw
What?
It won't stop going off.
Okay, well then stay there.
Johnny, your hallway seems like it's the most haunted. Also, it chooses you. I think you should just walk down there regardless.
You guys chose this for me. I didn't choose it.
No, it chose you. That's why you saw it.
Oh. I think my eyes were being silly.
Go check the silly out.
I will, but not
Go see what all that silliness is about.
Well, I guess I will alone if I get screwed.
Get chosen.
Hey, guys.
Was it nice back there?
It was nice. I said nice to meet you, and nothing answered.
Well, did it go off again?
It did. This thing has been nonstop going off.
Okay, so something's behind you.
Yeah.
What if we invite that over to come touch some other equipment?
Yeah, like Sam's.
If you just followed me from down this hallway, could you please come and touch one of these other pieces of equipment? Maybe behind Johnny or Jake?
Or
not.
Jake, because Jake's just chilling.
I think the ghosts fuck with me. That's why they're not bothering me. Johnny's aura's off.
All right.
I know. It's just, I don't know. It sucks.
But did you hear that? That's something I heard. It sounded like a drop. Wait, doesn't it? In the Ring movie, she comes from a well. That makes sense.
We shouldn't be talking about the Ring movie.
I'm just trying to make Johnny more scared. I'm sorry, Johnny. I love you. I'm sorry. I love you. Air kiss.
We're gonna leave in 1 minute, so this is your last chance. If you want to make yourself known, if anyone is here in the nurses' homes, come up to any of our pieces of equipment and touch them.
Damn, something's dripping. And they said there's no working water in here, so it's really strange that something keeps dripping.
All right, if mine goes off again, what about one of you guys have to do it?
Nose goes.
Down my hallway.
Jake didn't even try. That's not fair. I have selective hearing. I was spacing out, dude. Come on.
Dude, I don't know what to tell you.
I think mine just went off as I pointed the camera, but I could be tripping.
30 more seconds. If there's anything that wants to make itself known, now's your shot.
I can't tell if it's going off.
Damn, it didn't happen.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. I'm glad I was the only one that had to do that goddamn foot.
I'm glad you were too.
I'll do my hallway.
You'll do it?
Whoa, where did this come from?
I don't know.
Johnny's kind of hot when he's confident.
I was lying. I was gaslighting you.
He's even hotter when he gaslights me.
Are you gonna do it? You weren't supposed to turn around. Syria broke the rule.
Nah, fuck that. That shit sucks. Why would I do that?
Wow, now you're a liar.
Okay, fuck, dude.
It's in the complete darkness, too. At least I had a light. Do it.
Now I look like a pussy if I don't do it.
You don't look like a wussy if you don't do it. You just don't look awesome if you don't. They're just gonna think you're crazy, dude. You gotta see it again to make sure. Now you
Oh my god!
document it, dude. You gotta get your proof.
So hard to do.
Do it for the fans. Do it for the viewers.
I'll run.
I've never seen Johnny run.
Wow, it gets so dark. What the fuck is this? There's no light.
Yeah, that's the point. It's a night vision.
You
got your night vision.
Yeah, you can look through your camera.
I'm gonna puke. Oh, that's way funner.
It's not a word, silly goose.
Well, you have this light right there.
Oh my god, I feel like a pussy. I don't know if I can do it. Dude, that is pitch black. Holy fuck.
Jake, why don't you go with him, man?
You want me to go with him?
You're together.
I'll go with you. Yeah, I'll go with you.
That's fair. I can't do it on my own, dude. It sucks. Sorry, guys. I'm not a pussy. I'm just not brave. All right.
Oops, sorry. Now Johnny has to go. It went off.
You fucking kicked it.
No, I didn't. Stop saying rumors.
My hand's so sweaty.
You know, I actually feel comfortable right now because if I was... Ow, dude! Jesus, fuck!
Jake, how do you manage?
Oh, yeah. It was like I was supposed to see a table in front of me in the absolute dark... Oh, okay, genius.
All right, let's keep going. Okay.
Oh, my God.
What?
Dude, my rope is going off.
Stop saying words, you're scaring me more. If we die, dude, it's okay, because I'm with you. I'm codependent. At least I'm with you.
There's no way in hell I could have done this on my own. I'd be puking out of my ass. Are we there yet?
Do I look like a GPS for dude?
Keep going. You're brave. You're tall. I'm gonna stick to music. I don't think this is for me.
I'm trying to live a princess life, dude. This is not for me.
Oh, this is where I saw it, so this is a good place to be.
Oh my god, yeah. We're right where you saw it.
Oh, cool. We can leave now.
Yeah, this is the corner, actually.
Lovely.
I can't tell if my tummy hurts because I'm scared. I'm just hungry.
No, this is giving me...
Oh my god.
I feel it. Oh, you know what? It might have been this.
What?
There's a plant. It could have been that.
Johnny, you're telling me that a plant looks like a woman in a dress. You need to get laid, dude.
All right, well, we went here. We had a good time, and now we can dip.
There's 2 rooms right here. Dude. It's like an office. There's papers everywhere.
Man, I hate this.
Oh my God. It's telling us to go that way.
I really like saying, please, this way. We gotta figure out why.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Is that a setup? I don't even say that to humans.
Yeah, I know.
There's like an orb or something that just flew by me.
Could be dust. Well, Jake, we did what we had to do. I couldn't do this on my own. I would be puking. Let's go.
Colby's piece of equipment was going off. Obviously something is down here. Maybe you saw a shadow figure. We all invited it out. So we want to, as we go throughout the night, invite whatever was here to follow us around. So we got a flashlight here.
Why? You can follow me. I have like Twitter. I got Instagram.
Okay, but like I can't come in the car with us, right?
No.
Yeah.
What we have here is a random Home Depot flashlight. Twists on, twists off. Theory is that a spirit can disconnect.
Just like that.
Or connect the light, depending on our questions. If there is anything down in this hallway, can you please walk up to this blue flashlight, touch it, or make the light go on? We just want to know if something is here. I don't think we're that curious. I don't think we really want to know. Do we really want to know?
No.
I do.
Back when we investigated with Jake all the time, we didn't do any equipment whatsoever. We just kind of like waltzed around.
Yeah.
Things to happen.
Glad I joined during this time. That's awesome.
Want to try asking? Maybe he likes you more than he likes me.
I doubt it.
I think Johnny is its favorite, to be honest.
I don't know. It said your guys' name on like a radio or some shit.
Oh, that's that.
I don't know about that. I don't remember that happening.
If anybody's here, can you turn on the flashlight to let us know?
Or if there's any other way you could show us.
Tell me growled.
Sometimes I like think about how like maybe ghosts don't think they're ghosts, so I try to like talk to it as if, you know, we're just like a passerby.
Yeah.
You know?
For sure.
Hello. My name's Jay. Nice to meet you.
Right after Jake said that.
Wait.
You're right.
They just wanted to be treated like
I
normal.
thought there was a bat, dude. I got scared as fuck.
Yeah, if you just want to come hang out with us, we'd love to hear your story and have you kind of help us out tonight. Try to make some friends out here.
Okay.
Perfect. Hey, so, I mean, what are you doing out here? Seems like there's nothing going on. Maybe we could go get some pizza or something. You want to tag along? You know, no pressure on anything. You let us know you want to come with. You know, we could get out of here.
Bro's yapping.
Shut up, dude. I'm talking to ghosts. Yo, how do you feel?
Okay, all right.
What?
He hasn't,
What?
It hasn't.
Oh, okay.
Hasn't answered yet. Let's give it.
Actually, how's it talk to you, Johnny?
Oh, let me try again. Hi, I'm Johnny. Can you hear me? Like, turn that on. I'm not good at talking.
Don't mind my friend Johnny. He has social anxiety. I mean, maybe you do as well. Do you? Let me know.
Fuck. I think we fucked up. We fumbled. Colby, can you like?
Okay.
Whoa! We just didn't give him time. Maybe you did have social anxiety. You want to help us tonight, and you can hang out with us tonight, please. Can you turn this flashlight off once and for all?
Yeah, I think that we're like a breath of fresh air. You know, there's a lot.
Thank Thank you.
Say no more, baby. Let's rip it.
So
Let's go.
Let's get out of here.
That's silly.
What? What do you
think about that?
My brain's twisted, it's turned.
Is this what you expected when we first said yo, you want to come ghost hunting?
I'm just always in for a good time.
Ooh.
Yeah, me too.
Just gonna get worse and worse
It's gonna get worse
and worse.
Speaking of next investigation. Guys, a lot of people have been asking for investigations with just me and Colby. We decided to bring that back. We are actually doing a ton of other videos plus investigations on Explore Club.
We put tons of behind the scenes of these main channel videos on there, as well as do live streams and giveaways every single month, so you guys can't miss out. Go to samandcolby.com and join today.
Or click the link in the description.
So this is part of the investigation where we split up Jake and Johnny versus Sam and Colby.
Connected to the power plant is the laundry room, which stores all the patient's personal belongings that weren't allowed in their room.
You're going to the end of the world, you can bring one suitcase, what would you bring? People bring their wedding albums, their figurine collections, their children's bronze shoes, their grandfather's old antique watch. They would say, oh, you can't have that in your room, it'll be a problem.
Yeah.
So they would put a name on the suitcase, zip the suitcase up, just left in the room. When they left me like 500 people's most personal belongings in like 500 suitcases.
So yeah, we're talking suitcases full of personal items and family heirlooms still there today. Since the spirits might want to come back to their personal belongings, this is probably what makes the laundry room so active, increasing its poltergeist activity.
So we're thinking that you guys could explore the laundry room, which had everybody's personal belongings right behind us. Using the obelisk, when electromagnetic energy hits it, it'll spit out any word from the dictionary. Sam, you and I are taking the power plant.
All right, so we'll be back here in 20 minutes and we'll compare notes.
Good luck, boys.
Wow, that was really, really good.
Once they got abandoned, a lot of these people's stuff just got left.
Muscle? I mean, I have been going to the gym.
That's nice of it.
All right, guys, so this is the power plant where the double murder happened between Clark and Godfrey.
We also have been hearing weird noises coming from the power plant all night.
Obviously, guys, it rained earlier. We're not sure if it's water.
Yeah, I thought it was metal, but maybe. Let's see if we can get any contact or anybody to come talk to us.
Wait.
Oh, this is so Ricky. We're gonna die if we do that. I mean, if you want to die.
Let's die.
Okay.
You want to die?
Hey.
Wait.
What?
This leads to wait, no, it goes higher.
Oh, bro. Are you actually gonna try to do that?
Why not?
Fuck it. I'm like holding it with one hand and flinging my hand up.
Dude, this is just like the old days.
Wow, we're urban exploring.
Look at us. Please don't die, please. Okay. This is so sketchy.
This is super sketchy.
Look at this. Look at what we're actually standing on is fuck.
What if we die? This is how we go out.
Don't say that.
Okay.
We gotta keep going higher.
Oh, fuck.
Can we get much higher? So high.
Look at this doll, dude. This was someone's, like, probably most prized possession.
It's like letters and stuff. Scooby-Doo. I do respect the Scooby-Doo stuff. I do like Scooby-Doo. Oh my god, it's a typewriter. Should we...
Disease?
That sucks.
Oh my god, Johnny.
Hey,
Yeah, that's pretty fucking wicked, dog.
Oh, that thing's fucked.
Crazy person was going.
Oh my god. Wait, maybe you should just go. This looks like a giant, like, incinerator. Obviously, it was a power plant. What if they stuck bodies in there?
Oh, God. It kind of seems like that.
Oh my god. Dude. This is 2018.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we can't mess around up here.
I'm gonna get up on the brick so I don't die.
Can't see anything.
Shit, bruv, I'm sorry.
Like right here in the dark.
In the big flag.
I need the light.
I think this might be a perfect spot. Like we can oversee the entire power plant. So if there's anybody out here, they can come up.
So this is like the laundry room. It's pretty cool.
No shit.
I've never been to one of those. I think we have to go in there, dude.
Well, can we explore the area, dude?
What, you want to look at these coat hangers?
Yeah, maybe I do want to look at the coat hangers. Have you ever explored somewhere, dude? You gotta look in every crevice and crack.
We're kind of just thrift shopping.
Alright, there's the surfboard.
Yeah, wall surfboard with an outlet under it. What is it saying?
Hold. Yeah, dude.
It's wet, isn't it?
Yeah, probably have disease on me now. They said that everything was left. It's true, dude. There's even the
iron.
The iron. I wonder if it still works. Wouldn't that be crazy?
If there's anybody here in the power plant, an employee. What the fuck was that?
I thought that was outside.
If that was you, could you come up here and speak with us through this device? We just want to know who you are.
If you come up to this red light that I'm holding, we'll be able to hear you. Okay. Oh, God. It's just like a butterfly.
Holy Spirit!
If there's anybody here, you can come up to this device I'm holding right now and speak to us. Is there anybody in this power plant right now?
hanging out with Sam.
What? Can you repeat that? Can you say one of our names?
Your past.
What the fuck? What's up with all
One
the,
of them.
What's up with all the past and the future talk? This is super weird.
I don't know. Mercy and tenderness. Could you please give us your name or give us a hint of who you are? Who are we talking to?
I was promised to something.
Yeah. Are you not allowed to give us your identity?
I don't know what to say. Did you work here at this power plant?
5 minutes remain.
This is my least favorite room.
You haven't walked in it, dude. Don't judge. Oh my god.
What?
These are the possessions of everyone that was a patient here.
It's kind of sad, honestly.
It is really sad. Well, come on, bro. You have 2 hands. I don't.
Oh, you want me to open the suitcase?
Just look through shit.
Oh, that's sick. They have a Barney.
It's weird because there must have been like a lot of kids here because there's a lot of toys.
The man in charge. What the fuck?
Damn, they was a freak.
What is the most haunted place? Can you give us a hint or a direction?
As it relates to the ghost, are you scared of any specific spot here? Real. Indiana. Is there anything evil that haunts this area? I don't know. It's not making much sense, but the words are so clear. It's been a long time since we've done a spirit session that's this clear.
Maybe we gotta go to a different area.
Yo, this is kind of swag. Oh my god, dude. These slips, I think, are the names of the patients.
So they can get their stuff back.
Dude, I'm definitely gonna get haunted. Like, I'm literally sitting on like thousands of people's possessions.
I don't know if there's anything over here that's not closed, but there is like stuff on the other side.
Yeah, you wanna keep looking at other places?
Just look at that. Did you see it?
Yes.
What is it?
Fuck. Get the fuck out of there.
Okay, I'm going. Oh my god.
This is really scary.
If there's anybody watching that's afraid of heights, I'm so sorry.
Like and subscribe.
Thumbnail. Fuck no. Okay.
Don't like how rusty and rickety this is.
That's some sick Explore merch though.
Well, if you really want this Explore merch, we actually just dropped it. So you can grab that by going to shopexplore.com or our Instagram @Explore. But if you can't do that, everything is in Zoomies all over America and Canada. So go check it out.
Nice plug. This is not cool. Did you kick? Oh no! I don't like this part at all. Oh god. Guys, leave a like on this video if we should do more climbing style videos. I love it. It's not scary at all. That's gonna be dope.
Also our Instagram. Oh, that was great!
That was a cool shot, really. Alright. Whoa. That was smooth.
Bless you.
That's the best sneeze I've ever had. That makes me uncomfortable.
What?
Like just seeing photos of actual people that they knew and shit. It's just.
Oh my god,
I
I
don't even know if
just
I
got
want to show
chills,
that.
dude.
Oh my god, he's missing an eye.
Hepatitis disease reportable to the state. Wait, so what is exactly this book? Lee Allen Bryant Infection Control Manual. Oh my god, dude, and it said disease earlier on the thing. Holy shit.
Wow. Dude, it just said beer. Just a lot of stuffed animals too and stuff, which is.
I know, it makes me sad. It must have been a lot of kids. Did you hear that?
I deadass heard that.
Oh my god, dude.
It sounded like giggling.
Shut the fuck up, Johnny.
That's Sam and Colby, it has to be.
We're in the back part of the power plant, so we're gonna try this one more time. If there's anybody here that'd like to talk to us, we're down on the bottom floor.
Clark or Godfrey, if you're around, let us know.
Go? Where do you want us to go?
Both of you now? From what it looks like?
Can you give us a name or an occupation? Running out of room?
This is crazy. There's just giant pieces of wood.
We could like die any moment.
Oh my god, that's a fucking bat.
What?
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Oh fuck.
Dude,
oh my god. Oh my god.
We gotta
Oh my
get
god.
out of here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck, dude.
No, I'm not going in there because that's probably infested with bats.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hell fucking no, dude.
That was crazy. That thing almost hit my head.
Is there any better area that we can talk to you? In the fifth? Are you talking about the fifth floor? There's one building that's really tall.
Portion.
The fifth floor, like that portion. Is that correct? Can you confirm?
Challenge for you.
Just for confirmation, are you challenging us to go to the fifth floor portion of the Adams Hall?
Yes! I actually something.
Is Isn't that like the section for the criminally insane?
That's where all like the worst people would have been.
They said the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor of the Adams Hall are the most haunted places. It's also one of the areas we have not gone in the Adams Hall when we first got here. So maybe we grab Jake and Johnny and then head up there.
Also, when we were talking to the owner, he said that there was like a steam pipe death that happened in one of those rooms.
All right, so this is literally someone's stuff. Everything that they left.
What the heck is that?
It's a photo of nature. Dude, if I see a spider, I'm actually gonna fucking...
Said the word evil.
What?
Heat, evil, walk. Wait, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. That's so fucking, it's crazy.
I wanna look around just a little more.
Dude, the bat's flying around. Fuck.
Are you kidding me?
Dude, yeah, he's flying around.
Dude, you need a hood. Your head's exposed.
I can't do anything about that now. Dude, he literally just flew in our direction. Like, oh my god, he's flying around in a circle. Dude, get down. Like, straight up, he's right there.
I'm protected. Okay.
This said gateway, really creepy.
Whoa, do you see all those bats? Jake, Johnny. I swear to God, if they pop out and try to scare us. Whoa. Oh my god.
Gotta stay low.
Fuck, dude, there's like 40. Oh my god, something hit my head.
Hit your head?
Yes, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Where? How do we get back there?
I don't know. We should just go for it. Just keep ducking. Are you ready? Okay, go first. Okay. Oh!
Shit, bro.
Dude, they're everywhere.
It's just like...
Safe? Whoa, dude, that's so weird. I go through that box and it says evil, and then we go through this box and this is safe. What if, like, the energy of whoever was here is, like, attached to their belongings?
We got a calculator.
Who the fuck would have a calculator as their last possession? Like,
Goggles, a toy doll.
what does it say?
Friday afternoon, August 27, 2004. We couldn't find earlier this morning and thought that he probably got out when went out to put bird food out. It is hot again today. This is just like a regular conversation. That's crazy.
Let's go to Sam and Colby, dude.
Oh god, there's more! No. Where are they? How did they get back there? We gotta go. Oh my god, they're right there. Help.
No, you help.
Bro, we're about to get killed by bats.
Is that what you're yelling about too? Because we're fucking scared shitless.
There's so many fucking bats in this place, dude.
Bro, they've been flying over our head, bro. They're gonna give us bat disease or whatever the fuck they carry.
That is so scary. What'd you guys find?
Psychiatric hospital. Probably the least number of deaths out here, but all of the worst deaths, I would have to say. I asked the medical examiner, what's the worst death he ever saw? He goes, it was a good old boy, but he stole a pipe wrench and he opened up the steam pipe coming into his room, and they didn't find him for like 12 hours, and his room was full of 180 degree steam, and he had sous vided himself.
The most horrific death was when a patient broke a steam pipe in his room, causing 200 degree steam to cook him alive. They said when they found him hours later, the meat was literally falling off the bone, like a savory Kansas City barbecue baby back rib.
Do you know where that room is?
Oh, it's up on the 4th floor.
But you don't know which specific room?
I have not gone back and actually found that one. That's kind of one of my challenges to the paranormal community. I really would like you to like talk to ghosts or something and find out what room it is.
It's not known which room in the Adams building this tragic event occurred in, so it's something we'd love to uncover tonight.
All right, back at the Adams Hall. This is what we explored right when we got here. And now we're here past midnight.
Dun, dun, dun! This is where the guy literally got fried so badly, his meat fell off his bones.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Actually, that guy did say it was somewhere on the 4th floor.
But we also got a challenge to go to the 5th floor.
So we got 4th and 5th floor. Let's get inside.
Maybe we go to the 4th first. We'll walk through it. And if this goes off in any room, that could be the room that the guy died in. Jake, do you want to hold this? If that goes crazy, just scream and run.
Red bad, green good.
Oh god, it's dark.
This is really creepy.
Ooh.
What? It spiked?
Yeah.
Already?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, spiked to red.
Well, this is right where he was talking about the shadow figures and stuff like that.
I don't like those.
Where was the stairs over here?
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Full red.
Dude, look.
What the hell is happening? And then nothing? Wait, what the fuck was that?
Both at the same time.
Alright, if that is someone or a shadow figure that's trying to just make themselves known, can you give us one more sign?
There's no electricity here. There's nothing that could even set it off. I mean, I could put it on my phone.
Even that is not doing anything.
Yeah, and it was going crazy. I mean, what was the answer for that? You know, that's kind of wild.
I did say, where are the stairs? And that's when it went off.
So maybe they're trying to...
Yo!
So they're trying to say, go to the stairs. Yeah. Literally.
Or stay away from them.
Or stay away. Wait, that's crazy twice when you said that. What the fuck was that? Okay, let's keep going. Holy cellar.
Whoa.
Whoa! Whoa!
Yo.
Dude, right as he passed that cellar, look, it's on red. Holy shit.
There's a bunch of wires here, but the guy said that nothing's on. You should point the camera down there, dude. What's going on down there?
I have no idea. What the fuck? It's just like a cellar. Wait. This is the tunnel.
That's where the tunnels lead?
Yeah, it's literally freaking the fuck out. Go to the stairs. Like, go to the stairs over here, and then as soon as we got to the stairs, it spiked on the tunnel.
He's trying to show us the tunnels.
Oh, fuck.
Could climb that ladder down.
You could.
And we couldn't as well.
Wait, so should we go up, or is it leading us to the tunnels right now?
I'm just saying, it's obviously saying there's something down in those tunnels.
Okay, maybe we gotta go to the tunnels later, but I still want to figure out what this challenge is on the 5th floor.
I was gonna say, we should go do the 4th, 5th floor, but like just know that it is definitely leading us down here somehow. We're getting that booty workout.
Why is it so warm over here? Do you feel that?
Yeah, it's so nice. It's really warm.
That's weird.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Like a steam pipe bursted or something.
I am gonna point this down every hallway. Let's go to where it reacts the most, okay? So I'm gonna point it this way.
Okay.
I'm gonna point it this way.
A little bit.
Oh.
Okay, and I'm pointing this way.
All right.
Damn, nothing. Oh, wait.
Or the 5th floor. Okay, well, back here.
Let's try it over there.
I say we just start with this one. It's small.
Yeah, did that do the most over here?
Yeah, I like how I'm standing in one place, but this one direction is the only thing that just makes it go off.
It is very weird. There's 2 rooms down over here.
Oh, mine's spiked a little bit.
Spiked?
Yeah, oh. Yeah.
Let's go in here for just 2 seconds. Jeez.
No signal here.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
So maybe 404?
Here's some pipes right here. Dude, if that goes crazy about a pipe, I'm gonna shit.
Oh my god. As soon as you said that. Wait, let's put it up by the pipes. Holy fuck.
Oh my god, no, it's going heavy, dude.
It's leading us perfectly to these pipes.
That is actually insane. As soon as you said that, dude, red. Oh my god, red.
It's yours too?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh my
Johnny
god.
has no idea what's going on.
No, I thought I heard something, so it scared me.
Wait, really?
Not like a rat or something.
Johnny, we're looking at this going to 5 aggressively.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm super on edge.
Wait, okay, we actually might have just found that. Like, what the fuck?
Holy fuck.
That doesn't make any sense. Now yours is going?
Oh my god, dude, it's tweaking like a Hollywood crackhead.
Dude, just to test it, yeah, put it up to that pipe.
Oh my god.
I think I hit red a little bit. This is so strange.
Did we just get led exactly to the pipe?
404. It was like take the stairs right there and then go to the 4th floor and then immediately like this room.
Perfect. We just found it.
How you feeling, Johnny?
No.
Well, if there's anybody in here or with us right now, maybe you followed us from earlier tonight. We're gonna go to the 5th floor. We heard there's a challenge for us up there. So if you'd like to join us, feel free.
What's crazy is now, once we found it, these are all just green.
Oh my god, you're right.
There's nothing. It's almost like, all right, you found it. That's good. Now let's go to this challenge.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Throughout all the upper floors, disembodied voices and footsteps are heard, specifically Let Me Out in room 509. Our friends at Project Fear even caught a heat signature of a shadow figure darting across room 409, an experiment we'd like to try ourselves.
Floor 5.
So where are we supposed to figure out where this challenge?
Did one of you guys open that?
The door? Yeah, no, I opened it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't propped open.
What is that noise?
I don't know.
There's no wind outside.
Oh, there's the window open and you can hear a plane.
Yeah, let's walk through, see if we can find 509. There's been a bunch of reports of people like saying spirits will tell them to get out in 509. So
Sweet.
I might as well go say hi.
I'm the bravest here. Some might say that.
You have been facing some fears, dude.
Honestly, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Where are the numbers of the door? Okay, here's 508.
So
507. 509, like this one?
What could possibly be the challenge?
Wait, what if the challenge is exactly what Project Fear did themselves?
Yeah, the thing that they set up, they had some people stay up here and then like a thermal pointing at one of the
So
rooms.
Dakota went outside and pointed at the building while everybody else was investigating in here. If Adam, everything he's saying about like time and investigators is just things replaying itself, wouldn't that make sense that it's telling us to do the same thing?
Whoa. I mean, that makes sense. Either way, I think if we were to investigate here while we did that, we could get some answers.
Well, should we just like break out the best thing to get answers?
If they're ready for it.
You guys ever heard of the Estes method?
Can we check the closet first?
Come on, yeah. There's a scary mirror in there.
Oh god. There's a mirror, but then also, this is the closet?
So,
oh god!
ladies, not that that's gross, but I mean,
That's probably hundreds of years old.
dude, there's a tampon in the drawer.
What's that? This is the challenge we needed to do.
I'm not surprised. Everything here is kind of gross.
We might need to use that as a trigger object.
I think we need to eat that and then do the Estes method.
I think whoever does the Estes method needs to put it in their mouth.
You down?
Jake, you down?
What?
Jake is going to be doing the Estes method. At the same time, Colby is going to go all the way down to the bottom of this Adam Hall to be using the thermal on all the 309, 409, and 509 rooms to see if you can see any sort of thermal image.
When Dakota did this at Project Fear, he was able to capture a shadow figure through these windows, so I'm gonna go see if I can do the same thing.
With that being said, Colby, we'll see ya, and as soon as you leave, we're going to start the Estes.
Okay, where's my light and camera?
It's in the car, downstairs.
Fuck my life. I'll see you guys later. All right, guys. I'll see ya.
Good luck.
This is horrible.
I can go with you if you want, if you need a big, strong guy.
Wow!
No, I get it. It's cool.
He just said, fuck
No, I
you,
get it.
you're a big, strong guy.
120 pounds of pure muscle, though, but it's fine.
All right, guys. Honestly, the scariest part about walking alone in this building is the fact that there could be squatters here. And every single time I go by one of these corridors, it just feels like there's eyes on me. Look at this. There's literally a handprint on this window.
So the first question, is there anybody here with us? You can speak through Jake.
Hell.
There's hell with us. Great.
Do you like that we're here?
Sorry, be patient with me, fellas.
You think he's just talking
I
to
think
us?
he's just saying.
Okay. Yeah, do you like that we're here?
Could have sworn I heard it say no through his headphone. Did you hear that too?
I think I'm hearing a bunch of words through his headphones, but maybe he just can't hear it.
I do not like walking by this cellar. I know we're just gonna have to go down here next. There's something way more eerie about being in a spot where everybody's personal belongings were left behind. It's like we're invading somebody's privacy. I don't feel welcome here.
It said, give it to me.
Alright, what do you want us to give you? What are you looking for? Is this the same person that was...
You.
Give it to me. You?
It's so funny because I just hear like so much, but then I clearly hear you.
That's horrible.
Wait, hell? Give it to me. What are you wanting us to give you? You. Who the fuck is this?
All right, guys, I got another camera, and here's the thermal camera. I'm gonna go to the front, and I'll probably be able to see their light from the 5th floor. So let's go see if we're able to capture something.
Well, actually...
I was him.
Dude, I'm getting really...
What? Holy shit.
I'm getting so freaked out by that.
The people that were up here were the men that were like detained here for the criminally insane. So this was not even just like people in the psych ward. These were like criminals.
Oh my god. I heard I was him again, but it was in a female voice because since it's going through different channels, it was like, I was him.
So like 2 people confirmed that this is like a specific thing.
That.
Well, what does that even mean?
That's them up there. All right, guys, I know this is really hard to see, but right in the middle is where they're at. Why is just one of the windows all white right here? This one has a completely different temperature. It's at 70 degrees. I know you can't see that, but then the one right next to it goes all the way back to 64, 62.
It's him. What the hell is this? Gus, dude.
Should we be here?
It was him. What the fuck, dude? This is so weird.
It was him. What are you talking about?
You go.
You go? Are we in danger here? Or do you want us to go somewhere specific? Where do you want us to go?
Problem. And mind you that I'm hearing like a lot of stuff. I'm only really saying out loud the things that I clearly hear. I'm not trying to like just like piece random things together. Be warned.
No, we gotta get out of here.
Fuck, dude.
Dude, I swear to God, because
Should we leave?
like I'm not just trying to play and put things together. Like these are things that like I clearly hear, guys.
What the fuck? Problem? I was him? Be warned. And at the beginning it said it was hell. What is the problem? Where do you want us to go? Can you just be a little more specific? What is this warning?
Moment of crisis.
What the fuck?
Dude, this is all so negative.
This is very negative. Very bizarre. I feel like we haven't really gotten negative shit today.
Guys, I'm not kidding. This actually makes no sense. Maybe this is just showing me which room is the hottest. Like, what if we got this all wrong? And instead of like the steam pipe bursting over there, it's been over here all along. I wonder if they're getting anything in the Estes method that would confirm that.
Numbers.
We were trying to find specific numbers.
What?
404, where the guy died. Was room 404 where that guy died from the steam pipe? Whoa. What was that, Jake?
I heard my name, so it freaked me out.
What? They called you out by name?
It was like Jake. So it freaked
Holy
me out.
fuck. Everything about what you just said was
I
extraordinary.
hated that because I didn't like that it said my name. I'm gonna hear one more thing, okay? I didn't like that though. I didn't like that shit.
It really does not seem like we're in a good spot. So yeah, let's only do it for like a couple more minutes and get out.
I don't like when I feel like things know me.
So I'm trying to figure out exactly which room this hot one is in. So if they're in this one right here, and that's 509, again, it's at 63, 62, 61, then right over here has to be maybe 410, 411.
You show yourself.
Oh my god, so weird. So since it goes between channels, it goes window, and it flipped to another one, fell.
Oh, fell out of a window?
Yeah, it was like 2 different songs. Window, fell.
What the fuck? Everything is so negative. Earlier you showed yourself to Johnny. Is this the same person? Sorry.
If it says anything, I'm fucking gone.
Alright, yeah, it is. The fuck was that?
Okay, this is like a merge of 2 channels back to back. One was just like a newsy channel, then one was like a song, but it was like leave forever.
Oh my god, you know what we just asked right before that?
What?
We were like, hey, you showed yourself to Johnny earlier. Is that the same person? Leave forever, as if it was specifically talking to Johnny?
Yeah, I don't want to be here.
Holy shit. So let's go down and like talk to Colby about this. This is like actually kind of fucked up.
Everyone knows that I'm like I'm an open book, and I was like, I want to play this fair. I want to really clearly hear things. I don't want to like piece things together in my liking.
Yeah, 100%.
I want it to be clear as day. Like I wasn't hearing things like chicken tenders. You know, I was like hearing very strange things.
Those were only like the words that you heard super clearly. If those are the only ones that you heard,
Those were
every
the only
single
words.
word
Yeah.
was fucking accurate and scary.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it said anything random, I would have still told you.
I literally just said leave forever.
No, I'm down to leave forever.
Okay, let's go.
Yo, what do you think of that, Johnny?
Dude, it's
Oh, can we just scream?
Wait, yeah, Colby screamed. Wait. Yo!
Slow down, please slow down. You're gonna make me shit myself. Please slow down.
It literally just told us to leave forever.
I need to figure out where this one room is.
Fuck, dude.
I don't even want to be in here.
It's been super negative. All right.
It would take 5 seconds.
I'll go back there for 5 seconds and we're coming down. What the fuck? All right, it's 509.
I've been pointing the thermal camera straight at you, and it's at 62 degrees. But the window down below to the right, my right, so your left, is at 70 degrees.
Maybe 410?
410 is extremely hot on the thermal camera.
All right, I'm gonna send them down and I can go there myself.
I'll go wherever Daddy tells me.
All right, you guys wanna all go in there?
I don't want to leave you alone.
All right, let's go.
As scared as I am.
Thanks, guys. Fuck! It literally tells us to leave forever, and then now Colby says he sees something. Oh, right. Well, that's concerning. All right.
Leave. You heard it, dude.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna be honest. We're not even like obeying it. I don't know what that's gonna do, if it's gonna do anything, but it makes me a lot more scared than I was.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Christ, dude. Wait, why don't you say, hey, I'm coming up or something? Sorry.
Dude, that shit was so negative.
Everything we got was insanely negative.
I'll tell you,
It's insane.
Dude, I still don't know because I was wearing headphones.
And it said Jake by name.
Okay, let's
go in.
Right now, and let's fucking go.
Wait, this is a janitor's closet.
No way.
Oh, no, it's not. It's the main floor. This one.
This room right here, this window, was 10 degrees hotter than any other window on the entire building.
All these chairs are like facing each other as if people did a fucking like seance here.
There could have been a lot going on here if this is where everyone interacted with each other.
I don't know what that means. I thought it could have meant this is where the steam pipe burst, possibly, but I don't see any pipes. I mean,
Yeah, and this wasn't a room. This was like just an open lobby. So I don't know what the fuck is down here though. Everything Jake was saying was super negative. He kept saying I was him.
Hell, it was him. She was.
Wait, did you hear that?
You heard that too?
Yeah.
What, down this way?
No, I literally heard a voice.
What?
There was a voice down.
You just heard a voice?
No, we both heard that.
Did we look at the same time?
Did it say?
We did. It sounded almost like it was going through a radio, which is crazy.
It was like the spirit box again.
Legit, but there's nothing over there. I don't think we should be.
We should get out of here.
I really think we should just go.
What was him?
I Let's figure that out when we get downstairs. This is not.
Oh my god, dude. What if like the ghost was in the room with us and there was other ghosts there and they said it was him. It was him.
Oh my god, as if it was pointing to somebody.
Like makes sense. Like dude, think about it. Like 2,000 people died here. We're standing amongst multiple ghosts. 5,000.
5,000, yeah.
And it's telling me it was him. What does that even mean? I don't know. I think there's one ghost that's evil.
That would make sense from our research.
Really?
It does, yeah. There's like one negative entity apparently.
Oh my god, dude. I'm about to shit myself.
I'm really like.
I think it's over here.
Oh fuck!
What?
A bat just flew in front of my
Okay, fine.
Right before we exited, I felt like there was like tickling on my head, and I was like, oh my god, I just walked into a spider web and there was nothing there.
Just right now?
Yeah, it was like this.
Oh.
On the top of my head.
Holy fuck. What is going on?
Okay, obviously I didn't see the Estes method, but I don't think we should leave now if it's been pointing at the tunnels the entire time. I didn't hear what you guys said. I know it said leave forever, but the EMF went off right when we went by the stairs to the tunnel. So like, why don't we just like go down there for 5 minutes with an open spirit box, just see if there's anything, if him is down there, and then we can leave forever.
I mean, if it says there is a him, in our research, it said if there's anything malevolent, it would be in the steam tunnels. And the EMF did point to the steam tunnels.
Also, do it for the viewers. I feel like if we just leave now, everybody's gonna be like, you're gonna go to the scariest part.
Would you guys make fun of us? Be honest.
They would.
We have to go for at least 5 minutes.
All right, let's set a timer, go in night vision, and then fucking get out of here.
Okay.
We.
Last thing, guys. Let's do it. I don't know where I'm going.
Bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa. Was that a bat or a shadow figure?
A bat right in our face.
Fuck this.
Jake just disappears from the
Ow, it's in my hair.
Oh, that hurt it. It's just like not a vibe here.
It's not.
I mean, it's definitely a.
Fuck, is that a bat?
Don't say that.
This is almost to the entrance of the tunnel. The tunnel's down there.
If this isn't a tunnel, then what the fuck is this called?
Sure, I guess this is the part of the tunnel. These are the steam pipes, though, so I think the EMF was leading us right down here. Also, forgot, this is literally the morgue. I say we start our 5 minutes right here.
Are we turning off the light?
Oh yeah, forgot about that part. Alright, 3.
Are you for real? And you wants to be in the absolute darkness?
Alright, tell me if this is too bad.
Oh, fuck no, dude!
This is insane!
Wait, we gotta stand behind you.
Why?
Because we can't see shit!
You can see it on this now, can't you?
Yeah, but only if you face it that way.
I will. I'll flip this.
Whatever.
I'm having a hard time out here.
Okay, here we go. We all gotta work together to figure out what this is saying. Even Johnny. He's like cuddled up.
Stand up, Johnny.
Going through it, man.
I know. It's okay.
We're almost done. 4 minutes.
Guys, it just turned off.
Wait, what the fuck?
It just turned off.
The entire thing just turned off?
Yeah, and you were
Oh
pointing
my
at it.
god.
This is completely. Look, I didn't even.
Never happened. This is a new
You
one.
guys are giving me anxiety.
Oh, again.
It just turned the fucking on.
Stop it.
Holy shit.
Come here,
Wait, it just worked perfectly.
You guys are scaring us.
I'm sorry.
I'm as terrified as you are. I feel not alone because I'm as scared as you are.
We just need one answer. We're about to leave, but can you just tell us who is him? Who is this negative entity talking to us? Turn it this way so we can hear. Can you give us a name? Who are you?
Okay.
Just turn off again.
What the fuck?
Oh, and now it's on. Who's down here?
Can you give us a name or a hint of who you are?
I thought I heard a noise down there.
Unlikely. What do you want?
Dude, I don't.
It's turning it off. It's not wanting to talk to us.
This is fucking with us.
I feel like the last thing that it wanted to give us is what it was telling me, and it said leave forever.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I think let's try it one more.
As you point to it.
Reason?
I want to hear something like clear as day.
Oh, what the
What was
fuck was
that?
that? That growl thing? What the fuck
I don't know what
was
it
that?
said, but that was a scary noise.
Can you just be clear? One answer and we will leave. Quit turning off our device. Just tell us and then we'll get out of here. Are you kidding me?
It just keeps. That was so clear.
That was so clear. As soon as it turned on, it just said don't leave.
I don't even want to be here anymore. This is so.
This is fucking crazy.
It's turning it off every second.
Then what do you want from us if you don't want us to leave? It needs people?
Needs people to something.
We know you're here.
Look.
Look plain.
then it turned off.
I don't want to leave until we hear one more thing. When I was up there, it was saying like, it's him, it's him, it's him. And they said leave forever. We come down here and it says don't leave.
We're talking two different things.
And it says don't leave. Yeah, what if it's him?
Someone was warning us to leave forever, and as soon as we got down here, it was like, don't leave. We're talking to it.
I think we're talking to
whatever it is, whatever him is.
Let's get one more clear thing and then
get the fuck out of here, dude. How you feeling, Johnny? You got one more minute in you?
Horrible.
One more minute in you?
All right, here we go, guys. Why do you need people? Why do you want us down here?
I want it to be crispy and clear. I needed to know what the fuck this thing was.
Come on, give us something. What do you want with people down here? You.
Ooh, something.
I said you know. You know?
That one was alright.
He's coming! He's coming!
Holy fuck!
He's coming!
Stop repeating it because it's giving me anxiety. Let's just leave.
All right, let's just leave. Let's go.
If you guys freak out, it's gonna make me freak out, okay? And no one wants me to shit my pants, do they? No.
No, we don't want shitting pants. We just gotta get out of here. He's coming. Oh fuck, dude.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
All right, wait, go straight.
I want to calm my anxiety. We leave and then we can talk all about
it. All right, we're getting out of here. We can see the car. Let's just get to the car.
Okay.
Holy fuck.
I'm trying to calm my anxiety. Shut the fuck up, Colby. I need to be in a safer environment. Okay.
What the fuck was that?
Okay.
This shit's so much.
Okay.
Go. Don't leave. I need people. He's coming.
He's coming. Why?
I don't know. He needs people for something. What does he need people for?
I don't know, but whatever that is, it's evil. It's not the same shit as like whatever we're talking to all these human people that died. All these people that died here are just like normal people. What the fuck is down there that he needs people down there?
Didn't someone take someone's life down there?
Yes.
But if there's like 5,000 deaths, dude, there could have been so many things that have happened.
All right, whatever it is, I think we just uncovered that the Indiana State Sanatorium has something way more malicious happening in the tunnels than we actually expected. And we should leave forever.
Starting the car.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no problem. This was fun.
No, dude, thank you.
Yeah, dude.
Best night ever. Kidding. It feels like when you're going down a roller coaster, and I like it. I feel like a lot of people are scared to be scared, but if you look at it from that way, like, you know, making your stomach rush, that was so scary. And that's coming from someone that, like, I always keep my book open, and that freaked me the fuck.
Now you want to close it forever.
We're back. Where's my Timmy? You please step back towards the bone, please. Oh, fuck. First time we were here, we were a little scared, guys. Did we do something that upset you? Just a slightly less scared guy.
Oh, okay. Shut it off.
I fucking hope I see a ghost.
Hi, my name's Anna, and I have some evidence from Waverly Hills.
My name is James, and I have evidence for Waverly Hills.
I suddenly felt like somebody was watching me.
Warmth across my back.
I was standing up on my arm. A stick figure show up on the
Somebody
exhaust
pulling on my pant leg, like
to find this unexplained shape. Can you guys investigate?
Welcome to Ghost Files, where we take your evidence and our tools into the field to expose the supernatural. My partner, a skeptic. Myself, a believer. Both of us, truth seekers. This week, our team travels to Louisville, Kentucky to investigate Waverly Hills Sanatorium. Okay. It's cold. It's as cold as it is horrifying. We're certainly painting the air with our breath right now.
And you're gonna paint those hallways with your...
feces. Yeah, I'm just gonna rub my doo-doo all over it.
It remains imposing.
It does, it's quite the building.
Well, let's get in there and get dirty, huh?
There's a comical amount of windows here. So many opportunities for me to have a heart attack on camera.
Be a hell of a series premiere.
Yeah, series premiere, series finale. Waverly Hills Sanatorium was built in 1910 to treat patients of tuberculosis, and over the course of its lifetime would eventually see approximately 63,000 deaths within its walls. With so many succumbing to the painful disease, it's no wonder that the spirits of some patients might remain today.
Sort of a happy place, though, right?
Actually, it was. They treated their patients quite well. They didn't really know a lot about tuberculosis.
Who could have? It's a crazy thing. You start coughing up blood.
It was a problem.
We got our own little fun thing that we're dealing with here in 2022.
Very fun.
I can't imagine what it would have been like back in the day when you had to,
quarantine.
You could probably catch it from a horse back then. I don't know how it worked.
Well, I don't think that's how it happens.
You kiss a horse, you get TB. That's got to be some science.
Well, that wouldn't be an issue for me because I'm not kissing horses. But for you, I guess it's hard to find people.
I've seen Equus.
Your height. The hospital sits on an isolated hill overlooking the Ohio River in Kentucky. It stands 5 stories tall with over 100 different rooms, enough to accommodate more than 400 patients. Believed to be more active the higher you are in the building, we're going to be starting from the ground up. We've also placed cameras and audio recorders in 2 of the more active parts of the building in hopes that we catch activity when we're elsewhere. One on the 3rd floor said to be haunted by a ghost named Timmy, and another on the 5th floor outside room 502 said to be haunted by a nurse. The worst part of the building is undeniably the roughly 500-foot long tunnel referred to as the body chute. I've been there before. I hated it then. I'm probably gonna hate it now.
Body shoot's the only place I ever been scared in my entire life.
You've been scared there?
Yeah, remember?
I do remember.
I heard a little frog.
You know, why do I remember that so vividly? Oh, it's because you left me down there. Yeah. And finally, to end the investigation, Shane and I will each be forced to explore the entire sanatorium one at a time. Are you excited to get back out there?
I am.
I've been ready. I've been stocking up with new gear. I'm gonna catch a goddamn ghost.
You are, and I'm gonna be there to film it.
And with that, our investigation begins.
Like that little vote of confidence?
I did like that.
That's for you.
But the investigation already began.
Oh.
All right, let's just take a second here. It's been 6 years since we've been here. Should we reintroduce ourselves? We're back.
And baby, we're better than ever.
Nailed it.
This time we got the tools, honey. Is that our new catchphrase?
I don't think so. We'll have to workshop that.
Hey, this place looks freaky.
Our first room is the morgue. Due to the fact that some records have since been lost or destroyed, estimates vary, but the number of deaths at Waverly Hills Sanatorium range from about 50,000 to 65,000 individuals. And spoiler alert, they all probably saw this room. The amount of activity in this place is evident by some of the stories we received from you, the audience. Jess Porter reported her hair being tugged. Sydney Owen saw a disembodied arm touch and move her friend in the morgue.
And that means sort of like a... Not like a...
No, I don't think you quite understand. Like an arm by itself, like a floating arm. Just...
Yeah, like real muscly.
If I saw a disembodied arm push...
Yeah, you'd scream. Of course, I'd be very scared. I'd love to see that. I want everyone to know I'm going into this series with a thirst for evidence. And I hope it's quenched. I hope you quench it. I want to see these ghoulies.
You're saying you're...
Show me the ghoulies.
You're saying you're very open, but it's in a very threatening tone.
I am open. I am receptive. What else have people seen here?
I'm glad you asked. We have more in this room than just anecdotes. Allow me to introduce our first audience investigators, Deanna and Mark Erskine.
So one of the things that I submitted was an EVP I actually captured with my husband, Mark.
While our friends were posted up in the lobby, I decided to do my sole investigation in the morgue. I laid down on the body rack with my EVP recorder and proceeded to ask questions for the next 10 minutes or so. It wasn't until the following day when reviewing our evidence that we discovered what seems to be the sound of a woman humming.
Look at us tools.
Gotta play my little EVP machine here.
Oh, boy.
You ready?
If you want help.
Did you hear it? First room, baby. We're back.
The morgue is a fitting place to begin.
Exactly. I remember this place.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in very few morgues in my lifetime, so yeah, this place rings a bell.
So obviously Deanna sent us an EVP of a lady humming in here.
Yeah.
See if we could get that to happen again.
Can't be hard to get a hum. Ghost guy, I mean, come on, just a hum, you don't even have to move your lips around, just give it a...
If you could hum a tune, can you hum Yankee Doodle Dandy for us, please?
I mean, that's probably the one song they knew back then.
Take it away. Are you hearing that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you hearing that? The hair on the back of my fucking neck is standing up.
I mean, it could have well been a car outside somewhere, but it did sound like a sort of a low tone somewhere in the building. I certainly heard something there. I mean, do I think it's a ghost? No. Do you?
Yes.
Fully, yeah, I'd say if I were someone who believed in ghosts, I'd be a little unnerved right now. I'd probably get the little shaky knees.
My back is tingling. Could you, whoever was humming, could you hum again, please? Okay, well, I'm really glad we didn't hear anything on that one. Tell you what. Why don't we move to the spirit?
There was another.
What, really?
Yeah.
Tell you what.
I swear to God, in between you talking there.
I didn't hear it. Thank God, I didn't hear it. Fucking first room in this horrible fucking building. Let's move to the spirit box. Maybe we'll get some...
Let's move to the box.
This is the perfect place to test my new spirit box amplification system.
Oh.
Word on the street is it's called the Honeytone.
The spirit box rapidly scans radio signals to create white noise through which spirits can communicate, and the honeytone filters out the noise while amplifying only the voices.
So, I'm gonna fire up my device here. This will help you speak to us. Now, Shane.
Ryan.
Here's what you normally would hear in the past.
Yes.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Now watch.
Oh. I like anything that makes the spirit box quieter.
My name's Ryan, this is Shane. Can you say either of our names back to us if you want to communicate? That's Ryan or Shane.
Ooh, there's a little flute. That was nice.
A little Nintendo Wii flute right there. Can we hear from the lady who was caught humming in here? I didn't catch that. Can you say it clearer, please?
Laura?
Is that Laura? I'm sorry. We're gonna have to have one. Oh my God. We need one person at a time to speak. Laura, let's start with you. Why are you still here?
Why did it get so quiet?
The power bank turned off. Oh shit.
The ghosts fried it.
They fried my machine. My ghost machine.
It's fucking busted.
I'm sorry, Laura. We lost contact there. Why are you still here?
Ugh. She don't sound happy. Laura, do you have any words of wisdom for the children of the future?
Can you tell me the name of the room we're in?
Say morgue.
That actually kind of sounded like the morgue. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, well we're gonna go in it. So if there's anything, what? We're gonna go in a second here.
Sound angry.
Yeah, I don't know why you're so upset. Did we do something to upset you? I mean, I guess. Jesus.
Oh, okay, shut it off.
What did he say?
I don't know.
Well, that was incredibly unsettling. I'm happy.
I like it more than the spirit box, but I gotta say, they got a scary energy to them with this machine.
I don't like this room. I'm gonna say it.
The morgue?
Yeah, Shane, I don't like the morgue.
What's your issue with
You know what the weird thing about it was? Is I felt like bad in the morgue.
Bad vibes.
Yeah. Okay.
What the fuck are you doing?
Just trying to get out.
Our next room is the second floor sun porch. For many years, treatment for tuberculosis was the very scientific prescription of rest, fresh air, and sunlight.
Yeah, air is good for the body.
Have you tried sitting down and breathing? That might help you.
Well, you know, you don't want to be in a Manhattan breathing in a bunch of horse dung and exhaust.
But it is eerie to be in a building where you know probably 50% of you aren't going to make it.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of like elderly homes though, right?
I'm talking about like imminent. Like this
I mean, I gotta tell you, my grandma's
Jesus
seniors living center, they were flying out of there.
Yeah.
It's like you'd think it was a race. Nice place to hang out, chill.
Nice little sunroom. If I was a ghost, I'd probably hang out in here. This would be my
If I was a sick person, I'd hang out in here too.
Consequently, patients spent a lot of time outdoors or were placed to rest in front of open windows, even in the winter. And it's in this room that audience investigator Braxton Rapp captured a startling piece of evidence.
We were walking around on the second floor when I got serious chills. Like, the hair was standing up on my arms. My mom and I had been taking pictures the entire evening, and it wasn't until later I was showing them to my friends, and one of them was like, hey, what's that? So when we brightened up the picture, I was totally freaked out with what we saw.
Is this the face of a former patient on the sun porch?
Let's see if I got anything. Does not appear so. Was that a fart?
No, that was a fucking noise.
That was a fart.
No, that came from down there.
Are you fucking kidding me? That was not a fart?
That came from down there.
Because
I'm surprised you didn't react to that more.
Because I thought you farted.
No.
Maybe that's what the jack-o'-lantern face was.
Was that you farting?
It was.
Okay. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Sorry, guys.
Well, Braxton, we'll see if we could use our tools here.
Let's get Ryan's magical toys.
They're not toys. Now you're probably wondering what this is now.
Ryan, tell me about the REM pod.
Well, I'm so glad you asked.
The REM pod creates its own circular electromagnetic field and will alarm when anything penetrates that field. The more colors on the alarm, the more significant the intrusion. The REM pod also detects temperature fluctuations.
So about, I'm getting pretty close. You have to get pretty fucking close.
The device I'm holding in my hand is an SLS cam. The SLS cam uses a grid of infrared light to recognize human-like objects in front of it, even in complete darkness.
I could see your stick figure. It looks like it's humping the wall. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, that's plenty. Probably winding down right now.
Ooh, what's going on right here? I don't see anything. I see your stick figure, but I don't see anything on the... For whatever is down here, if there's anything with us, or if there's anyone with us, rather, can you get close to that doorway? Can you make that little glowing circular thing sing? How about one of you just come towards my voice, and by doing so, we might get some activity on the REM pod.
Maybe be a shadow person. If it's too hard to be a corporeal body, just be a shade.
Can you demonstrate some dancing near the REM pod, Shane? I'd like to, so I can see the
I'm starting to think you just like to see me dance.
Well, remember, Shane, this is the first time we've seen this device. Oh, yeah. Well, his dancing is actually making the camera confused. I could see him in the IR camera. The REM pod's actually like really digging. It's like giving you a round of applause almost. Oh shit! Oh, your ass bite made it go into overdrive. Holy smokes!
It's gonna start smoking over here.
It's gonna start smoking like a fembot.
Moving down the west wing of the second floor, the next area we'll explore is the elevator shaft. In the 1980s, when the building was shut down, the building fell victim to disrepair and often was inhabited by transients or youth looking for a spot to turn God's grass into sweet clouds. In one tragic instance, it's said that a transient man and his dog were found dead in the elevator shaft.
That is also one of my fears.
That you'll fall down an elevator shaft?
Yeah, that thing where in movies and TV people, step into the elevator, they're like, well, I'll see you.
Like the elevator malfunctions, not that there's nothing in the shaft and they fall down like Wile E. Coyote.
No, you fall down like Wile E. Coyote. You walk into it, you hold there for like 2 seconds, then you hold up a sign that says, yipes.
Oops.
That's how I'm gonna go. Like, I've had visions of this.
Some believe his spirit haunts that area to this day. And it's near this elevator shaft that James Ashenden captured some truly shocking evidence.
This photo was taken around the area where the elevator shaft is. I was just snapping photos with my phone. I didn't notice it at the time, but went back afterwards and was having a look through, and this was the one that had the cleanest detail.
Is this possibly the apparition of the ill-fated man who fell down the elevator shaft?
You seen anything?
Not capturing anything on the photos. So, obviously, other than the man that was found in the shaft, they also found a dog.
Yeah.
They got a little trigger object here. Come get it. It's
Come on,
right
Doc.
here.
We got a bone for you.
It's right there.
Dog love a bone. Dog love a bone. You better get it, dog, otherwise I'm gonna get after it.
Does a dog understand what you're saying?
I don't fucking know what I'm...
My name's Ryan. Could you say my name back to me? Can you tell me your name?
Can you tell us your dog's name?
Can you tell us what happened to you? How about this? Oh, Jesus. Whoa, what's going on? Is that you by the pod? Step away from it if it's you. Oh, shit. Okay, if that was you again, could you please step back towards the bone, please? Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Step away now? You step away now, please?
Step away from the bone.
Okay, you understand yes and no then. Can you make that turn on for yes? Did you get pushed down the shaft?
Hey, you just walk up to that thing and touch the bone. Guy.
We have another way to maybe communicate with them.
What is this other way?
We're gonna do something called the Estes method, or Estes method. Instead of using a speaker system for this spirit box, I'm gonna be the speaker. So I'm gonna put headphones on that are noise canceling, and I'm going to say whatever I think the spirit box is saying. Meanwhile, you're gonna be asking questions that I can't hear.
Oh.
And if you hear a response that's compelling, pretty good. And you don't have to get annoyed by the ch-ch-ch that you love so much.
I actually like this. I like this a lot. All right. It's me. I'm talking to the spirits now. And you can use my little buddy over there as a antenna. What's your name?
Incredible.
Bit cocky. What are you doing?
Scare me.
Scare you? You're a ghost. You should be scaring me. Typically how it works.
Do it.
Okay, booga booga booga. You know, I don't know what to fucking... I'm just here to get a picture of you on my iPhone. What was the name of your dog? What was the name of your dog?
Steve.
Your dog's name was Steve? Okay. What did you think as you were falling down the elevator shaft?
Ja Rule?
Odd thing to think about in your final moments, especially when you preceded him by a handful of decades.
Question.
Okay.
What is that?
This is an Osmo. It's a sort of like a gimbal.
Box.
Yeah, sorry, my Osmo is What the fuck are you doing, Osmo? Don't embarrass me like this, goddammit. Not in front of the ghosts. Any last words that you'd like to impart to us as someone who spent their final moments screaming as they fell down a dirty old elevator shaft? Not the way anyone would like to go.
Christ.
I guess he had it worse. You're right. He did get
pushed off.
Oh! Okay. So that happened to you then?
That could have been Christoph. I'm not sure if that was pushed off or Christoph. Hitler?
No, yeah, let's stop it there. I don't think Hitler has anything to do with this.
Wait, so did anything actually make sense?
Sure, some of it, yeah.
That's kind of cool.
I don't know what Ja Rule has to do with this. We may
that
have
was
to crunch
weird.
some
It
numbers
was pretty
on that
clear,
one.
too. It was a pretty clear Ja Rule.
Huh.
What'd you think of the whole little new spirit box session?
I'll be honest, you found a way to make spirit boxes fun.
I like to hear that.
I had a good time with that one.
That's good.
That's the Ghost Files difference.
You know, that's all I want for you, to have a good time.
Oh, thank you.
And maybe not be a dick all the time. But,
Well,
you know.
I want you to find good evidence.
Thank you. You hear that? He wants to believe.
I do want to believe.
Open that door for him and then shove him right through. On our way to the next room, this happened. This is the third floor right here.
What was that noise?
Did one of you kick that?
No.
That wasn't one of you?
No.
Do we know where it came from?
Down here.
Sounded like down there.
Okay.
I thought you guys picked something.
No.
I don't know what that could have been. I mean, it sounded like something potentially fell on this metal grate, or it could have been like a wire or something. I'm also seeing up here, you know,
I'm not just trying to debunk this. I'm just.
I mean, no, you should try and debunk it.
I'm just
Serve
saying
a purpose,
there's a lot
you
of, we were walking on these stairs and there is a lot of loose wall here.
I'll tell you what. You stand right here.
Okay.
Tell me if anything moves under.
Yeah, I mean, there's some little bits coming off, but nothing that would have made that sort of noise.
Oh my God, even being up here alone.
You don't like it, huh?
I don't like it.
Love that.
God, I'm just like, my heart is like legit pounding thinking about later. I'm like, gonna have a heart attack.
The next part of the building we'll explore is the 3rd floor, where it's said that a little boy named Timmy will roll a ball back to you if you ask him. In fact, on my previous show, I actually had my own encounter with Timmy. After tossing a ball down the hallway, I heard it bounce away into the distance until slowly but surely, it went silent. The ball did not come back. When I finally found it, I discovered to my horror that the ball had landed directly under my name spray painted on the wall.
It's sort of Joe Pesci-like when you do that.
Yeah, while we're in the beanie.
I mean, and just so we're covering all the bases, mixed messages, because it also did land beneath a, what did it say, 420 blaze.
And I love pot.
I love pot.
Yeah, but, I mean, I do love pot. So. Well, here we are, back at the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
Arguably some of the best evidence we've ever captured happened right here. This is not the blue ball that we use, but it's a white ball.
Does it have to be blue? Was that one of Timmy's specifications?
I don't know if he's particularly liked blue balls, but...
Not many people do.
That's true.
In this very hall, Caitlin Dodson and Marion Burgess came across some very interesting evidence.
We were taking pictures throughout the whole tour, and we took this photo in the sunroom. During the picture taking, we didn't really notice anything, like any noises, but we did notice it later when we were looking at the pictures the next day.
Could this little boy be Timmy?
What do you got, dude?
Oh man, look, it looks like there's 2 red eyes in the window. Can you see that?
Yeah, it's just our IR lights.
It's just our IR lights, though.
Pretty,
Oh my God.
pretty sick, though. Looks
right.
like the devil.
Here we go, Timmy. Just snapping some photos. Don't mind me.
What if he's in every single goddamn picture?
Well, then I would be fucking thrilled, and we would leave. So far, nothing, Timmy. Well, we couldn't catch you on camera. So
now we
maybe...
gotta get the net.
Now we gotta get the ghost net. I hate that it comes to this, but I'm taking you back to Los Angeles. Timmy?
Timmy?
Your favorite, I wanted to say brothers, but that felt weird.
I feel like Timmy's brother.
Yeah, Timmy, your favorite older brothers are back to play catch again.
People really loved seeing you on the internet, Timmy, and
Oh, there's a blue ball.
That's a big one. Timmy's doing some kickball.
You know what?
You want to use that one instead?
No, we'll use both of them.
Okay.
Because I'm curious if he's like, no, I only play with the blue ball.
I mean, at a certain point, you just throw,
Oh!
What? What the freak?
Oh, shit. The tarp.
Oh.
The tarp slammed against that frame and scared the fuck out of me. I would love for you to toss this back to me, Timmy. Remember, we're pals. Here we go. Season premiere! The deja vu of this is crazy. If this ball comes back, I'm gonna jump off that
You're done for.
that little balcony right
And I'll watch you.
Timmy?
Timmy.
Okay, Timmy, I'm gonna toss this nice blue kickball that I know you love. It's your favorite color. I'm going full FIFA on this fucking ball here.
Yeah, dude.
Send it back. That was a really poor kick.
Not a great kick. All right, now that's what I'm talking about.
All right, Timmy. I'd love for you to send that back. Should we go find the ball?
Yeah, I think we ought to. Why don't you go by yourself? Huh?
Timmy?
Huh?
You heard that, right?
I did.
Who made that noise? Was that you, Timmy?
Where'd the ball go, Timmy?
Where did that ball go? Timmy?
Tim?
Here's the white ball.
They're right next to each other.
Here's the blue ball.
Blue ball?
If anything, now I'm really impressed that we got the ball to land.
Yeah, really nice. It looks like they're little prizes for us.
What was that noise, though? I fucking hate this place. I hate it. I really do hate it. Not you, Timmy. I don't hate you. I just hate your home.
Sounds like you hate Timmy.
If I see a little boy standing here, whoo, thank God. Oh, I'm so happy to see you, Ryan. The thing on the wall, not myself. That's not something I say in the morning. Oh, look, there's another blue ball.
Another blue ball. Whoa, this place, blue balls for days.
This is a blue ball paradise.
Yeah.
Do you think we should throw the ball one more time, or do you think we're good here, Shane?
I mean, nothing different is going to happen.
You never know. Here we go, Timmy.
Sounds like you snagged something out there.
I'm sorry if I threw that forcefully at you. And for anybody who may be in this
Excuse?
What? Just so we're clear, I'm gonna go find this ball, and I'm not talking to anybody that's on this floor. I did not throw that at you in anger. Where'd that ball go?
There it is.
What was that noise? Oh my god, I fucking hate this. Dude, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this.
Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to, because this is your fucking job.
Well, I don't know.
I
don't think I'm gonna be able to do it.
Yeah. Well, you got it.
Later in the night, our stuffed bear device programmed to ask pre-recorded questions got this response in the Timmy Hall.
Can you finish this?
And finally, we arrive at the 5th and highest floor of the building, believed to be the most active. Starting in room 504, this room was believed to be a kitchenette back in the day. It's worth mentioning that there is also another lesser-known kid ghost running around Waverly that apparently goes by the name of Bobby.
Bobby. That's gotta suck if everyone is always asking for Timmy and you're a child. Children get, they get jealous.
Yeah.
And you're like, I want to play too. What's wrong with you?
Well, I'd be annoyed. I'm trying to put myself in Bobby's little shoes.
So you turned into an Easter Island statue?
Well, I'm just imagining if I'm walking the halls or floating or whatever they do, they treadmill it through the place.
Yeah, moonwalk.
Someone's like, Timmy's ball's this, Timmy's ball's that. I'd be like, what about my balls?
Yeah, what about my balls?
Bobby's got balls.
I'm sure Bobby does.
Show us your balls, Bobby.
I figure a kitchen previously filled with snacks is as good a place as any to look for a kid's ghost. And it's here that Joanna Mackins caught something to really chew on.
On the 5th floor, while the tour guide was explaining all about notorious room 502, I was feeling something strange in room 504. So I took a series of photos from the doorway, and the next morning, I was pretty shocked to find this unexplained shape.
Could this ghostly child be Bobby or Timmy?
Bobby, there's a candy bar right there for you. Okay, Shane. I'm gonna take some pictures. Actually, could you take some pictures?
Sure.
Let's try and see if... Don't get too close to it. It's gonna freak out. Go to where Mark is. This is the old kitchenette. What's going on there? Bobby, are you here? Okay. That was a little freaky. Yeah, let's get the kitchen.
Where's that? Where's the kitchen?
This is the kitchen here.
This is the kitchen?
Well, look. Whoa.
I mean, I wasn't near that, right?
No. Bobby, if that's you, could you get closer to the candy bar? If you want that candy bar, go ahead and take a bite out of it, or just get close to it. Oh. Let me grab my SLS. Bobby, I'm gonna ask you again. Can you get closer to that candy bar again? Or anybody up here. Timmy, if you want to come up here, you could also take a bite of that candy bar. Just get near it.
Candy for everybody. Candy for Bobby, candy for Timmy.
Oh, shit.
You guys could Lady in the Tramp this shit.
Can you make it go all the way up to the You get even closer? Can you get even closer? No?
Timmy! It doesn't react to sound at all.
Hello? No. Bobby, once again, can you get close to that candy bar?
Looks like we're trying to catch Yogi Bear.
Yeah, that's true.
The next room is one of the more notorious in the building, as it is believed to be haunted by a woman who once served as the head nurse, who tragically ended her own life. Allegedly, the young nurse had gotten pregnant out of wedlock, and presumably, the father was not in the picture. Local legend tells that she died by hanging herself from a light fixture in this room. Adding further pain to this room is another nurse who died by suicide after spending time working in room 502. But in this case, she allegedly jumped to her death from the roof for reasons still unknown.
All right. This is the place where we spent the night last time we were here.
This is exactly where we spent the night. I can't believe we slept right there.
Pretty wild.
Maybe that's why it's so eerie in here, because that was such a horrible memory. Somebody caught a figure right here.
Oh yeah, she chilling.
I was on the 5th floor at Waverly, and we had gone into room 502. My chest felt very weird and tight in there, and a lot of my friends shared that same sensation. And we went into the room next to room 502, and I took a picture like going through the doorway out into the hall. And I didn't see until we got home, but I had captured a figure standing where the nurse had allegedly hung herself.
Could this be one of the nurses that tragically passed?
We're good. Oh man, the day though when I swipe to one of these and there's something there,
that'll be a good day.
I'll just crush my phone.
You wouldn't do that? You want to?
Yeah, I'd want the evidence. I'll airdrop it to you. Then I'll crush my phone because it's haunted. We're gonna pull out a little thing called the spirit box. I'll meet you over by the doorway of 502.
Are we just doing a regular spirit box?
We're not doing a regular spirit box.
Oh, good.
You gotta
What if
say,
they say something
I don't care what they say. If it's funny, if it's not funny.
I'll say whatever I
you
hear.
say, I need you to
I'll say what I hear.
Nod to me if you're going to take the exercise seriously.
We're professional.
You can't fucking nod?
Listen, we're professional ghost hunters now.
Yeah.
This series is a new leaf. I'm a changed man, and I take my job very seriously. We're here to catch some ghouls. Pop those babies on. Let me see what I hear.
All right, here we go.
Like automatic. Amber. Snooker collector.
My name is Ryan. Can you say my name back to me if you want to communicate?
Guys, crack.
Crack. There's rumors out there that you may have not actually done this to yourself. Is that true?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, so it's not true. Ooh, I just got chills up my spine. What happened then?
Dudley!
What happened? They say you took your own life right here, but there was rumors that you might have been involved in an unwanted pregnancy and that perhaps this isn't exactly what you wanted to happen.
Beefcake!
What?
Maxine!
What actually happened to you right here?
What are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts? I'm trying to figure out what happened to you right here.
Tongue!
Tongue?
You!
Tongue me? Why? What?
Annie!
Is that your name? Is Annie your name? Is there anybody else up here that isn't one of the two nurses that people often ask about?
Little boy!
Little boy. Which little boy is up here?
Puddle!
There was a little boy caught in room 504. Somebody sent us a photo of him.
Human!
Human. Can you tell me why you're still here?
You!
Me. This is your chance.
Really? Human!
Yes, really. Yes. What happened to you? Come on, I have to leave.
Deborah!
Deborah.
Shane!
Shane.
Boys! Puddle!
Okay, you have 10 seconds to say something that explains
Growth!
why you are still here.
Laser!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. All right, we're gonna leave.
Mo! Johnny! Millions of dollars!
Did
you get anything?
We did get some kind of cool stuff. We got also a lot of nonsense, but we did get some cool stuff.
I much prefer this method.
You look like an insane person.
It was really nice. I love this.
We should start doing this method out in the park.
Now, if you'll recall, activity seems to ramp up the higher you go. But I lied, since the most horrific area in the building is actually below ground. The body chute. Why is it called the body chute? Sad you asked. It's called that because it would be disturbing for the rest of the patients to see the bodies of people they knew. So, the staff at the sanatorium created a system to covertly transport the dead to the outside. That system was this 500 or so foot underground body chute.
Are they like bobsledding? Are they luging down?
Oh no, they're not like tossing the body down the like a slip and slide. No, but they are pushing a gurney down, and I just realized, with it being like it's such a downward trajectory, they really have to like lean
Yeah, that's
back.
what I'm imagining. There's had to be at least one instance where they just let it go, and then
Or they were just like, all right,
the
let's
body just rolling down.
like, how did he die? Oh, it was a respiratory illness. Why are all of his bones broken?
Why does he look like he got in the ring with Rocky Balboa?
I don't know. I have no
Man, this
idea.
tuberculosis really beat the shit out of him. How does it feel to be returning to this place?
I'm not excited to go back down here. I actually never thought I'd be back here.
If I had to pick any place in my life that I wouldn't expect to be twice,
it's here.
It's the body chute. And I hear the echo.
We're about to get shooted.
Yes, we are.
Dude, I forgot how ridiculous this reveal is.
Yeah, it's
oh
really
my god. Fucking hate this place. And I'm once again reminded that this was a silly decision to restart this career again. And since every ill-fated patient eventually saw this shoot, there's no telling who we may see down here. There is an infamously sad ghost with chained and bleeding hands and feet that howls in pain, who screams and runs from those who rush to her aid. Others have spotted a ghost known as the Creeper, described as a shadowy dark figure crawling along floors and walls, a ghost that some suspect might be a demon.
I mean, it's beautiful.
No,
right?
it's not.
I mean, it's kind of nice to be back here. First time we were here, we were a little scared guys, little wimps.
I'm just a slightly less scared guy.
No, you found your courage.
Did I?
You're gonna find more of it down there.
Audience investigator Anna Rogers definitely made contact with something in the body chute.
My parents were down there and they had an EMF meter that was lighting up like crazy, so my dad started recording while my mom started asking questions. They didn't hear anything at the time except for some loud clanging in the background, but when they played it back later, we could hear some super clear voices.
You ready for this?
I'm very ready.
Are you happy that we're here? Will you talk to us again? I would love for you to make this light up again.
It's pretty fucking good. There's actually another EVP clip there.
Does anyone want to talk to us? It's lighting up, guys. Is there someone that wants to speak to us? Yes. Can you make a noise? Can you try really hard to make a noise?
Whoever's down here, could you please communicate with us so that we could prove our friend Anna and, myself just, aren't liars like Shane is claiming we are?
I'm not saying you're liars. I believe that Anna believes.
Kind of like indirect, a roundabout way. You're giving us a reach around in the sense you're calling us a liar that way.
I wouldn't say I'm giving you a reach around, solely because I don't want to encourage.
My name is Ryan.
I'm Shane.
Can you say either of our names back to us to let us know that you would like to communicate? I have a device here that allows me to hear very well. Say anything, or give us a little tap on the shoulder.
We love you.
I don't know if I'm there yet.
I love you. If you get real deep, the echo sounds real scary. Watch this. I love you.
Oh yeah, I love you.
I love you.
I love you.
I love you. I love that.
Is someone down there? Someone down here?
We just put two glowing eyes down there in post-production.
No, that's not what we do.
That was a test. That was a test when you
Well, this is what you think Anna is doing.
Test.
We're coming down if there's anything down here. So strap up.
Here we come.
Well, my name is Ryan.
I'm Shane.
Could you say my name back? Some pair of gloves. Did someone just get whacked here?
What?
What was that? Can you say your name? The Ovulus takes environmental readings that spirits are said to manipulate, such as temperature or electromagnetic fields, and converts them into corresponding words or phonetic sounds. I'm not getting anything on this. Okay, let's just keep going down. Do you want us to keep going down the tunnel?
Tell us via the magic radio. Give us a little robot command.
Well, it's not a radio.
Whatever it is, I don't.
It uses environmental readings.
Okay, all right. Well, we've done it. That was a long walk. We started at the top, and now we're here. Hello?
Can one of you use this device to communicate with me? If there's somebody here with us right now, friendly or not, show us a sign you're here.
Kill us. Kill both of us.
I would prefer that one not.
Kill us.
Maybe not that
Please. Kill us. Kill us. Snap our necks. God.
Yeah,
Both of us in tandem just dropping like a sack of rocks.
I do not want a neck snap on camera. Should we walk back up?
What?
Well, look who decided to show up.
Boba Fett?
I'm sorry, we didn't catch any of that. You're gonna have to speak a lot clearer.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You know what? I'm gonna change it into a word.
Do that.
Okay. Oh, look!
What?
It just said leave. I just turned it on and it just said leave. Disease.
Now that's true.
Is that how you died? Simple yes or no here.
Can you tell us your name, ma'am? Oh, we just have it set on the lady's voice, right? It's not necessarily. What'd she say?
Complete.
Complete.
What does that mean? I'm gonna turn this off in about 10 seconds if you don't start answering my questions here intelligently.
Jog.
King? No, now don't try and stroke the ego here. We do know we're the kings of ghost hunting.
Jog, King, jog.
And now we move to the final phase of the hunt, our individual investigation of the entire 5-story building. Grab your diapers.
Grab your diapers.
Grab your diapers. You're gonna be fine.
I'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably need the diapers.
Are you gonna go in every single room?
I don't think I could poop that much.
That's not what I meant. Are you going to?
Oh, yes.
This is honestly one of the few places that I find the idea of investigating individually a little unnerving. If I were you, I would not be doing well. I really wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, it's gonna suck.
I feel crazy right now. I want everyone to know.
You have 6 different devices rolling on you right now.
Yeah, I feel fucking nutty.
Let's move.
Walkie check.
Good check.
I'm ready.
It's time to do the solos.
Yes, it seems it is.
Well, you look great.
I gotta say, I like this rig.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's liking you, too.
Yeah.
You have 6 different things recording on you. You have 3 microphones, 3 cameras, and 1 big, ugly old head.
And I have a walkie.
Well, you look great. Anyways, you know the deal. You go inside. The last 10 minutes, I'll probably tell you to do some actual investigating over the walkie.
Okay.
And then the last thing you're going to do is you're going to hide that walkie
somewhere deep within the bowels of Waverly Hills Sanatorium for my special little friend Ryan Bergara to track down on his own.
That's right. And then once I find your walkie, that's when my time starts for my individual.
This is fun. This is fun. This is going to be fun, Ryan.
That's one way to describe it.
All right, everybody. I'll see you later.
Bye. Don't hide it somewhere too shitty, please.
We'll see.
It's the first time. Just don't be a dick about it.
We'll see.
I mean, it's already horrific enough.
Goodbye, Ryan.
He's going to be a prick. He's 100% going to be a prick.
Obviously, that's a pretty loud, scary doorway. I gotta hit up the body chute. Come on, folks.
Every bit of that building is a nightmare show. And
You know, if you told me 5-6 years ago when I was here the first time that I'd eventually be doing this by myself, I'd probably say, yeah, sure. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I might black out.
Ghosts, this is the series premiere of Ghost Files, a show dedicated to files of you. So really the best thing you could do is pop out of the darkness. Oh, you'll be beloved on youtube.com.
No one wants to piss themselves on camera, especially while you're wearing a stupid helmet. It's just not a good look. I'll be mocked on the internet forever. Leaving Waverly Hills pissing and crying.
Anybody hear me up there? No, I don't think we're getting any reception down here, but we are mercifully making our way to the very end of the shoot here. I expected this would be uneventful, but it was a bit of a personal challenge to walk down to the bottom of the body shoot. Maybe I'll tell Ryan that I put the walkie at the end of the body shoot, just so that he's got to come down here. That wouldn't be half bad.
Do you think you can hear me right now? Ryan DeShane, are you okay?
Just go freak him out a bit.
I'm surprised he didn't do something stupid like, oh, there's so much blood. You know, that's classic.
I'm gonna hurry solely because this takes for fucking ever. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Shane to Ryan. Ryan, did you copy that?
I did copy that. Could you go to the
3rd floor. I want you to talk to Timmy.
Shane to Ryan, that's a breach on the 3rd floor. I've reached the 3rd floor.
Ask Timmy if he wants to play.
and locate one of the blue balls up there.
Timmy? It's me. Shane Madej.
I actually have always long been curious if the reason why Shane never gets anything in his solo investigations is because he's an enormous D-bag.
Y'all want to play a fucking game? You little punk?
Or if it's because he doesn't, in fact, ask any questions when he's down there.
I love kids. I love to play games. What I need you to do is roll your ball to me.
So what I'm saying is, if I ask him to ask questions and he doesn't get responses,
where's my Timmy? Timmy!
Then yeah, he's just an enormous D-bag. It's just confirmed.
If you don't show yourself, I'm going to make you show yourself, Timmy! There's one of your balls. Found one of your balls. If you don't want to throw a ball at me, I'll throw a ball at you. Hey! Whew.
16 degrees, wow. Yeah, he's probably freezing his balls off. At least he's in some discomfort, you know.
God, if that ball just bounced back.
He's not going to get scared, but I mean...
That'd be good fucking internet. It's not going to happen.
He might get hypothermia.
Can't always get what you want.
I'm assuming you've hid the walkie already?
No, I'm on my way to do that now. I didn't realize that was baked into my time. I'm hiding the walkie, and I will be down shortly after.
You know, it's starting to worry me that he hasn't come back yet. That to me means he's really hiding it somewhere far.
Well, see, now this is why I'm glad I brought my dang flashlight, because now it's pitch black. My flashlight on my chest just went out. I'm a little annoyed this didn't happen when Ryan was up here, because that would have... he would have shit his pants.
Where is he hiding this thing, dude? Where the fuck?
I think this is where we are. Oh.
Oh yeah, was it really scary down there?
I did actually hear some stuff. For a minute there, I thought you were up there, like trying to prank me. So I didn't actually react to it in the moment, but it sounded like a person walking around upstairs. But I guess not. Personal challenge to you, because it was the first thing I did. You gotta walk down that body chute. You gotta. And then find that walkie. All right, you're gonna have fun.
Are you serious? Did that actually happen upstairs? Because if that didn't happen, that's your best lie you've ever come up with.
No, it actually happened. It sounded like there was a person upstairs.
It turns out Shane wasn't lying.
Do you want to play? Y'all want to play a fucking game?
Did you see it? Watch again slower.
Do you want to play?
Sick.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
Dude, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this.
Yes, you are. I mean, you're ready. You have a good time. You got to find that wonky. And if you shoot for the moon, I think you'll find what you're looking for.
If I shoot... Oh, okay. I mean, it's probably at the bottom.
Well.
What do you mean, well?
I mean, I guess the whole point is you have to find it.
You better not have hid it in, like, the ceiling or some shit like that.
No. It's pretty easy to find.
I don't want to do it.
I know you don't.
I really don't want to do it. Can I just
Can I just cop out? Can I just like not do it?
It's a series premiere, Ryan.
I don't give a shit. Everyone at home could go fuck themselves.
No, you cannot. You go fuck yourself. That's what you do. So, get fucking.
Fuck. Find the walkie. Find the walkie. Find the walkie. Wait.
What are you doing?
Which way was the body shoot again?
I think the plan was to tell him where the walkie actually was.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Too late.
It's not down there at all.
No, I know.
He's gonna walk down there and not
Okay,
find it.
I'm gonna go force it.
No. Let him go down there.
I'm not my fear. I am stronger than my fear. Oh, it's so cold. I am not my fear. I'm stronger than my fear. Down the body chute we go. Let's go. Let's fucking go, baby. Just keep swimming, 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 swimming. I think I'm disassociating right now. What the fuck? Where is this walkie?
I don't know why he was so intent on seeing the body shoot, but I think it's because he recognizes that it's something that he has to do for some personal growth.
Okay.
Is this Ryan calling my phone? It is.
I'm at the bottom of the body chute. I'm not seeing this walkie.
I think you may have misinterpreted my clue.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I apologize. What I said was if you shoot for the moon, you'll find what you're looking for, as in fourth floor.
You said it was in the body chute.
No, I said it's a personal challenge for you to go into the body chute.
Well, shit, now my time... Oh, god damn it. So my time is really not going to start until I get all the way up back to the fourth floor.
I mean, we'll see. Oh, you know what? You're using me as a safety line right now. I'm not going to let you have this sort of comfort. I'll see you later, buddy.
Well, he lied to me. Why would he talk in riddles? He knew this was going to waste time. Well, I'm going to kill him. He's going to be a ghost at Waverly.
Oh. I just heard him. Oh, I hear cranky little footsteps.
Just keep my head straight.
Oh, and some muttering.
People do this all the time. The dude who works here, he does it all the time. He walks around by himself. He might be crazy. Aim for the moon. What does that mean?
Go for Shane.
Where is it on the fourth floor?
You should be able to find it.
Do you realize it's gonna take me forever? This place is huge.
You know, I'll make some noises on the walkie that'll help you find it.
I haven't heard.
Okay, talk soon.
I'm coming back down in 12 minutes. I don't care. This is bullshit. This is not the agreement. Honestly, Ghost, I'm in such a shitty mood now that even if you popped out,
come and find me.
I'd probably just want to fight you. Dude, seriously, what the fuck?
Ryan, have you died?
Maybe at the end on this chair?
Ryan, we will happily call the paramedics if you need us to.
Where is that?
Just find this walkie and tell us you are in distress.
Unbelievable.
A little bit further, Ryan.
This was not part of the agreement, you dick.
Congratulations, darling.
I'll tell you what, what are we at, 12 minutes now?
7.
I fucking hope I see a ghost. I'm so angry. Okay, well, you're 12 minutes. Good luck.
Oh boy, I'm so upset. I need to calm down. I can't even feel fear. I'm so angry. All right, who's down here? Just so you assholes know, in 6 minutes, there's gonna be another tall ghost joining you. I was just about to radio you. You have 5 minutes to tell me to do whatever you want.
You got 9 minutes.
Why don't you call out to Timmy and ask him to wrap his tiny little hands around your throat in the darkness.
All right.
And stand facing the wall like that dude at the end of Blair Witch. It's always fun.
I hate you. Timmy, I'd love it if you took your little tiny ghost hands and wrapped them around my throat in the dark. I'm gonna stand against this wall so I can't see you doing it. I'll turn my light off.
Feels good to be back in the game, you know.
a very daunting place. I got my steps in.
All right, nothing happened. Just so you know, I'm coming back down now.
Go up to the 5th floor. I want you to just go into that 502 room. Then you can come back down.
I'm gonna do that.
But I want you to know that you broke the rules here.
Anyway.
I am going to kill you. All right, I'm on the 5th floor.
Can you grab that candy bar and bring that down as proof?
Gross. Oh no, the rage is starting to subside and now the fear's coming back. Ooh, my eyes are starting to play tricks on me. I thought I saw somebody right there, but I could have stayed to find out. Peace out, bitch.
This series is about challenging him, you know? I'm challenging myself to want ghost evidence.
Oh, the rage started to wear off at exactly the right time. In a weird way, Shane actually did me a big favor. He gave me an enemy.
And I'm challenging him to be the bravest ghost hunter who ever lived. He already is, we know this, but we really gotta scare the hell out of him. How'd you do?
I'm gonna murder you.
What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
What do you mean? I gave you all the clues.
Let's just go home.
Okay.
Let's go home.
Let's go home. God damn, it's good to be a ghost hunter.
For more than 100 years, pain has echoed through time within the walls of Waverly Hills Sanatorium. Did we actually capture humming in the morgue? And could this actually be a figure behind Shane? Our job as investigators is to collect and present questions, possibilities. Interpretation, however, solely belongs with you. But for our part, Waverly Hills Sanatorium can now be locked away in the Ghost Files. Hey everybody, hope you enjoyed that episode of Ghost Files. If you haven't heard, we'll be answering your questions and breaking down evidence a little bit more on our weekly after show every Wednesday, Ghost Files Debrief.
That's right. So submit your questions in the comments below. And if you'd like to see episodes a whole day early, swing by patreon.com/watcher. Farewell. This is the privilege of a lifetime.
Temperature is now going way up. It's spiking. What's that noise? Someone walking around?
I'm here to find ghosts. Do you know that you're dead?
I heard a scream. Oh, shit.
Hi, my name's Michelle, and I have evidence from Alcatraz.
My name is James, and I have evidence.
I suddenly felt like somebody was watching me.
Across my back.
I was standing up on my window. A stick figure show up on the
Somebody
exhaust
pulling on my
so
pant
in
leg,
the
like-
room, I had my family.
Can you guys investigate?
Welcome to Ghost Files, where we take your evidence and our tools into the field to expose the supernatural. My partner, a skeptic. Myself, a believer. Both of us, truth seekers. This week, our team travels to San Francisco, California to investigate Alcatraz Island.
You know, I gotta say, out of all the places we've ever gone, this might be the most majestic intro we've ever had. Or lead up.
Gorgeous. It's misty.
And this is one of the few places where I can't run away from the location because I'll just run straight into the ocean. The island.
That's Alcatraz, baby. No turning back now.
This looks like a nightmarish level on Call of Duty. I think it is, actually.
Let's hop in.
A lot of sequels. That's kind of fun. See? Find positives. Find positives about the island. Poops on my head. That's a negative, so don't think about that.
Alcatraz Island initially started as a military fortress with over 100 cannons installed on the island and a place to hold military prisoners. By the early 1900s, its main purpose shifted towards a military prison, and by 1933, it was used as a maximum security prison used to hold the most incorrigible inmates in federal prisons, aka the most violent and dangerous criminals of its time.
From Al Capone to the Birdman, this place was a veritable who's who for historical a-holes. Don't want to be there.
No? You're gonna do it because you're a brave guy.
The prison sits 1.5 miles off the San Francisco shoreline on 22 acres of jagged rock, earning it the very matter-of-fact nickname, The Rock. Has The Rock ever visited The Rock?
I think he was born there.
Places of note include 4 cell blocks, a hospital, an administrative building, and a rec yard. And overall, the prison was big enough to hold 336 prisoners. The island prison had the reputation as being inescapable, though many tried. 8 definitively dying doing so, and 3 possibly succeeding.
We've also placed cameras and audio recorders in 2 of the more active parts of the building in hopes that we catch activity when we're elsewhere. One looking down a large cell block area referred to as Broadway, and another in the hospital wing.
The worst part of the building is said to be in cell block D, which along with other solitary confinement cells also contains the most horrible punishment cell, unaffectionately known as the Hole, where some believe an inmate was killed by supernatural causes.
And finally, to end the investigation, Shane and I will each be forced to explore the entire prison one at a time, because I hate myself.
Any questions, big boy?
No, this is a prison.
Have you been to Alcatraz?
You know, I've been to more prisons than I ever thought I would be, but I've never been to Alcatraz. I've spied it from the shore.
Oh, there's a bunch of seals by that place too.
Boy, do they love rolling around.
They do love rolling around and slapping each other. I wonder if the prisoners could see that.
I don't know, but if so, lock me up. I'd love to just jump out there and join them one of these days. Just get all slick, roll around.
I don't know about that part, but
have you ever been?
I have been to Alcatraz. I went once as a young boy.
What did they lock you up for?
Very good, very good. Too much cotton candy at the boardwalk. Alrighty, well, I think we covered the layout. Without further ado, the investigation begins.
Our first room we'll visit is the shower room. Not surprisingly, this is where the inmates showered, but not all activity here was mundane, as there were 2 separate occasions of an inmate being stabbed to death in this room. Maurice Herring in 1942 and Edward Galvin in the adjoining laundry room in 1957.
Let's shower, boys.
All right, starting off the investigation in the shower room, which was a very dangerous place to be.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Hello, folks. My name is Ryan.
I'm Shane.
And we're here tonight just to hang out and hopefully talk to some of you nice people.
Relative usage of nice there.
No need to judge them right now.
No, everybody can be reformed.
They did their time. They did their time.
That's right.
Well, if there's anybody here that would like to reach out to us, can you make your presence known? Can you say something? Can you move something? Hell, you could even touch us. I got myself a little doohickey here. It's called a spirit box.
The spirit box rapidly scans radio signals to create white noise through which spirits can communicate, and the honeytone filters out the noise while amplifying only the voices.
Okay.
All right. My name is Ryan.
I'm Shane. Hi, Ryan?
Kind of sounded like hi, Ryan.
I'm Shane. I'm Shane.
Can you say either of our names back to us, but you kind of already did that, so you let us know you would like to communicate. What? What's your name?
Ooh. Pain.
Hello. Can you tell me your name? Right now I'm reaching out to Edward Galvin. What was that? Can you say that again?
Sensitive?
Oh my God, it actually repeated. What?
That's it?
Sensitive?
Sensitive? Sensitive?
Sensitive. We have this. We got a chatty one.
Am I talking to Edward Galvin right now? Can you say yes or no?
Galvin? It sounded like Galvin.
And Maurice Herring, what happened to you in this room?
I died?
Our next room is the visitation room, where prisoners would visit with loved ones. And yet, despite such a tender history, this room is home to perhaps the most famous photo of an apparition in the entire prison. The photo was taken in 2014 by two tourists from England named Sheila Sillery Walsh and Paul Rice, and appears to show the face of a woman in a hairstyle from the 1930s or 1940s. Who this woman is and why she showed up to Alcatraz Ghost Picture Day is a mystery.
Whoa!
Now, as you can see,
that's a lady.
There's clearly a lady there with 1930s, 40s style.
She looks like she's in black and white. They're really selling it.
This is one of those instances where, yeah, it's either shopped or it's there. It seems that this person is aware of their presence. I find it a very unnerving photo. It's actually one of the more famous ghost photos that I've seen on the internet.
Is that so?
And it was taken just by two British tourists. But that's not the only piece of evidence that we have for this room. Audience investigator Michelle Gwindon also captured an image of her own.
Hi, my name's Michelle and I have evidence from Alcatraz. So when I was in the visiting room, I had my family take a picture of me through the little window. It looks like there's a hand that's pretty distinct from the sun glare that looks like it's pulling down on my audio lanyard.
Two very clear images of what is perhaps an apparition. Let's see if we can get one ourselves. Okay, so I'm already seeing my reflection because of the light.
That makes sense.
But I will say in the photo, you see a full face that's in 1930s garb, and the British tourists who caught the photo definitely were not dressed like that. So
sort of like a Betty Boop type.
Essentially, yeah. And actually, in the one with the tourist, Shane, there was one of a girl on the other side. So let's get you on the other side of the glass.
I would love to. You know, I love it when we do sort of a little role play situation.
Yeah, like. Okay, I'd love it if you'd stop smooching at me, because I don't think that adds anything.
So my husband is a murderer.
All right, so we are now on the opposite side of the visitation window. This is where, obviously, the visitors from the outside would be standing when they visit their
honeys.
Their honeys, indeed.
Their sicko.
Or their sons. I guess that could also be a honey.
I guess it could be a lot of people, yeah.
And we have our REM pod out there. And it is freaking out because I was just close to it.
The REM pod creates its own circular electromagnetic field and will alarm when anything penetrates that field. The more colors on the alarm, the more significant the intrusion. The REM pod also detects temperature fluctuations.
Hi, it's good to see you. We're your acquaintance that you.
Your adopted brothers.
That's right. Anyway, we hopped the boat and crossed the bay to chat with you here, and we'd love to see you fondle the pod if you can.
If you could just step closer to the window.
Fondle the pod a bit. There's no way out. Do you hear me? But if you fondle the pod, maybe.
Why does it always fondle the pod? Can't you
that's
just
what they gotta do.
Well, they just gotta get close to the pod. There's nothing about it in the instruction manual that requires fondling. Could you please fondle the pod so he stops doing that with his fingers?
Come on now. Give it a little something.
Jesus Christ. Oh, and you got them to light up the pod. I can't believe that worked.
Thank you.
Did that, dare I say, excite you? How about this?
Okay.
You have permission to touch my hand if you want to make contact. I think we're done here.
I think so.
So far, I feel like they're pulling their punches a little bit.
Maybe.
But we haven't gone in the cell block proper yet.
That's where it all goes down.
Our next area is cell 402C, which is supposedly haunted by a former guard named Officer William Miller, who was shot to death in this cell by inmate Joe Kretzer during an attempted prison break in 1946. It's here that a photo was captured of a disembodied leg by a visitor to Alcatraz and was posted to ghoststudy.com. But is this of an inmate or perhaps a guard, such as Officer William Miller?
I thought when you said disembodied leg, we were dealing with sort of a...
I mean, that is a leg. Look, there's a leg that goes
Yeah,
up.
I guess I thought it would be sort of sexy, but, that's cool too.
Well, I'm sorry the evidence wasn't sexy enough for you. I guess you'll have to get that thrill elsewhere.
Two of them.
There's two legs, yeah. I personally think that they look like inmate legs, which is interesting because that is likely the vantage point of Officer Miller as he looked through the bars when Joe Kretzer shot him. Just capturing some photos. Let's see if we can reach out to Officer Miller. Okay, Officer Miller. Just want to say, sorry what happened to you. Is there anything that you would like to say that was unsaid that day? Maybe one last message? Simply, if there's anybody here with us, please let your presence be known. You could rap on those prison bars. You could touch one of us.
You could slam the door shut. Lock us in here.
I would not like that at all, actually. Doesn't seem like we're getting much in here, and I don't think anybody's home.
Yeah, it might be the walls are very thick, so maybe it's just...
Or it's just not active right now. Not everything has to be a home run. How about a single? Our next room is in the C Block utility corridor, where hopeful escapees Bernard Paul Coy, Joseph Kretzer, and Marvin Hubbard were shot to death during a last stand. Perhaps their trapped spirits remain. They found them in the utility corridor.
Okay. Not a great place to die.
Looking different.
I don't want to die in a corridor.
I don't want to die.
Please.
Ever.
You want to watch the sun burn out? And watch everyone you ever loved die?
How do you know I haven't already done that?
What we got here, Mr. Burgoose?
This is a REM pod.
Oh, yeah.
So my idea is if we could get these fellas to walk towards this door, we might pick up on them.
Hey,
Bernard.
Bernard?
He was the ringleader.
Hey, Bernard. Come on out.
Well, that was freaky.
I mean, how close? Yeah.
No, I don't think so, man.
All right. Freaky.
That was weird.
Some freaky
He
stuff
seems to be
there.
responding to your voice. If that's one of you, can you come a little bit closer? Just come to just think about it. Just touch the door handle.
Just gently graze the knob.
That was very good, but I'm gonna need you to get all the way through that door. That's it.
Give it a good... Come on now. Jab it.
What's that noise? Someone walking around?
Well, that is a jumpy little pod over there, huh?
No, someone's moving around, seriously. Someone... Maybe it's something wrestling around outside. Nope.
Well,
what the fuck, dude? There's some... Okay, last chance, fellas. Whoop. Temperature just went up. Temperature is now going way up and spiking. What the fuck is happening right now? I'm gonna give you 15 seconds of silence to say anything you want. This is your floor. Ready? Go. Okay, we're gonna leave now, but we're gonna be here longer. I hope I don't see you later.
Tell you what, if you believe in ghosts, you gotta be thinking you're not alone in this place.
The next part of the building we'll explore was referred to as Broadway by the guards and is the large corridor between C Block and B Block. This area is said to be home to footsteps, sobbing, strange smells, and apparitions. One guard even claims a group of Native American spirits was spotted here, which actually may make sense since the island was allegedly used by the Ohlone tribe as a way to banish those who broke tribal law. So basically, this island was a prison before they ever built a prison on it.
Freaky!
Which is the first time I've ever heard of anything like that.
I guess you got a rocky old island out in the bay. You might as well use it for something miserable.
Yeah, to, Jack Sparrow somebody.
Yeah.
Well, this is Broadway. This is obviously, I guess, kind of like the main hallway between B block and C block. And it said that this is a very active area. I mean, you could obviously see that.
This is the party.
This is where it's all happening.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do,
yeah,
is we're gonna do another Estes Spirit Box session where we're gonna use you as the speaker for the Spirit Box. You have noise canceling headphones on. You're gonna say whatever you hear, and you're not gonna hear any of my questions. And I'm gonna use you as a vessel to talk to these.
I am the vessel.
So stand in the center of Broadway.
I am the antenna. Oh, how's this fucking thing work?
I'll help you.
Fucking thing sucks. Oh, there it goes. I'm off to the races.
My name is Ryan.
World's finest.
I'm gonna speak a little bit quieter because I could be talking to anybody in here. Can you tell me your name?
Air.
I don't think that's your name. Your name is not Air. Can you tell me what year it is?
7. Girl.
7? Is that what cell number you're in?
Eddie.
107. Okay, I'm at 7. What's your name?
Sparkling.
Are you just fucking with me now? What's your name?
Funny.
It's not funny, actually. It's an opportunity.
Shirt hag.
Shirt hag? Okay.
That's right.
Oh my God, what is happening right now? My name is Ryan. Can you say Ryan back?
Right now? Caca. Burp car.
All right, Shaney boy.
We done? It's really nice to just go wherever that takes me. Like, I feel like I just slept for like 8 hours.
No, you're just real present, right? It's almost like meditative.
It's like I'm not present at all.
As our crew was leaving Broadway, our audio recorder that we left behind picked up this voice. And later in the night, we picked up this disembodied voice. Are these perhaps the voices of prisoners that remain locked in their cells? There's no telling how many people lost their lives in the hospital wing, and that's ignoring the fact that it now looks like Arkham Asylum. One particularly famous inmate who spent most of his time in the hospital is convicted murderer Robert Stroud, though most people know Stroud by his nickname, the Birdman. As his published book while at Alcatraz, Stroud's digest on the diseases of birds, was said to be considered, quote, an important work in the field, end quote.
It's a nice case for, rehabilitation.
I mean,
you go from a murderer to writing nice books about birds.
Well, he also did do some murdering in prison.
Yeah, but also wrote about birds. This is quite lovely.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of nice. There is something that's kind of endearing about a very dangerous, scary murderer loving birds. So this is the hospital wing. I gotta say, I don't like it.
Yeah, there's something sort of unnerving about a gurney or a medical table, huh?
Also, a lot of patients lost their mind here, unfortunately, including one Al Capone. The Birdman spent a lot of time in this hospital wing, so maybe we might find both of those guys. Which is why I have my handy-dandy Ovilus here.
The Ovilus takes environmental readings that spirits are said to manipulate, such as temperature or electromagnetic fields, and converts them into corresponding words or phonetic sounds.
How's it going? My name is Ryan.
I'm Shane.
Can anybody in this hospital say our name back to us? How about Al Capone? Or the Birdman? Did you enjoy some hydrotherapy?
They look scared. Maybe he's talking about you.
I don't know if he's talking about me. We're going down to this part of the hospital now if anyone wants to come along.
Whoa, it's like a big shower in here. This is actually not great. I don't like it in here. I guess the patients that were the most out of reach in this prison were put in this room, and as you can see, there is absolutely no light in here. It's just tiles.
This is unpleasant. I actually don't.
Murder. Murder was recused. Was somebody in here wrongfully accused of murder? Is that why you're recusing yourself from this interrogation?
Did you like it in here?
Did you like it in here? You don't like that question? What happened in here? Why were you put in here?
Now I have to imagine that's sort of mud and not
Caked doo-doo. Certainly looks like a nice turd biscuit, if you ask me. Our next stop is the barber shop, and the end of that fun little rhyme is where the fun stops, as this was the location of Joseph Barsock's execution via barber scissors to his neck. The executor was Freddie Curly Thomas, who also allegedly happened to be Barsock's lover. It's said that Thomas knelt by Barsock's side repeatedly saying, "I love you," as Barsock died, and even, in horrifying fashion, licked Barsock's blood. Not pleasant.
I guess I was imagining in sort of a lover's way, sort of like licking off the, and less like a little cat at it, like.
Well, I was thinking he's like, the guy's on the floor bleeding out, like, and then this person gets down to their level and just starts going,
"Oh, that's. I don't like that.
I don't care for that. Look at me."
For anyone out there who's going to stab someone in the neck, let them have some peace in their final moments.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Do the thing, step back.
All right, so here's the makeshift barber shop. This is where Curly Thomas stabbed Joseph Barsock in the neck.
Good place for a stabbing, honestly.
I mean, effective.
It's where to do it. You got a sink. You can wash up afterwards.
So we will, by that logic, put this REM pod right here, and let's see if we can get either Curly or Joseph to walk towards this sink.
To spill their guts.
Joseph Barsock and Curly Thomas.
Oh, they know their names.
Can you walk towards that sink, please? Now, there was a rumor that you guys were lovers. I get into a lot of arguments with my significant other, and they never end with me stabbing her in the neck with scissors. So I'm just curious what led to that.
Well, you got.
You obviously seem to be able to manipulate that device by walking towards the sink. So, every time you walk towards the sink, we're going to know that that is a yes. Does that make sense?
It's sort of a sink talk. Sink.
Curly.
Sink.
Oh, there you go. Okay,
That makes sense.
That makes sense to them. Yes.
That's a yes.
And that's both of them. Curly, do you feel regret for what you did to Joseph? If it's a yes, walk towards the sink. Oh, you nasty man.
Nasty, nasty.
Now, what are the most common ailments when it comes to a couple? Why do they argue most of it?
Jealousy.
I obviously pissed someone off.
What's the deal? Was it jealousy?
Was it jealousy?
If you love someone, you don't stab them in the neck with scissors.
Yeah, I guess you could consider that passion. I don't know why I had to take so long to think about that. Agreed. See, that person agrees. Any of the other gents in this prison who got their hair cut here, why don't you go ahead and walk towards that little sink there if you like the cut you got? Anybody who cut hair in here with us right now? Oh shit, that's a really big temperature spike.
What? We've got a barber?
I guess so. You know what he's saying? My cuts were fire.
I guess so.
My cuts were heat. It's that hot, hot heat in Alcatraz. Oh yeah.
Well, grats to ya.
Our final stop, as it often is the most active part of the building, which is undoubtedly Cell 14D, held in Cell Block D, which was used to house the most dangerous and violent criminals of the prison.
Cell 14D was one of 5 solitary confinement cells in this block, or as they were referred to back then, the hole. The hole had no bed, was completely dark, and only had a hole for a toilet. It said that prisoners were forced to be naked, sleeping on the ground of cells that were kept 20 to 30 degrees colder than the rest of the prison. One inmate may have died of supernatural causes in cell 14D. Legend has it that the inmate saw red, glowing eyes and was left screaming in the cell for hours. The next morning, he was found dead in his cell with strange marks indicating he had been strangled around his throat, a purple, terrified face, and bulging eyes. Yet, the cause of his death was allegedly never identified.
I still just can't get over the fact that they weren't able to determine his cause of death. They walked in, they were like, his face is purple, he's got strangle marks, looks like he got strangled. Well, file this one under, I don't know.
It seems like if they have no reservations about locking prisoners up in a place affectionately called the hole, then they might not be averse to turning a blind eye when someone strangles someone.
Or a demon did it.
Or a demon done it, yep.
We're in cell block D right now. This is where the 5 solitary confinement cells were, and 14D, aka the hole. And if this is as awful as its description, we might actually see the hole in the ground. I see it. That is gross. So it said that in this cell, somebody may have died from supernatural causes.
That sounds like a ghost.
Leaving this right here, though, if anyone wants to say anything.
My name is Ryan.
I'm Shane.
Can you tell us our names back to us to let us know you want to communicate? There is legend of somebody in here getting choked out by something with red eyes. Is that a legend? Did that actually happen? Perhaps you'll talk to us alone.
So you got 5 minutes here in the slammer.
Okay.
In the hole.
Well, I'm here, back by yet another hole, and I hope I'm speaking to the purple-faced fella. How are you doing? Do you know that you're dead? Feel free to whisper very gently into the receiver there, and well, you can tell me whatever you want. You want to talk about the person with red eyes who was hanging out with you in here?
Okay. Hello, it's me. What's actually in here? Is there anything actually supernatural in here? Can anybody who was in this cell tell me your name? Anything that's in here, show your presence right now. Yes.
Let's wrap it up in there.
All right, well, I'm gonna leave now. And like I said, I will be back later, but I will not be as cavalier, nor will I stay as long. So, I don't want to say you blew it, but
you blew it.
You kind of blew it. And now we move to the final phase of the hunt, our individual investigation of the entire Alcatraz cell blocks and hospital wing. So here's how our solo investigations will work. Shane and I will each have 20 minutes of solid alone time in the location. Shane will go first, and at the end of his time, we'll hide a walkie-talkie in a room inside the building. Once Shane returns, he'll reveal to me the walkie-talkie location. Then it's my turn. I'll enter the building, and only after radioing back to Shane with the hidden walkie-talkie will the clock start on my 20 minutes of solo investigation. Let the games begin.
I mean, opportunity of a lifetime, you have to admit.
No.
How many people are afforded this chance? This is outrageous.
I think you need to reword that to how many people would want to do this.
A lot. Adventurers. Yeah, like me. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling ready. I feel like a ghost hunter now.
You look like you took 10 shots of Jack.
The weight of this helmet, it sort of, I think, compresses the brain stem in a strange way. Now I'm ready to see some ghosts.
Okay, well, I feel pretty good about you walking upstairs. Are you ready to go?
Yep. This is the privilege of a lifetime. It's pretty neat to be able to walk around Alcatraz by yourself. is that? I don't know what that is. I guess it could just be the air or something. Sounds like radio static.
I feel like I've been pretty tame so far on this one, which obviously always changes in this moment when I have to go in there by myself.
Hello, if there's any spirits here. I am Shane Midday. I'm walking down the cell, whatever this is.
You know, gonna check all the boxes and see what happens. Let the gods decide.
You probably don't really have any vested interest in speaking to me. You gain nothing from it.
Maybe today's the day I see a ghost. Who knows?
I have this very high-tech microphone here, and what you can do is speak directly into it, and I will hear your whispers. So if you have any messages to share with the world, speak into the microphone, and I will relay that message on youtube.com.
Yeah, I'm scared to see a ghost, but I want to see a ghost.
Speak into my little microphone.
I'm scared that if I see it, I'll have a heart attack and die.
Tear my skin off. Wear it like a little jacket.
I'm scared that if I see it, I'll piss my pants, or shit my pants, or both, or all three at the same time. I'm not sure which order that would occur. I think you probably piss your pants, then have a heart attack, and then shit your pants after death, from my reading.
I thought at least if I locked myself up in the hole with you, maybe a little ghoulie would crawl out, but no.
I'm scared of seeing like a little demon in 14D, seeing the red eyes, having Shane walk in there, finding my face looking like one of the victims in the ring.
It's very sad to be asking all these ghosts to visit me and none of them will. Years of this now, me just asking for people to hang out with me and nobody showing up.
I'm scared of the future, but that doesn't really come into play here.
I'm gonna stroll along the cell block for a bit more. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ, did I drop some? What the fuck just happened? Okay. All right.
Hey, Baba Ganoush, what's up?
How's it going?
Where are you in the prison?
I was in the hole. I think I heard something.
Where are you now? I'm making my way up to the hospital wing, unless you tell me otherwise.
No, I think that's good. Go up to the hospital wing and go into that murder room.
The toilet with the little cake in it.
Yeah, the toilet that had some fresh frosting inside of it.
Okay, I'm heading up to see the fudge cake. Here it is.
Okay, I want you to ask who defecated in that toilet.
I love it when a sink looks like a face. Look at this fucking guy. Ooh. Oh. Hello, it's me. A funny little sink. Oh, you want some water from me?
Did you get any response?
No, I'm gonna ask. I was laughing at a funny face. Who was in here and who is responsible for whatever's going on there? Okay. Making my way to the operating room where I will place the walkie-talkie for Ryan to come fetch. Here we go, placing. If there's any ghosts in here, here's your last chance. I'm going back outside to see my friend.
There's old long legs. What the fuck? You're walking like a video game version of yourself right now. Let's get this over with.
Well, get on in there, really explore the space, have a good time. You gotta find my walkie-talkie, which I placed very curiously in there.
It's in the operating room?
Yes, it is.
What happened to you in there? Like I care. Let make up your bullshit story.
I did see some pretty spooky stuff. You're not gonna have a good time.
I see.
And I will be praying for you.
Well, that's very comforting knowing that you're an atheist. Alcatraz, are you ready to rock? Why do I do this for a living? Why? Oh, shit.
We've been trying to come to Alcatraz for years now. It is truly, it's kind of a dream come true. Whole career is really just a racket for me to be able to enjoy historical sites on my own without a bunch of fussy little tourists around.
This is the operating room. All right, I found your shitty walkie.
I mean, you just gotta be nasty about it.
You don't have to be nasty about it. It's our walkie.
All right, my time has started. I'm gonna sit in here, give myself some silence. I fucking hate this. What was that? I heard a little scream. Who's screaming out here? I heard a scream. Shit.
I think Ryan is probably muttering to himself. What was the thing he says? He's like, I'm not my fear. I'm not my fear. I will not let my fear define me. Fear is not my middle name.
Not my fear. I'm stronger than my fear.
But it is. It is his middle name.
Is there somebody over there? I heard a little noise. Came from C block. Oop, I heard like what sounded like a prison door opening or something. Ugh, I hate this place. I don't want to walk down there. Fuck. Adios, turd nuggets. That's the end.
There he is. What'd you do?
Yeah, I did the whole stand, turn your light off, bask in the silence.
That's what I was hoping for.
I did hear something when I did that too.
Okay.
Which was not my
Very
favorite part
exciting.
of the day.
Very exciting. Alcatraz, it's been a privilege.
What an honor for us to actually investigate Alcatraz. Not many investigators have said that.
No.
That they've investigated Alcatraz. But now, Madej and Burgooz. Adios.
It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure.
Once one of the most feared prisons in the world, Alcatraz maintains that notoriety as now one of the most haunted prisons in the world. Did we actually interact with the 3 ill-fated escapees in the utility corridor? Did we pick up the presence of prisoners on Broadway? Did we hear the distant screams of those trapped in this prison? Our job as investigators is to collect and present questions, possibilities. Interpretation, however, belongs solely with you. But for our part, Alcatraz can now be locked away in the Ghost Files.
Hey everybody, hope you enjoyed that episode of Ghost Files. If you haven't heard, we'll be answering your questions and breaking down evidence a little bit more on our weekly after show every Wednesday, Ghost Files Debrief.
That's right. So submit your questions in the comments below. And if you'd like to see episodes a whole day early, swing by patreon.com/watcher. Farewell.
Did you hear that?
I did hear something.
Thumps from upstairs, things crackling behind walls.
Legitimately one of the more unnerving places we've been.
The vibes in this room are off the charts bad.
Whoa, there's 2 of them.
I know. The shadows belong to me.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I have evidence from St. Ignatius. My name is Amanda Paulson, and I have evidence for St. Ignatius.
I suddenly felt like somebody was watching me.
Across my back. Standing up on my arm. A stick figure show up on the somebody pulling on my pant leg.
To find this unexplained shape.
Can you guys investigate?
Welcome to Ghost Files, where we take your evidence and our tools into the field to expose the supernatural. My
My partner, a skeptic. Myself, a believer. Both of us, truth seekers. This week, our team travels to Colfax, Washington to investigate St. Ignatius Hospital. Another hospital.
Yeah.
It's actually like Waverly, except a little smaller and more scary. It's like it concentrated all the horror into a smaller package.
Well, less for you to traverse.
That's
Isn't
true.
Nice?
That is true.
Sorry, a moth flew into my mouth.
A moth fly into your mouth? You got a big mouth.
Yeah, I do. I actually have a really small mouth.
That's true.
Yeah.
Or does it just look small because your head is so big?
I actually never thought about that.
Well, that's perspective. Oh, okay. Built in 1893 by the Sisters of Charity, St. Ignatius Hospital was conceived to provide health care for people in an area of Washington that had limited access. Over its 71 years in operation, the hospital would see countless deaths ranging from accidents to sickness, including some brought on by the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic. After closing its doors to patients in 1964, the building would serve as a nursing home until 2000, when it was shuttered, falling into disrepair before reopening its doors in modern times to those curious as to what is rumored to remain inside.
A lot of people died at this hospital, sounds like.
A whole lot. Now, there's a lot of conflicting reports out there. Some say hundreds, thousands perhaps, and some say, I don't know.
I mean, that feels like par for the course, though, right? What is a hospital if not a place where people often die?
Well, especially a hospital where it's reported that people with the Spanish flu went to. And at that time, it was hard to keep track, unfortunately.
Yeah. It was a killer.
It was very effective at what it did.
Yeah, killed.
Yeah. The hospital sits in the middle of a forested area in Colfax, Washington, and at the time of construction was the largest building in eastern Washington. Measuring in at 50,000 square feet, the hospital has 5 floors, with both an east and a west wing, with the west wing reportedly being reserved for patients considered untreatable. Unsurprisingly, this is the wing that contained the morgue. The building
What the
itself
fuck?
is a
I just
visual
woke up.
feast for those with an appetite for horror, with decaying walls, exposed ceilings, and just an overall sense of, hey, this place is awful. It's believed that the higher you go up, the worse the activity gets. And as such, we'll begin our journey on the first floor and work our way up to the nuns' quarters. That should be fun. We've also placed cameras and audio recorders in 2 of the more active parts of the building in hopes that we catch activity when we're elsewhere. One on the 3rd floor looking down a haunting hallway, and the second in the aforementioned hilariously horrific nuns' quarters. And finally, to end the investigation, Shane and I will each be forced to explore the entire hospital one at a time.
What is happening in this
A fortune
video?
teller once told me I'd die on camera, and she seemed like she needed a win. Any questions?
No, I'm excited to get
Big
in
boy?
here. I'm excited to get in here.
Big
and,
boy?
Have a good time, you know?
We're gonna have such a good time. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm gonna love it so much.
You, me, and all the sisters, huh?
Sister, and Mr.
Hey, I like the sound of that. Okay.
I don't.
I'm gonna
Why
brush
do we
my
do
teeth,
this?
guys, and get coffee
Because it was what we were
and
born to do.
breakfast.
For you guys,
I'm
we're gonna have to put
hungry.
these masks on because it is
I'm
gnarly
hungry.
in
I'll
here.
be right
Yeah,
back.
that
I'll be right
looks
back.
like a place where dead people were.
This is dank.
Not the good kind.
Not the good kind. Starting on the first floor, our first room we'll visit is the morgue, which reportedly housed the untreatable. In an ironic fashion, this marks the second time we've started our journey where most people's ends. Jesus Christ, dude.
Really impressive, honestly. It takes a lot of time for a place to decay in such a naturally horrifying way.
You know, it occurred to me, Shane, that other than maybe undertakers, we probably have been in more morgues than most humans.
I guess that most humans, yes, that's fair to say, yeah.
Like, it's not common for someone to be like, oh, I've been in 15 morgues.
I don't remember my first morgue experience. You know, I don't find them very daunting.
Well, you won't remember your last morgue experience either.
Now that's good.
What was that?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ, scared the shit out of me.
This appears to be a boiler
Just
room.
more boxes of clothes for some reason. Oh, it's a bat! It's a bat!
Where's the bat? Oh, yeah, we got bats.
Why are you still in there, you freak?
There's never just one bat, right?
You're gonna stay to figure it out?
There's gotta be more.
He's broken.
That bat, where did that bat go?
I don't know.
I'm so preoccupied with the bats.
Well,
Ryan.
I'm gonna leave you here to the bat, and I'm gonna leave this
Look
room.
at this little. Oh!
And I'm gonna go into. He's a freak. What the fuck? Talk about a nightmarish place to put your router. Can you imagine if your Wi-Fi goes down every time you have to reset it? You come down here with that fucking bat.
Pretty strong signal, though. Honestly, it's really impressive.
There's a giant safe,
What the
like.
fuck is this? Is it functional?
A fallen elevator shaft, like we're in the Twilight Zone?
Yeah. It's a real party in here, honestly.
I'd like to leave.
Okay, here's a room full of garbage. Check this out.
And of course he goes in.
Yeah, that's gross.
Yeah, you said it yourself. It's a room full of garbage.
It's a room full of garbage if I've ever seen one.
I don't know what you expected.
I thought I might feel different in there, but I just
you're an
felt like I
idiot
was standing in a room full of garbage. Any bats?
What was that?
What?
I saw like something float, like right here. It looked like an orb in real life.
An IRL orb?
I've never seen that before. Well, this is all horrible, so maybe we should stop in here. What? This place is a nightmare. Is this where they would push the bodies?
Yeah, perhaps.
Hello?
It's like a mini body shoot.
My name's Ryan. Can you say anything to communicate with me? Jesus Christ.
This is one of the rare times where I'm like, where are we going?
Hello? Is there anybody in here?
Okay.
Well, this is all awful. If there's anything in here that would like to communicate with us, can you show us a sign? Can you move something? Can you perhaps touch one of us? Why are you in here still? Why haven't you moved on?
How much would it take for you to have to spend the night in this room?
No money on earth.
No money on earth.
No money on earth.
I'd do it for like $2,000 bucks.
That's way too low. Our next room is the first floor bathroom, which, like a Taco Bell bathroom, is said to be home to very oppressive energy. It's here that famed internet personality Garrett Watts captured an extremely clear EVP. But lucky for us, he's actually here with us to tell us about it. Garrett? Oh, God.
Oh, shoot. No, that's how it goes.
No, that's fine.
That's how it goes.
Welcome to the Boo Bunker. The bunker.
Is that what you're calling it?
The bunker.
Okay.
It's a bunker.
Okay. It looks really, really nice. I don't have anything this impressive.
No, we spent $10 million on this whole setup.
So if I go back there and press buttons...
Don't touch them,
All
but
right.
that's not because they're fake. It's because you would have to go through certification.
Sure.
And then we would have to call the president. There's a whole lot of things.
Well, you all are certainly more professional than myself. My friend Andrew and I, when we went into St. Ignatius, went in with basically like toys.
Yes.
But, you know, they were effective toys.
I thought they were really effective.
Yeah.
On that note, you did capture...
These are toys too. You said you weren't going to fucking do this on camera.
So this first piece of evidence, this is an EVP that you caught in the bathroom.
Oh, so we were told that that was like one of the spookiest places was that downstairs bathroom for some reason.
Yes.
And we didn't hear it until afterwards, like until I was editing and stuff. But yeah, so I heard that name and it was disgusting.
We have our special equipment here to play your EVP.
Oh, cool. Oh.
Where's your ghost thing? Wait, what the heck?
What'd you hear, dude? You're scaring me.
My name, but it sounded like it came from behind me. Where's your ghost thing? Where's your ghost thing?
It's so scary.
It almost sounded...
Wait, can we hear that one more time, actually? Let's rewind that.
Demonic.
Where's your ghost thing? Where's your ghost thing? Where's your ghost thing? Where's your ghost thing?
I mean, you definitely hear the Andrew.
Yeah, that was terrifying.
And you've never had sort of two voices come out of you at once?
No.
I think he's telling the truth.
I'm telling the truth.
I'm Ryan.
I'm Shane.
And we're two of
coffee so I can wake up. I got coffee. I got water. I got a breakfast sandwich. Thank you. Good morning. I also wash my face, brush my teeth, you know, morning things. I guess I'm gonna watch some more Daily Dose. It's such a compilation. My brain is not on yet. I was gonna have a monster, but then I decided I'm gonna have a coffee now and a monster later. I think that's smart.
When this is your daily dose of internet, I
I'm so
guarantee you
smart.
get slapped after doing this.
I don't want it to be too loud. Guys, checking the polls.
This guy almost got struck by lightning.
I have a Jimmy Dean's breakfast sausage croissant sandwich thing. I'm gonna eat that.
I've never seen someone get so immersed in a VR game before.
Did I put myself in just chatting now? Oh no, it's okay.
So this is pretty crazy. They managed to save this butterfly that had a broken wing.
A monarch butterfly was brought in with a broken wing, so we rehabilitated him.
I've done this before.
So we used a dead bbutterfly wing and
I cried every moment of it,
attached it
but
to the living butterfly, and believe it or not, it worked.
Butterflies terrify me.
Needs to get fired. Here's how to clean an escalator in just a few seconds.
Honestly, I don't know. They just are so scary. Smart. Oh my god, skills.
When this happened.
Aw, that's wholesome. Good morning, Ulti. I just woke up. Now I'm having coffee and a breakfast sandwich. I'm having a croissant with cheese, egg, and sausage. Oh, look at the dog.
This guy really gave himself wheels.
Me in dog form. This one is one of those, like, you just put them in the freezer.
Some guy really tried to steal their phone. They were trying to catch his bat with a plastic bag.
How are you gonna put the bat in a plastic bag? It makes no sense. Use a box.
He tried to help out his brother that got stuck. can't believe he got a little helmet for his little bird.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Bro, that's scary.
They found this fish frozen in ice that was in the middle of eating another fish.
Situation right here, right up at the top, and he's got a shad in his mouth frozen with another shad right beside him.
Are they gonna save the frozen fish?
Oh my gosh, that's a big shad too. He must have choked on it.
Are they from Canada? Oh, that's so cool.
What's in your hand? What's in your hand? Other hand. Other hand.
This monkey stole her passport and then tore it to shreds.
Oh my god, if you don't grab that passport, if you don't grab that passport from that monkey.
So that he could finish.
Aww.
There's a weird internet trend where people are pretending to be birds.
Who wants to do this with me? Oh my god, long black.
This little guy was absolutely flabbergasted.
Oh yeah, I know it.
You remind me of the pink-haired raver. Raver. Good morning. Good morning. Ultra real. Thank you for following. Clint. Or, right?
This dog figured out how to drive this golf cart.
Right? Also, Twitch is generous, because why does it say that we have 1.3K? I don't believe that.
So, I guess
Whatever your name is, nah, you're Raver Lady now. Okay, only if you play hardstyle. That's the only type I will accept. Okay? Only if you take me to the hardstyle set, okay? He got me!
She forgot to use her brain, and she didn't realize that she could just flip it loose instead.
What's happening? A rave is a rave, no discrimination. Not discrimination. What is happening? I just prefer certain sets, you know? Oh, my cat's here. Good morning. Good morning.
The noise from his
Good
camera
morning.
scared this giraffe.
Good morning. Oh! That's me when I have my legs all wide and then...
But their car was somehow okay.
Whoa. Meow. You want to come up here? Thank you for following. Ultra real. You want to come up here?
Into this parking spot, so he decided to do something about it.
Come on. Good morning, kitty. Don't knock my coffee over. Good morning, kitty. Mwah. Good morning. Good morning.
You just ate it.
Oh, you're cute.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Raver Lady with a kitty via razor lady, yes.
So this is the craziest video that I've seen in a long time. This elephant started charging after these people that were in a boat.
I may have made this coffee way too strong. Holy heck. If you guys didn't know, I am affiliated with Itachi. Itasha Coffee. If you want to get some cool, delicious coffee with anime girl flavors and VTuber flavors, you should try them out. A little low? Okay, I'll put it up. I don't want to jump scare people if they're sleeping. What?
This guy was mopping the floors at a fire department when the alarm went off.
Oh no. Should always be strong. No wet floor sign. Oh my god. OSHA violation. OSHA violation.
A bee got inside of her car and she started freaking out.
Okay, so what I did was I made a regular pot of coffee and then I put an espresso shot in it. Oh no! This is some shit I would do. I always do that. I make a regular coffee and put a shot of espresso. Little legs. I'm just a professional cat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. That was so scary. Oh my god. At least the driver's cab got out of the way.
These workers in Russia were surprised when they found this while sorting through the trash.
Who puts a cat in the freaking trash? Who?
So why is this so mesmerizing to watch?
Hi, Angel. How are you? What is that? What was that? Sorry. Oh
This
shit.
animal rehab place
Yeah?
wears a mask so that this baby raven doesn't associate humans as a food source.
A lot of places do this. When I worked at a zoo, there was one owl that you had to have all your hair hidden and like, bruh. You had to put on a scarf and everything and like go in there and dance around. Loki, it's been so long. Yes, how are you? I'm good. I just woke up not too long ago, having coffee, and now we're watching videos, and I have my kitty. Oh shit. You got 2 new kitties? Are you in the Discord? Post them. I want to see. In the pet channel.
They were trying to record themselves dancing when
Mean
this happened.
coons. If you're not in the Discord, feel free to join the Discord. Oh shit, it's so windy. I know. Sorry. You're a big cat.
For some reason, his egg is indestructible.
It's not funny. Let me get water
I want to
too.
break it all, bro. Look, it's cracked. It's cracked, but look.
That egg went bad if it's not cooked. Whoa.
I don't think cars are supposed to work like this.
Ain't no way.
Imagine
Ain't
going
no
for a walk
way.
and seeing this many cats on the street.
Oh my god. How do you not take them all home? How do you not become mega ultra cat lady? real?
They decided to drop this massive pumpkin from really high up.
Oh, why?
The fried rice tossing machine seems like a really smart idea. I have never seen a cat that looks like this.
Oh my god, that cat's so cute.
Oh, then it goes to the face. That hurts.
My cat is sleeping on my booba. Sorry if I've been yapping again. Oh no, that's okay.
So Ireland put crossing signs down on the ground because everyone looks at their phones now.
No such thing as too much yapping. Well, that's honestly so smart. Why is it all empty? Yes. I'm also a yapper, I don't shut up. Bombastic side
I can't
eye.
tell who's more impressive here.
Oh my god, Grandpa's hooping over there. What type of gym is this? It's like this guy is trying to stunt and Grandpa. Cute model, by the way, thank you. This is our sleep outfit. I had another outfit on earlier when I was under the blankies. Oh no. Oh no. Why is it turning?
What do you think he was trying to say?
Thank you for the winking.
This guy found an iguana that wanted a resting spot.
Oh, why is the iguana in the ocean?
These guys realized that they could pick up the signals in this radio antenna using a plant.
Wait, is the plant playing the freaking music?
For some weird
Ain't
reason,
no
the
way.
snow is on fire.
Ain't no way.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Ain't no way.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This guy was upset that they got his order
Let me try to
wrong,
take a
so they
picture
gave
of
him the correct order, but he
Chicky
still decided
without
to be insane.
Chicky without. Okay, you're leaving me. Never mind. I was trying to take a picture without Booba jump scare. I guess I could crop it out like this. She got eye crusties too.
These people have never been in an escalator before, so it's their first time trying it out.
Oh my god. I don't blame them. Elevators are scary. Oh my god, it was just him slapping his guts. Let me put it in pet pics.
Excuse me, miss. I just called the cops on you.
Oh yeah, Maple, your dog is so cute.
They realized that driving through a hailstorm wasn't a great idea.
Oh man, this is not good. Oh, there goes the windshield. Yep. Oh, Jesus! Oh.
This guy can dehusk an entire coconut by only using his teeth. This driver wouldn't accept.
And here I am struggling for my life. What is happening? Why would you think that would work?
I'm used to seeing a microwave over a stove to act as a vent hood, mounted there pretty much even with the cabinets. But dude, when you mount them from the ceiling,
Are you supposed to get there?
These high school athletes decided to race each other in a hotel.
Oh my god. Is this the Gaylord? That's what it looks like. I could be wrong.
They wanted to see if they could cook popcorn using a hair iron. He wanted to show off in front of these girls.
What are you showing off, bruh? What's happening? Why would you cartwheel into them?
This crocodile got bit by another crocodile, but their skin is so thick that it was hardly affected.